Hey guys, welcome to EU versus CN, where one player will walk away. Hey guys, welcome to EU
Why is that?
versus CN, where one player will walk
Muted
away.
on my end.
Hey
Ferrari.
guys,
Oh, I figured it out. Very professional of us here to.
We're nailing it.
Yeah, we're squaring it away.
it'll pick up, it'll improve in quality as we go. I'm Firebat. Joined with me here is Zalay. How are you doing today, man?
Oh, I'm having an excellent day, Firebat. Thanks for asking. I'm so excited to cast this tournament with you. Just the best players playing for a Ferrari of all things. Like that really ups the excitement. That's more than the first Hearthstone World Championships prize pool, I would say.
Yeah, it definitely is slightly more. Slightly more. It's like double the first World
Yeah,
Championships prize pool. Someone
and
might be able
second
to.
place, second place gets 10K. So that's
Oh, you hate to see that. If you're competing in this tournament and you make it to the finals, you're really going to want to win. It's about a €190,000 difference between first and second place.
yeah, you're gonna want to finish first. That's a little bit better there.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So what do you think's a better card, Bittertide Hydra or Jeweled Macaw?
Jeweled Macaw is Jeweled Macaw and Bittertide Hydra at the same time. So, of course, it's going to be Jeweled Macaw.
But I feel like Bittertide Hydra is an 8/8, and Macaw is only a 1/1, and 8's bigger than 1.
Well, 1/1 plus 8/8, it's a 9/9.
Okay.
If you have 6 mana. Yeah.
Okay. You can get Tyrantus off of it too, right? I think that's a beast.
Yeah, it's an 11 mana play, though.
That's fine.
You gotta
Just do it over 2 turns.
do it over to chance. The Jeweled Macaw spread, the 1/2 Macaw.
There's a Ravasaur runt up there too.
Is there? I didn't even see it. Oh, it's a little runt down there. Yeah,
Oh, he's tiny. That's nice.
yeah. Definitely did not take the massive adapt.
Dude, those commercials were sweet. I really liked those.
Yeah, the commercials were pretty good, and it looks like here we have. What is going on with the names? Is that the pairings?
The top guys playing Zixo in the first match. I know that.
Yeah, yeah. The top guy versus Zixo. We believe that's Lovely Chook. Not 100% sure. We haven't really brushed too much up on our Chinese. Beautiful photo there. I like Zixo's little comb over thing going on. Very stylish. Very stylish. There's the other half of the European representatives there. A lot of
That's
players.
got to be the stronger half.
Oh,
Look at
yeah.
those players.
Yeah, yeah.
Hobble, Talento. That's terrifying. Ooh.
And then the other half of the Chinese team there. I've seen everyone on the Chinese team play except for that guy on the far right.
Okay.
He's the
So he's
only
probably the
player.
best.
Well, he's
Because
the
if you-
dark horse.
Yeah. Oh, wow. They got him making faces and doing stuff.
Pistolento there with the gun.
There you
Yeah.
go. Ready to shoot.
Chinese tournaments are always a bunch of fun. They always make you do wacky photo shoots. They have an entire 8-hour block dedicated to photo shoots for the first day of the tournament.
Heck
So-
yeah.
Yeah, it's usually pretty wild. There's usually not air conditioning either, but it's a good time anyway.
Dude, they must have told the players what to do with their hands and like how to pose for these photos. Because
I mean,
I know some of these players, they're just not that creative.
like they try and tell you, but usually the camera guy doesn't speak English, so
It
you know,
complicates things.
yeah, you're on your own a little bit. Stan Cifka versus Pavel. There's an EU team kill going on there.
Yeah, that's all right. These will happen.
What is RDU doing? Is he trying to? What is that pose?
Like, hey.
Yeah, that's what. Like, is that supposed to be intimidating? Like, everyone's doing something that's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna win," or "I'm thinking really hard," and RDU's just like, "Hey, I'm here,
What's up?
guys."
Easy.
Yeah, just hey.
Feeling confident. He's not
Just-
threatened by the opponent. He's just having a good time.
It's like a white rap video. I don't know.
Okay.
It's just not intense, you know. All right.
How much? What do you think those bottles of wine are? You think those are expensive? Maybe that's not wine.
I mean, it's China. Of course, it's expensive. Dude. They love taking really good care of their players. You always get like a 5-star hotel when you're there, and like China tries to represent their country when they bring over guests. They try and make everything super fancy and awesome. I love the breakfast buffets, man. They're intense. You can get literally any kind of food from all over the world at those breakfast buffets. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so note to self, you want to get invited to this tournament when it's NA versus EU.
Oh yeah, it's a good one for sure. It's 10 days long, So expect and there's 2 days of travel on either side of that, so it's a 14-day thing. So just quit your job for a while, and yeah, you're good to go.
It's fine. I mean, for a chance to win a Ferrari, I might, you know?
Sure, yeah. Who needs jobs?
Yeah, get a Ferrari. It's fine.
Just and you only got to beat a few tough players, right? Like who here is even really that good? This guy?
Yeah, Zixo. I think I've heard of this guy before.
Yeah, just the most recent accomplishment you can see there, the World Electronic Sports Games 2016. He won the qualifier first place and then took third in the actual main event. The qualifier actually was higher prize pool than the main event, first to
Wow.
third ratio. Like the actual main event was higher prize pool, but getting third in the main event is not as much money as getting first in the qualifier. And he's
Okay.
going to be going up against a lovely Chuk, who is the winner, the proud owner of a Ferrari from last year. I believe he sold it back, or he took the cash equivalent instead of taking the Ferrari. So you either get the Ferrari or you can have 200,000 euros, and he went with 200,000 euros instead of the Ferrari.
It's a very practical choice. Pragmatic. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's a student,
He
I think, and
plays Hearthstone for a living. He plays Hearthstone. He probably doesn't need a Ferrari as much as he needs 200K, right?
well, now he's got 200K though. So now once you have 200K, maybe you just take the
Oh,
Ferrari because now you got baller money. Like now you can
yeah.
just go out with your Ferrari. You can afford to back up what you're showing off, so you can get bottle service at the club or whatever you got to do.
If you look at the picture he had up there, he was kind of like pouting. Well, he was trying to pout, but really he was just too happy. He had a big smile on behind it. Honestly, he was having a good time. Oh, there's Zixo, number one. Rolls.
Number one. He held number one in Ghosty Gamers forever. Like
Yeah,
guy has
just
been
destroyed it.
dominating. There's some leper gnomes in that deck.
There's implosions. That's a thing of the past.
Wow.
Although, Wild's been making a resurgence lately with the announcement of there's going to be a Wild tournament and the Heroic Tavern Brawl as well.
Yeah. A pretty epic cinematic.
Yeah. Just kind of telling them, yeah, Sixto's a good player. He won all these things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, fourth in that one. Well, you take that. It's pretty good.
I mean, fourth is great in Hearthstone.
Yeah, it's really good.
This took a dramatic shift.
He's whoa. What's he doing to Pikachu there?
This is Zixos was like, this is the other player here. This is Lovely Chuk's intro cinematic. He went in a different artistic direction than Zixo.
Yeah.
And
Sixto's like, I win everything, and Lovely Chuke's like, Pikachu.
yeah, little chickens. Lovely Chuk, I believe, means weak chicken.
Oh, is that it?
I think he's calling.
These all have names.
Those are the players. He's naming the
Oh.
players.
That's why he was
specific-
abusing the one of them. That was probably Zixo that he was beating up.
Yeah, which chicken is Zixo? Oh, there's Super JJ, the chicken. There's Zixo, the one with the pink hat. Oh, Pavel's a cute little chicken.
They're all pretty cute.
RDU has a dress on.
Actually, really like this. This is good.
What is going on?
KO. Just knocking him out, just like that. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Can you imagine this is their intro video and
Oh,
and
he's
then
knocking
just
out
lose-
all the chickens.
Oh yeah, just beat them all up.
And there he is,
Wow,
the
amazing.
last chicken standing. I don't think it's going to be quite that easy to knock down all of these European and Chinese chickens, but ooh, I like that sideways cap.
Oh yeah,
Sixto's trying to look
got some flair, a
Yeah.
little bit of attitude.
gangster.
Looking a little bit awkward with the gangster sideways.
Hey man, you gotta have your own style.
Yeah, I poke fun, but I love Sixo. You know, we used to be on the same team.
Me too. I was there.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Good times, good times. Hell of a player. And should we talk about their lineups? Because it looks like we might be getting into the game pretty soon here.
For sure. It should pop up on screen with like bands and stuff, I'm pretty sure. But we got Zixo rocking, it looks like the N'Zoth Paladin, Quest Rogue, Jade Druid, and
Dragon Priest.
Dragon Priest.
And I would say it's a very anti-control lineup.
Hmm.
I don't know how well Dragon Priest does against control, but like the Jade Druid, obviously you have the Jade mechanic, infinite Jade idols, and then
Sure.
Questro, you're spamming 5/5s forever, and then N'Zoth Paladin, it's a
You got
N'Zoth
N'Zoth and
Paladin.
Tyrion. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, you can kind of figure it out. So all of
Mhm.
these are really powerful late game tools. Uh, might be weaker to aggressive strategies, particularly the Questro.
Sure, sure, sure. He does have some tech in there though to kind of help out against things targeting Paladin a little bit. It looks like as he has double Hungry Crab in the Quest Rogue to try and get rid of some Murlocs in the mid range Murloc Paladin. Oddly enough, Tolvar Stone Shaper appears as a 2 of in his Quest Rogue. Not a card I've ever seen in Quest Rogue before. That is the 4 mana 3/5. If you've played an Elemental the previous turn, get Divine Shield.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's I never would have considered that.
yeah. I guess it's an anti aggro tool.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
then
I mean, a 4 mana 3/5 Taunt Divine Shield is very efficient, but the downside you're thinking about is just that it doesn't help you to complete the quest, and it doesn't help you to win after you've completed the quest. So it's just
Mhm.
like completely. It's just like this card is just good, even though it's completely off plan with what my deck's doing.
Yeah, that's the idea behind it, I guess. And then he has double Stampeding Kodo in his Jade Druid to try and, I guess, kill some of the Murlocs from the mid range Paladin. You can get
Kills
Finja,
Doomsayer, kills
Doomsayer as well against Freeze
Acolyte of
Mage.
Pain.
Acolyte of Pain for sure.
Yeah, I know. I know when I won, not this month, but the one before the Open Cup that I won, I had Kodos in my Paladin because I was like targeting Freeze Mage, and I wanted to have an answer to Doomsayer in there,
All
but he's not
decks,
doing that.
all decks are known by the players. By the way, they are publicly available. I'll post a link in chat if you want to take a gander at the deck list yourself. Um, what is Lovely Chuke's deck list? I don't know how to say his name in Chinese.
Yeah, me neither. It's a bit of a mystery.
But it did look like we have rogues banned from both sides, so we will not be seeing any of the Tolvar Stone Shaper Rogue
It's a
today.
Mage Warrior Paladin lineup after Rogue is banned.
Hmm.
If that helps any.
I found one that matches that so far. That is unnamed on this list, so I think it's that one.
Yeah.
So if we go in on that one, what we have here then for Lovely Chook would be a mid-range Murloc Paladin, which seems to be pretty standard. The one equality. He has two Consecrates, which a lot of players have been playing only one, but basically just your standard mid-range Murloc Paladin stuff. And then he's got the that new kind of mage deck that started coming around. A lot of people call it a bunch of random different names,
I hear
but
Gunther Mage
yeah,
the
the
most.
Gunther Mage, the Psy Gunther Mage is what a lot of people start calling it, which is the most unique name for a deck list I think we've ever had. Right?
We're
Like,
looking at the same Paladin deck because I'm seeing one with the 4 mana 3 damage draw a card spell and Harrison Jones and Nizoth. I'm looking at a Paladin Warrior Mage Rogue list at the very top.
oh, I was looking at there's a different set of those three decks at the very bottom.
All right, we don't know which decks he's playing.
Yeah.
But Zixo, we can say, does have some combo potential in his Dragon Priest. That's kind of interesting to talk about. He's got the Discover card for Inner Fire and Divine Spirit,
But you
so
are
it could
right.
potentially burst for a lot.
It is the two character name at the top. I don't understand how on the deck list thing his name's only two Chinese characters long, but on the screen here it's one, two, three, four, five.
It's very interesting.
Chinese is a very difficult language, I imagine.
All right, so we can let's see. So it's a N'Zoth Paladin. It's
So
not a range Murloc
yeah,
Paladin. He's got that Harrison Jones.
if you look at the whole lineup together, he's got the N'Zoth Paladin, just like how Zixo has N'Zoth Paladin. He then has a Taunt Warrior. He has Gunther Mage and Quest Rogue. Both Quest Rogues have been banned. What's the weakness here from either side?
Okay, so they're banning Quest Rogue, and they need to get a win against a bunch of anti-control decks, right?
Yeah.
So the Paladin's not the weakness. I would think that Lovely Chook's weakness might be the Quest Warrior. That might have difficulty getting a win against an anti-control lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Although I found Quest Warrior can pretty often smork down Quest Rogue. Like it's unfavorable for the Warrior, I think, but you can win a little bit more often than you might expect just by playing stuff and dealing damage to their face.
And then on the other side of things, Zixo's Priest might run into trouble. It's kind of one of the, I'd say, weakest in the late game compared to all the other decks here. It oftentimes can rely on like Elise packs in the 8 game, which isn't super consistent, so he's going to want to try and get a win with that as soon as possible.
Yeah, I would think Lovely Chook's Warrior would probably beat a Dragon Priest most of the time, but the Dragon Priest might suffer more with the other matchups against a Mage or a Paladin. What do you think about Dragon Priest versus this Gunther Mage? I don't have a lot of experience with that matchup. I'm looking at this Medivh.
Yeah,
that's a key card.
That's the big problem, right? If you don't have any sort of weapon removal for the Medivh, you're going to run into a lot of trouble. And we can take a look at Zixo's deck list here, and there is no weapon removal for that Medivh. So that Medivh is going to be able to come down when that matchup gets proposed and just do absolute work with, even just Pyroblast, Fire Lance or whatnot. But the first matchup we have is the Priest Zixo up against the Paladin Lovely Chook.
So my first thought would be you'd probably want to be the Paladin in this matchup.
Yeah.
So the Paladin has a big threat in N'Zoth. How does Priest deal with it? That's one of the key questions to answer.
Dragonfire Potion does not clear the entire board. They would prefer to have Light Bomb, but that's not a card they can have. So you really you can't. If a game goes on that long and your opponent's is in a comfortable position where they can drop N'Zoth, then you're going to get destroyed. So Zixo needs to figure out a way that he can kind of put the pressure on with a deck that's not designed to put the pressure on.
Okay. Maybe just like spamming multiple Dragonfire Potions. If he's got like enough of a value lead, he might get there. Like maybe if he snowballs card advantage with Norshire Cleric early on.
Okay. But even then,
that might be
you have to play him over multiple turns if you're going to try and outvalue your opponent. And they're going to get an Ashbringer behind that. Like, it's a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah.
And that's if they don't roll more Tyrians off their Stonehill defenders. Because you can get multiple Tyrians revived with N'Zoth.
Yeah, I've had that happen to me. It was unpleasant.
I don't think you're outvaluing him. I think you got to figure out a way to somehow out-tempo him and smork him down.
Okay. And so far, that's not going super well with the turn 4 True Silver picking up a very clean kill on Radiant Elemental.
Yeah, but having the Twilight Drake be able to stick isn't that bad.
4/7 on turn 4, pretty strong.
Yeah. I'm going to message the production guy and see what's going on with this hand.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I imagine they're working on that.
Oh, we got it.
Oh. Good job, Firebat. You just nailed that one.
I almost typed a word.
Yeah.
All right.
So he does have an equality clear here. You got to imagine he's going to be much more patient than that, though. Mm-hmm. He's using the Dirty Rat to set up an equality clear for next turn. Oh, wow. He rats out the Elise. That's a big value advantage for Lovely Chook there. There's not going to be any packs to deal with. And it's especially important because it means Zixo can't discover more packs anymore either.
Yeah. Because before this, you could use the Shadow Visions. Sniff out those packs. So now, even more than before, Zixo has to be all in on trying to kill the Paladin player instead of outvalue him.
Now, one question is, do you think Zixo can make a read based on that YOLO Dirty Rat coming out that Lovely Chook has an equality clear available to him? Maybe he sniffs it out and plays patiently. He says he wouldn't just jam a Dirty Rat there if he didn't have a plan to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense to me. What is patient, though? You just want to take the onboard trades, then?
You really want to Shattered Pain that 2/6.
Yeah, just to push the...
Pretty efficient. Yeah. But then you stop playing stuff.
Sure.
Trading makes the equality more awkward, so you have to actually use a Pyromancer or Consecration with it.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, from Lovely Chook's side, this seems to be a decent amount of value. You know your opponent has the coin, so they're only going to have 4 cards in their hand after this. They're drawing 1. The Priest is not the most minion-heavy deck. It's got a lot of spells in it, so I think this would be a fine rip of the equality.
Yeah, and also, if you wait, Zixo can just, attack with those minions and pass, and you're kind of just falling behind every turn that you wait. You're taking, 12 damage a turn?
Yeah,
You can afford that for a few turns with that Forbidden Healing in hand, but you'd probably rather not. You're not really getting much out of it.
It's too much damage.
So Pyro Quality Hero Power seems to be the play here. You could have Quality Consecration if you value the Pyromancer higher than the Consecration for some reason. That seems a bit weird, though.
I mean, you could also Quality Pyro Forbidden Healing, keep a Pyro on the field. But Lovely Chick's going to decide to be a little bit more patient with it, hold on to it, try and wait a little bit longer.
Interesting. See if that decision pays off for him. So he commits an Aldor, so he did kind of invest something. And then the trades for Zixo are a little bit awkward. Like, if he heals the Talon Priest, it leaves it at 1 health, where it dies to that Silverhand Recruit. I guess you're trading in the Silverhand Recruit every time with your 1/5. He's thinking, do I want to discover something this turn? Does he know what he's looking for off of the Discover? Not really.
No, not really at all.
He could play nothing.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to play absolutely nothing. I think he's just going to take the trades, punch him in the face with the board.
Yeah. Zixo smells the quality clear and holds back on his resources.
Yeah, Lovely Chook trying to bait him into playing more stuff. Unsuccessful. Now there's 8 damage facing him down. Is it worth clearing? That's the question he's proposed with.
Probably not. Playing the Ivory Knight seems okay. Like, if you didn't want to do it last turn, you don't really want to do it this turn either. Holy Wrath. Heal for 5, and it's an okay card.
Yeah, if you kill something, draw a card. That is the definition of value, right? That's what you want to be doing to try and gain value.
Yeah, there are some lower cost cards in his deck that the Holy Wrath could hit. At 2 mana, there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 cards in his deck. Although some of those have been already drawn, like a Dirty Rat has been drawn, a Pyromancer, and Equality, so that means 7. Forbidden Healing's been drawn.
So, what is the game plan here from the Priest side? The Zixo can see that there's an equality. He knows that Lovely Chook's trying to stall the game out, and he knows he loses in the end game. What do you do?
Well, I think he's trying to apply just the right amount of pressure. That Lovely Chook doesn't really want to go for an equality clear, but he's just trying to make Lovely Chook uncomfortable. He's trying to ride the line of having just enough pressure that it's awkward for Lovely Chook to ignore it and awkward for Lovely Chook to commit to AoE clearing it. So, Talon Priest seems like a pretty good play. He's got to imagine he's trading the Twilight Drake and using the Talon Priest to drop the Twilight Drake out of range of the True Silver. No?
Man, he's going to drop the 3/6 instead.
So he's okay with the True Silver being used.
Now you have to imagine the equality clear is going to come out for sure. This is going to give Zixo a little bit... Would you say it's stronger or worse of a reload? Because the Talon Priest is technically like a 3/7, whereas Funnel Cakes there is only a 3/6, right? So I guess this is less commitment than Talon Priest, even though the mana cost is only 3, whereas the...
I believe Zixo was a bit sloppy that turn. He healed for 1 on the Twilight Drake.
Mm-hmm.
He could have healed it for 2, right?
Yeah, if he trades first.
Yeah. So maybe he's a bit tired from traveling to China. Maybe all the wild parties over there. Who knows?
Lovely Chook continuing to be patient with his equality clear. Just walking that line between.
Yeah, he's staying consistent. The Aldor turn was the really hard one. And once you commit to the Aldor, like following up with Ivory Knight into Ragnaros makes quite a bit of sense.
Mm-hmm.
And now you got to think Zixo is going to be discovering, looking for a Shadow or Death.
Yeah. Do you ever in Zixo's position just are like, well, I guess he doesn't have the equality.
Yeah, a lot of times I do that. And then they have the equality and it goes badly. But first things first, got to figure out a way to deal with this elemental. It wasn't an elemental before the patch, right? But now Ragnaros Light Lord, Elemental.
Yeah, Ragnaros Light Lord and Ragnaros Fire Lord, both elementals. Power Word Shield looking for the Shadow Word Death. Doesn't find it. Now trying to discover. Gets it on the discover.
Nails it. Now, is he going to play anything? He could point out a Talon Priest. They already has 7 attack in play. That's a reasonable amount. Use this mana effectively for healing. Seems reasonable. So, if he uses Holy Wrath and it hits 2 damage, he can just follow it up with a True Silver to kill the Priest of the Feast. He doesn't have to AoE clear here at all.
Okay.
So the cool thing about how Lovely Chuk played this game by holding the AoE clear is he's been able to reasonably manage everything Zixo's doing. He's not taking too much damage on any of these turns, and he just has that in his back pocket the whole time, the AoE clear. He has the potential blowout if Zixo ever overcommits, and he's not at risk of losing to Zixo flooding the board, whereas had he used the Pyro quality early on, he loses the potential blowout win of Zixo overcommitting and making a mistake, and he's at risk of Zixo somehow creating a huge, devastating board and him not having an answer.
Alright, he's using the equality now, which is maybe going to force Zixo to try and extend here. Because he says, well, the equality's gone. I finally got it out of him. And now he has double Consecrate in the back pocket to kind of be like an equality clear.
Mm-hmm. Northshire Cleric showing up for Zixo. That's really, I think, a key card for him winning the matchup. Is Northshire Cleric sticking around and drawing Zixo a bunch of cards.
Yeah, for how patient Lovely Chuk was with that equality, it seems like a little bit of a waste. Yeah, I have to imagine he's pulling the trigger there because he wants Zixo to flood the board with a bunch of 4 or 5 health minions and get this double Consecrate off and blow him out of the water when he tries to fully commit because the equality's gone. But it seemed really strange. He could have just controlled the board with just True Silver that turn.
Yeah.
So, but also that sends messages to Zixo where it's like, why was he so patient with this equality? Then the equality, he sees it come from the far left of his hand, so Zixo knows he had the equality this entire time. Why did he just pull the trigger there? Maybe he's got a second equality? So maybe Zixo's...
The mind games.
Yeah, the mind games there a little bit, so now he's not going to be wanting to commit as much because he thinks there's another equality in there.
And this double Consecration, not so devastating.
No.
However, the Doomsayer on board does go off if Zixo doesn't have any kind of answer. And looking at Zixo's hand, Dragonfire Potion's not the greatest answer to a Doomsayer.
Definitely not. Unless you have all dragons on board, then it kind of works out. But with 0 dragons on board at the moment, not ideal.
So, Lovely Chuk needs to think about how he wants to protect this Doomsayer. He could put up Infested Torrent because it's a taunt, but that's risky because of Potion of Madness. Or he could use True Silver to kill something, or he could be super greedy and just play Doomsayer into 6 attack and see if it goes off without any defensive support.
Definitely True Silver that 3-4.
I like that a lot.
100%.
He could True Silver the Radiant Elemental, but you're thinking Zixo doesn't need that mana that badly.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the coin still. He's had extra mana the whole time. Nothing to do with it. Not even hero powering, so he's trying to deny Zixo the draw there. Doesn't want to commit the Doomsayer either.
Zixo drawing a dragon is important for his Netherspite Historian to get value here, and he hits the Operative. Easiest decision of his life. Just nailed it.
Definitely one of the better cards to hit off of that Discover. Ooh.
Sunkeeper Terram off Operative. Is that the card, or is Lay on Hands better? Actually, hold on. What if you took Stonehill Defender? You could hit anything, even a Terram. No, you can't.
You can't. You can't.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Taunts, so you
That's a disaster.
Yeah, you just get garbage. I guess
he goes for the draw 3 over the Terram, thinking he needs more reload.
Mm-hmm.
He's thinking Lovely Chuk's got the answer to this board. He's going to want to be able to draw into more threats for after.
Yeah, I thought this would be Paladin favorite, but the Priest is putting up a pretty steady stream of pressure here. Lovely Chuk looks to be on the back foot.
He was in good shape until Zixo drew that dragon, played the Netherspite Historian, hitting Operative into Lay on Hands. That was an obscene value play.
I mean,
such for Zixo.
Yeah, but you said a lot of words there, but basically all you're saying is Dragon Priest drew a dragon and then used its dragon discover that almost always hits operative. So, you know, like...
You know what? You're right.
It's a very common thing that happened. It was a lot of actions, but I mean, that's what Dragon Priests do.
Dragon Priest did Dragon Priest things. It's pretty good.
Yeah, you have to expect that coming out of that deck.
So Lovely Chook's decision to not play the Doomsayer last turn looks like it didn't work out that well. Had he played it, Zixo's powerful play would have been disrupted, and we can kind of see Zixo doesn't have great answers to the card.
There's 3 power in play, so Zixo would have needed to deal 4 from hand to pop the Doomsayer. So there wasn't too many ways he could actually destroy it. I think.
Yeah, it's usually just Shadowed Pain from Priest, right?
Yeah, and one of those was just used. So I think really he was holding it back because he didn't want to give Zixo the draw, because he had noticed, you know, Zixo's been holding a lot of cards and had kind of a weak hand. So he didn't want the Cleric to be able to bump into the Doomsayer and then heal.
So notably, Potion of Madness would only be 6 damage on this Doomsayer.
Okay.
Zixo can start by Hero Powering to draw a card or lay on hands.
Draw 4.
Heck yeah. Why not both?
Zero mana Powerward Shield, not too bad to continue cycling.
No mana to Bookworm the Doomsayer.
Looks like he's gonna hold back the Powerward Shield.
Interesting.
He has 1 Shadow Word Pain remaining in the deck that he could have hit. But he values the resource highly.
So Zixo is just heavily outvaluing Lovely Chook here. Looking at hand sizes, 9-4.
Oh yeah, that lay on hands was huge. Maybe I think I might have underestimated the value of Dragon Priest. I thought it was probably gonna have one of the weaker end games. I thought Paladin would have one of the stronger end games, but
turns out it's a lot of cards.
Yeah, just so many mid-rangey threats.
And there's another operative picked up by Zixo. Just the king of late game value. Well, maybe not the king, but it's pretty close. It's pretty good. 5 mana, 5/6, discover something sweet.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think you just start dropping like 2 creatures a turn. Just apply the heat.
You can play the operative before the Twilight Drake because it's discovering a card, so it's not shrinking the Drake to play it first. Huh, what does N'Zoth do for a Dragon Priest?
Not much.
Okay.
He doesn't even run Potion of Madness in his deck list, so he can't even steal like an Infested Torrent or something. He's got literally like no anti-aggro tools besides Shadow Word Pain in this Dragon Priest deck list. He is definitely heavily targeting the control decks.
Okay.
That's maybe why our perception of the Dragon Priest, or my perception of the Dragon Priest, was kind of off in the beginning, is because typically when you see Dragon Priest on ladder, what they run is like double Potion of Madness, and sometimes even that new heal card. What's that card called?
The new heal card?
Yeah, heal 5 to a minion and your face.
Maybe Binding Heal?
Yeah, Binding Heal. They a lot of times run that. When you remove those and instead run big stuff, you have a lot more big stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sunkeeper Tarim doing Sunkeeper Tarim things. Killing 2 giant minions and buffing his smaller minions at the same time.
That card is absolutely nuts. That really helped Paladin a lot. I had no idea that card was going to be as powerful as it was.
Yeah, me neither. You know what's good against Sunkeeper Tarim is Bookworm. But then there's also the Equality Primordial Drake clear. It's got to be
I think that's
a
better.
good option here. Yeah.
You know, you're not
Like, when is
really...
Equality getting better than this? You have a full hand, and he's got a small hand, so you're thinking, I'm probably going to be ahead on board, so I should use this Equality while it's only hitting his side.
Exactly.
Lovely Chook just gassed out. You can see some frustration on his face for that top deck. I wonder if Zixo noticed.
Well, I mean, if we look at the deck list here, Lovely Chook whiffed on 4 different 6 drops that would have helped him, you know, extend into the late game. He has 2 8 drops remaining, a 10 drop, and Elise, so a 5-drop that generates additional value, and he hasn't hit either of his acolytes yet. So he whiffed on all of his draw and all of his late game except Ragnaros Lightlord and 1 Ivory Knight.
Yeah, you don't really want to draw a 2-drop when you got 10 mana and a small hand. Discovering another Draconid Operative. But then there's Deathwing. Deathwing's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's okay.
Operative's pretty good.
Yeah, it's like so clunky, and Operative extends more value. And plus, like, if you play the Deathwing Dragon Lord and your entire hand gets sent onto the board and then he equality clears it, you're feeling pretty sad.
Yeah, you hate to see that. It feels like the way you would lose this game.
Yeah, if any way to lose this game, it's that. Or you just spend 10 mana and he Aldors it and you cry.
Alright, having just seen a Bookworm, you feel a little bit tempted to go for Dirty Rat Doomsayer. It's not likely to work, but it's kind of... Oh, misses. You needed to hit the Bookworm off of that.
Yeah, that would have been sick.
Although...
Well, then you just Dragonfire potions you.
Yeah, it's not going to work out.
He needs an equality clear into, like, lay on hands.
What if he gets the other way? What if he gets lay on hands first, takes damage for a turn, then equality clears?
That could work.
Is this the second Doomsayer of the game?
This is the second Doomsayer of the game, yeah.
You can't, like, lay on hands into a quality conk Doomsayer. That would be pretty nice.
He's just getting slaughtered, man.
Yeah,
it is tough to win from this position. One of these players has a few more cards than the other guy.
Okay. So he bookworms the Doomsayer because that's the one he wants to get away code. He could have bookwormed the Dirty Rat and just traded into the Doomsayer and not taking damage on his minions. But he figures he wants to give his opponent a Doomsayer in hand.
Yeah.
Rather than give his opponent a Dirty Rat in hand. He doesn't want Dirty Rat pulling the Operative out of his hand, lose that battle cry.
Well, these aren't any good.
Well, he's got to go for the Doomsayer again, you're thinking, right? So what protects the Doomsayer the best? Probably a 3/6?
I would say a 3/6, yeah. Because there's a 1-attack minion that can just pop the bubble for free on your 2/2.
Right. Yeah, Lovely Chook doesn't have a ton of options here.
Yeah.
He went for the YOLO Doomsayer last turn, he's going for it again. So Dragonfire Potion kills off Zixo's Netherspite Historian and nothing else. You can trade the Netherspite Historian into the Fen Creeper. Dragonfire Potion, it only puts damage on your Priest of the Feast, and it really just nukes the board efficiently.
He can still point out a Dragonfire Potion if he doesn't hit something off this. Another Lay on Hands might be overkill as he's approaching the end of his deck, but an equality to go with the Drake.
I don't know, I think
the minion might be better.
Lovely Chook's hand is so empty. Like, the equality does something against the N'Zoth.
Yeah. But the N'Zoth is pretty weak right now.
Yeah. So you don't really need any of these options. You kind of just win the game without them.
I mean, he's won the game. It's been over for a little while now.
Alright, what if Lovely Chook just rips the equality here? Can he stay in it? Ooh, that's not an equality. So he Consecrations, that takes 3 damage off the board. He plays a Noble Sacrifice, that stops another 3. And he's still staring down 12 damage. That's game over. So 1 for Zixo. And we thought that Priest might be the weak spot in his lineup. So for it to get a win here, could bode very well for Zixo in the rest of this match.
Yeah, you have to imagine, just looking at the rest of Zixo's lineup, he's going against all control decks, basically, from Lovely Chook, and he has remaining his own control paladin, which is a lot greedier than Lovely Chook's control paladin, so it should do better in the mirrors and against other control decks. as well as Jade Druid with double Gadgets and Auctioneer and a Curator, so it has like a ton of draw in it, and the double Nourish, which is standard, right? So just like extra draw in Jade Druid, and Jade Druid's already a deck that just dunks on control. So Zixo's anti-control lineup is going against Lovely Chook's anti-control lineup, but all of Zixo's decks are just a little bit greedier than Lovely Chook's. He's got a huge advantage in the match, and his least greedy deck is already out of the way.
Yeah. Zixo put himself in a great spot to win. Jade Druid, I gotta think, is generally like the king of these kind of grindy, slow control matchups. It loses to Quest Rogue, but that's banned, and apart from that, it just smashes everything.
Yeah. I strongly predict that this Jade Druid is going to have no problem getting a win against whatever deck Lovely Chook decides to queue up against it. This is Conquest with a ban. Both players banned each other's Quest Rogues, and when you win with a deck, it is eliminated. First player to eliminate all of their own decks wins the round. So Zixo, his Priest is eliminated. He's got it through. Now he's got to get through with the Jade Druid, and then he's got to get through with his N'Zoth Paladin.
So for Lovely Chook to win, I'm thinking he's going to want to beat Zixo's Paladin a bunch of times somehow. I mean, Zixo could just have horrible draws with either deck, right? Maybe Zixo draws Innervate, Earth and Scales, Jade Idol, Wild Growth, Jade Blossom, and no card draw, right?
I mean, Lovely Chook could just surprise us all and play just like ridiculously well with this Gunther Mage or something and do some crazy stuff that just out-tempos Jade Druid and takes him down.
Okay.
Or the Paladin maybe just had a bad draw and he's showing us what it's made of right now. It's got 2 Dirty Rats too. Some cute little Dirty Rat things could happen and really mess up the Jade Druid.
Yeah, Dirty Rat a Gadget and Auctioneer and deal with it. Deny a bunch of card draw. Dirty Ratting out a Jade Minion's okay.
Yeah.
Dirty Rat, by the way, gets killed by Stampeding Kodo in a pretty nasty way.
Yeah. I love Zixo's Jade Druid deck. Double Stampeding Kodo, Curator.
I mean, you just love Jade Druid in this matchup.
I love Jade Druid in general, but
it's a strong deck.
Kodo Curator against Control is beautiful. And
Zixo keeps Innervate off the mulligan, which is it's kind of the way he loses, drawing too many cards like Innervate, but it's such a strong card in the early game that he keeps it anyways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Lovely Chook keeps Stonehill Defender, throws away the other 2. He's looking to try and get on the board and be aggressive as soon as possible, which is very difficult to do with Control Paladin. Control Paladin is on the clock against Jade Druid. Jade Druid can go infinite in the end game, so you have to kill him before they can get to that. So really what he's looking for is, I guess, Wild Pyromancer to help tempo out, or the Murloc guy that discovers the secret, or even just tempoing out Dirty Rats probably isn't that bad.
I think generally he's just looking to power spike with N'Zoth on turn 10, rebind Tyrion, and hopefully push for lethal that way. He just wants Death Rattles and N'Zoth, and that's how you kill a Jade Druid, right?
Sure. The deck list runs N'Zoth, but if you take a look very closely at it, there is 1 Infested Tauren and Tyrion.
Okay. And Stonehill Defender hits some Death Rattles as well?
Yeah, I guess so. But that's Tyrion. The best thing off Stonehill Defender right there. Sunkeeper Terran. That card destroys Jade Druid, because Jade Druid, or Druid in general, the philosophy of Druid is they spend a lot of time in the early game ramping up, just ignoring the board and gaining additional mana crystals to then try and fight back later with big stuff. Well, if you ignore the board and Paladin develops a bunch of little dudes and then you play something big into it, this card, Sunkeeper Terran, is going to buff all the little Paladin dudes and kill your big guy. So it's like the actual best possible card against Druid.
Yeah. And sometimes Jade Druid just floods a bunch of big guys in one turn, and Sunkeeper Terran just answers all of them in one turn while applying pressure. Like you said, just perfect card for this matchup.
I would love to see him extend this Wild Pyromancer. Like, I know he's got 2 equalities in his hand, and I know Swipe's a card. I think you just risk the Swipe when you just go in.
I don't think you risk the Swipe. The Swipe full clears, like, it's so perfect and clean for Zixo. Okay. I think, and also, look, Lovely Chook has no reload in his hand if a swipe happens. His next turn is just hero power pass. Oh, it's going man mode? Yes, he's with you.
Yeah, because your next turn's gonna be Hero Power Wild Pyromancer anyway. Like, hey, you scoop into swipe. Let's go.
Okay. Okay.
Put the pressure on, land the Sunkeeper. I like it. Lovely Chook's got some balls.
Fandral Wrath. Oh no, he's got Fandral Nourish Wrath.
Fandral Nourish Wrath, yeah.
That's maybe even better than swipe. I think you'd go for swipe first and then do this play later if you had it. But yeah, anytime you Fandral Innervate Nourish Wrath, you gotta feel like you're winning.
Yeah, but you got twice as much mana as your opponent and just as many cards.
Yeah.
Like it's a little unfair.
Developed a dude, killed a dude, drew cards, and developed his mana crystals.
Here we go, though. This is a good little tempo equality. Lovely Chook can take down the Fandral, and then get a little 2-2 out there, and maybe put up a secret that can try and help make his guys survive. Really hoping that Zixo didn't draw Swipe in those card draws.
So, Noble Sacrifice versus Getaway Coda. You definitely don't want Eye for an Eye against Druid. Eye for an Eye has a role against decks with Ice Block, but against Druid, no thanks.
Yeah, he goes with Getaway Kodo because he wants to get more Sunkeeper Terrams or Tyrians. If Zixo Hero Powers down the minion, Lovely Chook's going to get the Stonehill Defender back in his hand. Try and get more big threats to pressure with. But being 4 mana behind...
It's a lot.
Yeah.
1 mana is a lot. 4 it's ridiculous.
And it's not like the Jade count's just like completely... It's at 2, right? So it's like not even that bad.
Yeah, but it's not going to stay there. It's going to start ticking up pretty quick.
Yeah, it's going to be at 4 once the Eye is dead. This is bad.
So the Terram's actually kind of buffing some of the opponent's minions here.
Yeah.
Jade count's so small.
And
it'd be awful to use the second equality this early, because then Zixo just knows that's out of the way.
Yeah,
Tough spot.
Typically speaking, Druid doesn't have 3 minions out on the field going into the Paladin's turn 6.
Yeah.
That's rough. I mean, you still got to do it, right? Like,
right.
You got a choice in the matter. And it's a bummer because the Aya comes back to life as a 4/4 still.
How do you get punched if you just go face?
You do not.
Oh.
Spell Power Starfall?
Okay.
I don't know. Like, throwing ideas out there, but yeah,
Yep.
I think the trades are a little too safe. He takes 1 trade immediately. It's more about the Getaway Kodo, right? That's what it's about right now.
Okay.
So I think the trade with the Silverhand Recruit is just saying, I really do not want to Getaway Kodo the Silverhand Recruit, and then it's, do I care which of these gets Getaway Kodoed? And Lovely Chook says, you know what? No, I don't. He could have traded in the 3/3 with Taunt to try and, more likely get the Sunkeeper Terran back. But opts to go with the face damage instead. So
yeah, he figures if he gets the Stonehill Defender back, he'll just discover another Terran. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe discover a Tyrion instead of then his off power spike.
That is true. The interesting part about this deck is it just relies so heavily on the Tyrion N'Zoth interaction and the ability for Stonehill to get more Tyrions. Running little to no death rattles in it. Except for Tyrion. And just flooding 3 Tyrions out there at the end of game.
So decklist being available, Lovely Chook knows Zixo has Stampeding Coda, Primordial Drake in hand. Mm-hmm. So it'll be interesting to see how much he can use that information, play around it over the course of the game. So for instance, Lovely Chook's Doomsayer, this is a very unreliable play based on the Stampeding Coda.
The Tyrion
N'Zoth, that's a really key draw. Oh, unlucky.
Where's the second Tyrion?
Only 2 legendaries to discover.
None of these are good, though.
Yeah, you really wanted a Tyrion or maybe a Terram.
And that's about it, right?
Sketchy.
Like, all the other taunts are just bad. As Dirty Rat could be kind of cute. Dirty Rat the Kodo and then slam a Doomsayer.
So he could play Wicker Flame Burn Bristle this turn, curve it into Tyrion on 8, Rag on 9, and N'Zoth on 10. Wicker Flame gets Kodo'd pretty hard, though.
No, what he is doing... Hero power in this turn. The Kodo does not always hit Doomsayer.
Yeah, so Zixo can use the swipe to set up the Kodo on Doomsayer.
Well, you can just trade everything and use a hero power. But he does have to commit 7 mana to that, which means his board development could be a little bit weaker. He doesn't want to pop the Aya, so he does go with the swipe.
Yeah, the nice thing about keeping Aya around is it means if Lovely Chook ever does some kind of equality clear like Pyro Equality, he's already got that Jade Dude on board, so he's not as far behind.
Tyrion 8 into N'Zoth on 10. Wicked curves.
It's a good plan. And this is the Gadget turn for Zixo. Doesn't like his other options. And Gadget with Wild Growth, pretty nice. 2 mana, draw 3. You like that.
Yeah.
Like a Battle Rage.
It's pretty disgusting.
Played 2 Earthen Scales with it this turn. We've already seen 1 Innervate, but I don't think we've seen the second.
Correct.
So he's fishing for the second.
He's
He's gonna buff that 4/4 up to a 6/6 so he can trade Tyrion after he gets the Divine Shield out of the way.
Looking to try and hit Innervate for that Wrath and the bubble. Doesn't get there.
That's okay. When he eventually finds the Innervate, he can use it with the second Gadget if he even needs more cards. He may not with a hand like that.
Yeah, he's still got Nourish to go as well. Getting that Curator draw too, very impactful. So he is popping the Aya this turn to save the Kodo. That's going to open himself up a little bit more to equality. But one of the things about that is he's already really opened up to equality because the Ashbringer could pop the Aya anyway.
This is so interesting. He could Dirty Rat Pyro Equality, or he could Pyro Equality Sunwalker, curving into N'Zoth.
Or he could just whack the 4/4 and heal for 8.
Okay.
8/8's are big.
8s are big. Dies on board and Zixo develops a new board. Will you get a better equality against that?
Yeah. The Jades keep getting bigger. they don't get smaller.
Okay, okay. So, if you Dirty Rat, you know you risk pulling Primordial Drake. The Taunt would protect the Gadget, so you'd swing first. And then you can't really Dirty Rat with this Drag Light Lord. Too risky. Oh, you don't even have mana. I'm sorry, he's on 9, on 10.
Is 1 Tyrion enough?
Is 1 Tyrion enough? Well, I think it's gonna have to be.
Okay.
It looks like it's not, but it's gonna have to be.
Try and make it work. I mean,
Yeah.
potentially he could stall it out a little bit longer, look for second Tyrion. He's got...
Very low odds they hit a second Tyrion, right?
it's not that low. It's a class card on the Discover.
You have to find the Stonehill Defender, hit the Tyrion, play the Tyrion.
Oh, yeah,
then
yeah,
play
yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
like a lot. It's
To
a long
find
time.
it and everything, yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's
for
probably
sure.
not even gonna hit the Tyrion.
But what are the odds off Stonehill Defender? Those are pretty good. I've had 5 or 6 Tyrions in one game before.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I want to say it's like 10% to hit a specific Paladin Legendary. Is that right? I don't really remember.
It
Actually,
feels
I
like
should-
much higher than 10%.
It does feel higher.
Yeah, it feels like a solid 25. But I didn't do the math or anything. It's just gut feeling, you know?
I was going. Number 10 came from my memory, but it's kind of a vague one.
Okay.
I definitely agree with the feeling that it's higher than 10%.
Innervate picked up for the Gadget. Primordial Drake, one of the great upsides of this is the taunt makes so the Ashbringer can't really hit anything too useful.
Yeah.
Just kind of limp and stranded there. But one of the downsides of Primordial Drake is it's an 8-mana play that develops only 4 pressure on the board. So it gives Lovely Chook quite a bit of time. So he could potentially try and hold out a little bit longer.
The thing is, what does Lovely Chook do with time? Because time favors Zixo. If Zixo can slow the game down, Zixo wins.
Well, if you can get an equality clear and Zixo not have that good of a reload and put out 2 or 3 Tyrions.
Okay.
I don't know. He's got 32 health to chew through with these Tyrions, but like maybe.
How's he got 3 Tyrions? Like right now he's at 1. You could
Okay.
potentially find Stonehill Defender for 2.
Mm-hmm. And then you get away Kodo, the Stonehill Defender.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to find the Murloc and then discover the getaway Kodo, and then
He's got a lot of
it's a
work to
long process. You know, it's not easy.
do. No.
He's definitely not in a winning position. I'm not trying to kid you that. I'm just saying there's a chance.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for.
You gotta believe. I don't think one Tyrion's gonna cut it, and he knows that. He's sitting here. He's like, I play this N'Zoth that's conceding the game. We gotta make something happen. He's a playmaker.
I like going for the N'Zoth and just believing in it. You know, I disagree with you on that.
Put your faith in the light.
Put my faith in light. The first Tyrion's the best one. The second one's not really getting you another Ashbringer that's of any
How many
effect.
cards do you think are in Zixo's deck right now? Like 6? Like what do you...
Yeah, which means he's about to die to the Gadget Jade Idol train at the end.
Well, you equality that. I guess
No.
then they
There's
go
just more.
Nourish Jade Idol, yeah.
Once that happens once, you're not ever doing anything to win the game.
I guess that's true.
You're never getting the board. Like, I think you have to go for the N'Zoth and just hope it's enough.
Well, I think he was trying to dirty red out that gadget there. Whiffed on it.
Yeah.
Just hope he could try and stop it before it happened. And... oh, it's happening. Zixo's being super patient with it too, playing around this equality and whatnot. Just waiting until he kind of has to do it. He doesn't have to do it yet. There's not that much pressure on him. He knows all he has to beat is a N'Zoth and a Tyrion. And as long as he can set up a board that can do that, then he can wait for additional cards so he can make sure he goes off and cleans through his entire deck at the end, producing as many Jade Idols as possible.
All right, so now going back to the game plan you were talking about, he picks up the Hydrologist. We get a Getaway Kodo off of that, and then the Stonehill Defender for Tyrion for the Getaway Kodo. That sets up the Giant N'Zoth.
Yep.
Also Redemption for Tyrion, right?
Sure.
That also works for the Giant N'Zoth.
Yeah, it
It's
looks
easier,
like
even.
Wild Pyromancer's Secret going to be coming out.
So Getaway Kodo seems better than Redemption here. It means you have to skip the hero power, so Zixo will know that it's Getaway Kodo.
Well, you could take Redemption and save it for after the N'Zoth. And just use Forbidden Healing to activate.
Okay. I like that.
Saving Getaway Kodo.
Good spot.
He's trying to Getaway Kodo the N'Zoth.
Oh, you want to do that. Then the
Yeah.
second N'Zoth spawns, double all the things.
Yeah, then you get the 3 Tyrions. See, he's figured it out!
You can get 4 that way. Right? If you get 2 on the first and then 4 on the second.
Oh, true, we gotta
Right
find
now
the
he's
Stonehill
right now he's
Defender
just getting 1 Tyrion, let's be real. But
still. Yeah, 1 Tyrion, then 2 once you kill the N'Zoth. Because
it's
Zixo
kind of hard to
the...
get away Kodo the N'Zoth.
Well,
He's
Zixo
not gonna
kills
kill
the
that.
N'Zoth first to play around Redemption.
Mm.
And then you get him with the Getaway Kodo. You know, Lovely Chook's going 1 level deeper than...
But there's
Right now.
there's a taunt in the way. How does he kill the N'Zoth first?
I mean, it's... yes.
Yeah, you just believe.
Yeah, swipe Wrath it. With the no Wraths and no swipes left.
So Jade Behemoth hero power is pretty reasonable here. You don't have to get too fancy, it's enough.
I mean, I honestly wouldn't have even hated just playing both Jade cards because both the qualities are gone.
Oh, sure, yeah. It kind of seems better when you put it that way.
Yeah,
But this will work.
it'll do. So now Lovely Chook can trade into the 3/6, set up the Getaway Kodo, and then plop down the Tyrion, try and Getaway Kodo this N'Zoth. It's coming together.
He's just slamming his off here.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, this is how you do it. Now
Well,
the
no,
Tyrion's
you do this
gonna
like
die.
5 turns ago.
No, but now the Tyrion's gonna die, and then he's gonna
Right.
play the secret with just N'Zoth on board, and Zixo's gonna
Zixo
ignore it
might
and kill
solve
him.
the mystery.
Yeah. Well, maybe he doesn't
He's
see
got-
it coming.
Yeah, it's pass without hero powering with like 10 mana unspent. That might be a getaway Kodo.
There's a chance.
I really like the Chinese voice acting, like, what do I do here and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea what they're saying, but I like how it sounds.
All right.
He's going for that second gadget. His deck's thin enough, he can just spam a lot of Jade Idols.
Seems like an effective strategy.
One thing, just a minor point there, is when you have the gadget Jade Idol stuff going on, you draw before it shuffles the stuff into your deck. So you want to shuffle while you still have a card in your deck. You don't want to wait until you have 0 cards in your deck to shuffle.
It's true. A lot of people take unnecessary 1 point of fatigue damage and don't draw a card. I see that on ladder all the time. I do that on ladder all the time.
I've done it.
It's very easy to do.
Yeah. And then you're like, don't care, win anyways.
So this is the fateful moment where we see if Zixo kills the N'Zoth or ignores it.
这样，或者这样。
So killing gadget seems like a good idea. Do you want to use your face or N'Zoth? Probably N'Zoth, right? Because you try to bait him into killing it.
Well, is that too obvious then?
Oh, right.
You gotta.
It's gonna be too obvious no matter what.
Well, it's all about timing now. Lovely Juice gotta time this perfect. You play the Aldor, sure. Pretend it's. I don't know what he's going for.
Yeah, it's just not gonna work.
No hero power?
Skip the hero power.
Why?
Because he doesn't want the getaway Kodo of the hero power.
Sure.
He's saying you just can't kill my minions.
I guess
now,
he
or I'll
doesn't
get
mind
attacked.
if you get away Kodo's the Aldor either. Just puts a
Well-
little bit of pressure.
Sort of doesn't mind anything because he's gonna lose no matter what.
That is true. It's going to be really hard to come back from this board that Zixo's about to present. Of,
Yeah, he can nourish and make a bunch of big things.
I mean, he could
Both
just
qualities are gone.
he just play double Jade Spirit and then
Good too. He can do it however he wants.
He's worried about dying though.
Okay.
Lovely Chook has 2 consecrates available to him, potentially, right? Or have we seen more?
我想，
If he's got
I don't
another
remember
consecrate in the tank,
consecrates.
then he could do 17 in 1 turn. Zixo
Okay.
might want to
I need
just
Feral
Feral
Rage.
Rage for armor, just to be safe.
不等人，
But I'm not 100% sure if we've seen a consecrate earlier on in this game or not.
应该如何应对？
I don't know, can Lovely Chook ever just work him down over multiple turns? No, right? Because he's at risk of just dying to this Jade stuff.
He's at a pretty big
Oh, wow.
risk of dying with lethal setup here.
He could have gone for Jade Idol and Feral Rage instead of that second Jade Spirit to be safer.
This could kill him. Blessing of Kings off the Ivory Knight for lethal.
Oh, you hate to see that.
That is not going to do it. Zixo appears to have disconnected or something. He's looking around very frantically. That is the facial expression of someone that is disconnected.
Okay.
I've seen it a lot. I've
Yeah,
been,
he's like,
a
please,
tournament
no.
goer.
I have this.
Yeah, he's like, I've won the game. What's going on? Here comes the admin. He tried to play the Jade Idol last turn and was unable to do so.
So, Hand of Protection seems a little bit more relevant than the other cards.
Yeah, unfortunately for Lovely Chook, not a lot of heal out of that one. So he's still facing down lethal damage.
行动起来！
What he can do...
He's gonna die.
Well, he can set up away the getaway Kodo here. You Divine Shield the 5/6, double trade into the 8/8, and smork some face. And don't hero power. And because the...
He's dying.
The
Feral
disconnect...
Rage kills him.
Okay. Well, that's good that Feral Rage kills him, actually, because otherwise Zixo's Jade Idol that he was unable to play could have potentially cost him the game, you know?
Yeah. No, he's got it.
Yeah.
So Lovely Chook was in it after all. The
Yes.
Ivory Knight for Blessing of Kings would have taken it.
Yeah, which is...
Closer than you'd expect.
Yeah, I think Zixo could have played that a little safer. Like, I'm guessing the other Consecrate had been used, and Zixo's like, there's no possible way I can die. Turns out, the one out that he gave Lovely Chook was Ivory Knight and a Blessing of Kings. And I think Zixo is more likely to win if he just goes Feral Rage for armor and then extends the Jades there.
Regardless, he takes the win, going up 2-0 in the series. It's Conquest, he just needs to win with one more deck to close it out, which is his N'Zoth Paladin. we've seen N'Zoth Paladin lose 2 games for Lovely Chook. Let's see if Zixo can win a game with it.
This is a deck that is very new in the current metagame. Like, everyone was playing mid-range Paladin, mid-range Murloc Paladin for the longest time, and we recently saw Shoop with the breakout performance with the Control Paladin and DreamHack Austin taking first place with it and just having a dominating performance with it throughout the entire tournament. And not a lot of players having the same result just yet, but apparently it's a T1 meta deck. We also I saw on Twitter earlier today, Dwayna hit Legend with a Control Paladin already this season.
Yeah, it's interesting. Somehow Paladin's just a very good class, even without a lot of new tools necessarily added to it. I mean, I guess Stonehill Defender and Tarim, those are kind of the key.
Tarim's insane.
Yeah, Tarim's insane.
Holy smokes, is Tarim good. But yeah, the biggest inherent weakness of Paladin that I feel is its removal kit is so predictable. They have Equality, True Silver, and Consecrate, and that's it. Like, that's the whole kit. Like, other than that, they're developing minions on you. They have very limited ways that they can really interact with the board, so you can kind of play around them a lot easier than other classes that have more intricate ways that they can disrupt your game plan.
Okay. A class like Mage, there's just a whole suite of things.
Yeah, exactly. Which is one of the interesting things about the Ungaru set, actually, is there are way less removals in like every given class than there previously was. Because in the previous sets, a lot of them had, like every class had a 2-mana deal 3 and a 1-mana deal 2. Like every class had one of those cards. And now, like, Druid lost their 1-mana deal 2, Warlock lost their 2-mana deal 3, Hunter lost their 2-mana deal 3. Like, almost every class is down at least 1 or 2 removal spells. So there's a lot less board interactive removal and a lot more minion development, proactive tempo-based things.
So the rest of this series is going to center around Zixo's N'Zoth Paladin, and it has to lose 3 times for Zixo to lose the series. So I'm looking at Zixo's N'Zoth Paladin list, and I'm noticing it's not playing Sunkeeper Tarim, and it's not playing Stonehill Defender to discover Sunkeeper Tarim. I guess he figures he's so consistently behind on board, Sunkeeper Tarim is just not at its best.
Yep. He instead has Karen Bloodhoof. So a little bit of an interesting choice there. But it's another Death Rattle for N'Zoth, which is pretty solid. And he has double Spike Ridge Steed, which we saw no Spike Ridge Steeds in the Control Paladin from Lovely Chook. Spike Ridge Steed is an insane card against Control. Or just in general. If you're able to stick it, it's so powerful. And you can also land it on, like, Acolyte of Pains, or land it on Doomsayers to try and guarantee that they go off.
Oh yeah, Acolyte with Spike Ridge Steed is a very fun and good feeling. You like that. Also a Dirty Rat, Dirty Rat being a 2/6, since it has so much higher health than attack, buffing its attack value is worth quite a lot, because it makes it so that when they're trading into it, they're really taking a lot of damage on their minions.
Yeah, it turns it into a 4/12.
4/12 is a good stat line.
Yeah. No kidding. So the mirror. Lovely Chook queuing up yet again with the Paladin. One of the reasons why you would queue up the same deck 3 times in a row is, why?
Conquest. Pick order, you don't care.
Yeah, I guess. I was going to say, like,
because you're not predictable.
Yeah, I was going to say deck lists are, like, to conceal information, but deck lists are revealed, so...
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, he's not concealing any information. It's all out there. Maybe
what he's doing is he's baiting his future opponents into expecting him to queue up the same deck over and over again, and he switches it up, gets an advantage. He figures in this matchup it doesn't really matter, and he's just trying to create a false pattern to lead to throw off future opponents.
Sure, we'll go with that one.
Now that's some next level gaming right there.
Well, who do you think has the advantage in this matchup? As they're both Control Paladin, but Zixo's Control Paladin has more death rattles and more late game, but like a totally different late game, whereas Lovely Chook's is a lot more proactive.
Yeah, so Lovely Chook's going to want to look to be ahead on board so he can take advantage of Sunkeeper Tarim. Right? If he can have 1/1s on board, those are extra 3/3s. That's a big deal. That's how he snowballs and wins. And Coiny Acolyte against a 1/1, that's a winning play as well.
It's not bad, for sure. Zixo can respond with his own Acolyte, though, because Lovely Chook does not have access to the coin for True Silver Champion, so both players are kind of just grind Acolytes here for draws.
Yeah. Neither player has any stampeding Kodos in their deck. That's not a thing that's going to happen on Acolyte of Pain.
It's a whiff.
It's a bit of a brick, yeah.
I mean, it's on curve. You get the 3/5 if you want, but he's going to go with the Psychotron.
Whew.
Planning to True Silver on 4, so he needs a play for 5. So you know what? Take the Psychotron.
And that's one of the powerful things about Discover. It's not just you get to pick the best of 3 cards. You get to pick the best of 3 cards knowing your hand in the game state.
Mm-hmm.
So True Silver here. Is a play. That Acolyte of Pain's a bummer. You could Consecration.
That Consecrate's a
Feels like
bummer,
bad-
too.
Yeah, I don't like it much. It looks like to be on Consecration line, though.
He denies himself some Acolyte value as well. If you go with the True Silver line, you both get 3 off Acolyte. This way you both get 2 off Acolyte.
Yeah, prioritize denying Zixo card draw.
Mm-hmm.
He's afraid of Zixo drawing into that Cairn Tyrion is off package faster.
Yeah. So he wants the game to go slower?
Or he feels like, yeah, I guess.
I don't know.
It doesn't necessarily mean he wants the game to go long. It just means he doesn't want his opponent to have those options for them. He's more scared of Zixo drawing cards than he is happy about himself drawing cards. Which kind of means he wants the game to go faster and end faster.
Huh.
Does that make sense?
I guess this is maybe because he has a turn 5 play? But I don't know. I think that's a very questionable play. I'd put a question mark on that 100%. Like,
Okay.
you both draw the same amount of cards, but you get a True Silver charge developed. Like, I think the True Silver is a superior play. Then this turn he could have just True Silver down the 2/2, played Psychotron.
So he's kind of wondering about clearing going into the Spike Ridge Steed turn, but if you True Silver here, how do you clear Zixo's next play? I think the Spike Ridge Steed's just going to have to happen. Psychotron probably comes out.
You can clear most of the next plays. You can clear, like, Ivory Knight. The only thing you can't clear is Karen.
Okay. It's just, with him clearing, it's not very efficient, right? Like, True Silvering a 2/2 is not good.
Yeah.
And you think, Zixo's just going to keep hero powering, and how are you going to keep efficiently clearing the hero powers to stop Spike Ridge Steed long term? You can stop it for a turn or two, but it's not efficient. Things kind of get worse.
Sure. So he's just embracing the Spike Ridge Steed, and it's pretty good from Zixo. That card is really strong. Which begs the question: there are no Spike Ridge Steeds in Lovely Chook's deck, right?
Just check that.
Yeah, none.
Yeah. On 6, he has 1 Ivory Knight and 1 Sunkeeper Terran. So these are very different as off Paladin lists.
Oh yeah, like 180 degrees different here. I don't know. Spike Ridge Steed is a very staple card in the NA and EU metagame for Paladin as a class, not just not just control Paladin. If we
if you look at what it does, it's 6 mana for 12 health worth of taunt. That's a lot. If they don't silence that or bounce it or something, it's very tough to just go through.
Every Paladin list in the tournament except Lovely Chook's Paladin and Jason Zhao's, I think, has at least 1 Spike Ridge Steed, even the more aggressive variants with Finja.
Finja into Spike Ridge Steed, by the way, is pretty nice. A lot of times when you play Finja, they smork you and just try and rush you down while you're wasting turn 5, not developing anything. And Spike Ridge Steed just turns that right around. So he chooses not to Eldor the 4/5, and instead let it eat an infested Tauren.
He brings it back later anyway. Gotta get eat sometime.
Sure.
He's probably saving Aldor, I guess, for Tyrion or Karen. You need to have an Aldor for Karen, right? So you can be able to ignore it.
Yeah, there's some really high priority Eldor targets for sure.
One of the big things also that could swing this matchup a little bit is Lovely Chook has Harrison Jones in his deck, a tech card. Pretty good for long, grindy value games. You get to remove 15 points of removal from your opponent and draw 3 cards.
That's a nice little swing there, yeah. So that's going to be a key thing. Finding Harrison in time to deal with 6-0's Tyrion. The Tyrion 6-0 is setting up for the Tyrion turn, probably just Ivory Knight. Like, Consecration clears, but how much do you care about clearing a 2-2 and a 1-1? Enough.
There's a
Apparently.
lot, yeah. He breaks up the equality combo. That's something to note as well. Now his equality's a little bit stranded, but you know he's so far ahead on board, I guess he thinks he doesn't need it. Heals up the minion to a 4-8. Healing your face in this matchup, not the most valuable thing in the world, as neither deck really pressures that hard and has no burst.
He's healing his minion out of range of a true silver.
Mm-hmm.
Very relevant this turn.
Yeah.
So both players now have Consecration on just 2 minions. They realize Consecration is just not going to hit a ton of stuff, and take what you can get. Pulling Aldor, it's not the worst.
Zixo was clearly setting up for a Tyrion on the previous turn, you know, with the Consecrate full clear, so Lovely Chook going to try and deny that Tyrion as much as possible by setting a Doomsayer this turn.
He risked pulling the Tyrion out, but he was okay with that outcome because he had Aldor. Well, Equality would deal with the Doomsayer, but that's not worth it at all.
Is it not?
Is it?
I don't hate it.
No.
Equality trade Karen?
Hate it.
Really? I mean, it
I'm
keeps
more
the
inclined to
pressure.
pass and just concede tempo.
No, never concede
No?
tempo. I love tempo, man.
Well, Zixu can get tempo back. He has Equality and Doomsayer. He just needs to pick up like a Pyro or a Consecration, so he can just Equality clear and Doomsayer to get the tempo back.
Yeah, but that's believing you're going to draw it. He's already used a Consecration.
I mean, he's already been believing. That's why he used the Consecration in the first place.
Yeah, that's,
Look at that.
that's a tough spot.
That's one of the weirder cards you'll see this tournament. Hammer of Wrath, 4 mana, deal 3, draw a card. Just not very efficient, but sometimes it's what you need. It's cute with Pyromancer in some spots. Oop. Pretty good here. Look at that board. What up?
Yeah.
So Zixo conceded tempo, but it wasn't too bad.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Lovely Chook had nothing to develop. There was no Tyrion that came down or anything. I'm afraid, given, you know, your opponent tempo going into turn 8, because you're afraid of, like, Raglight Lord or Tyrion. But Zixo did have the Aldor to try and answer it, so...
Yeah, or just his own Tyrion to play into it. Would be kind of okay.
I mean, you can't beat empty board Tyrion.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's thinking about that Harrison Jones. He's thinking, is there any way I can not risk that this game? No, probably not.
No, it's going to happen eventually.
That's going to happen. You're going to play the Tyrion, you're going to dissolve the Tyrion. Harrison's going to happen.
Alright, so Lovely Chook's got about 6.67% to find that Harrison Jones. How many cards does that mean he has?
A little bit under 20.
Okay.
18.
Wow, they still have a lot of cards left. Neither player has really drawn at all.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's what that stat meant. Oh, we could discover a Tyrion. It'd be a 7/7. Yeah. Really power up that N'Zoth, you know?
And that's weighted towards class cards as well, right? There's a lot of pretty high quality Paladin class cards.
So now, Lovely Chook's not in any rush to kill that Tyrion, because the longer the Tyrion sticks around, the more chances Lovely Chook has to find Harrison for the Ashbringer run. So we might see Zixo aggressively trading with Tyrion. Just taking bad trades to try and kill his own Tyrion off.
Seems reasonable.
Not playing Raglight Lord here, right?
If you really want to
That's
kill off your
good.
Tyrion, you could just slam this Doomsayer.
Karen seems very appealing to me on this board. And then what do you do with the rest of your turn? Squeeze in a hero power, or tempo a wicker flame. Oh wow, he's doomsayering. That's a good way to kill a decent Tyrion, I suppose.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Huh.
So, how do we deal with the Doomsayer? So far in this match, we've been dealing with Doomsayer by not dealing with it, just letting it
我是
go.
不是应该？
And may continue to be the case here.
You're giving up a lot of stats to let it go, though.
Yep.
Is there any sort of cute wild pyromancer play that makes this happen? You could wild pyromancer, lighten the darkness, and then clear it. Oh, you got a ooze now. There you go.
Oh wow.
Mission accomplished. I guess now we can let
play
it go.
You ever take the Spirit Umbra? Try and it's so hard to combo with anything.
What would you combo with? Lovely Juke doesn't really run death rattles.
Yeah.
He's like,
You'd have to get it to stick.
yeah, he's
Hard.
like a combo deck almost. He's not even like that much of a control deck because he runs like extra draw and then he tries to combine like Hydrologist plus Stonehill Defender to get getaway Kodos to then get more Tyrions and then revive bunches of Tyrions. It's weird, man. Whereas Zixos just plays high value cards.
Yeah. High value cards are pretty good against grindy control matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Six is very consistent with how he teched his deck lists for his, conquest strategy of beating slow decks.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, Ashbringer probably pushing 5 to the face. And what else? Is he gonna Dirty Rat this turn? It's a pretty reasonable Dirty Rat turn since you have Ashbringer attack available to you.
Yeah. Just try and get something to swing at.
I hate to see that. You really would have liked to hit, ideally, the Acidic Swamp Ooze. Not that he knows that, but would have loved that. But just anything else was much better than the Wicker.
That's for sure. Even things he can't kill would be better. Like, sometimes you pull in a Zoth or something.
Oh, that'd be nice.
That's a happy day.
Yep. Alright, and Karen finally comes down. Ashbringer into a Divine Shield. Two Pyros, 2 Equalities in Lovely Juke's hand. He's got to figure out how to use these resources. He could Aldor the Cairn, trade into the Dirty Rat, use the weapon. That would be a pretty natural turn. The thing is, he has to figure out how is he going to win this game. Because Zixo's going to play that in his Oth eventually.
Well, he can beat the N'Zoth. The question is, can he beat everything else without using the resources that he needs to beat the N'Zoth? Like, currently his hand doesn't, but...
Nice little bit of sequencing there from Lovely Juke. He swings with the weapon before the Wicker Flame Ender, so that he ends up at 30 instead of 28.
I wish we knew what the card counts were at. We could tell who's winning in fatigue, because it might go that far.
It's tough to take Zixos list to fatigue.
I mean,
There's an Elise in there, double Spiker Steed, double Ivory Knight.
I've seen Elise
Off.
whiff a lot.
Okay.
I've played decks completely designed to open Ungaro packs. And let me tell you,
Yeah.
they're a lot more underwhelming than you'd think they'd be.
I would think them to be very good, because I just remember losing with Quest Rogue against some packs that got things like Sunkeeper Tarum.
Okay. Yeah. My packs. Not as many Sunkeeper Terrams as I'd like.
Okay.
Triple equality for Zixo now. 0 equality activators.
He's got these 1/1s. Those are quality activators.
Sure, when you got the board, makes sense.
Stonehill Defender, pretty good pickup here. Nice high value proactive card to play with his otherwise very reactive hand.
Here's Tyrion. Oop, Sunkeeper Terram's pretty good, but he's behind right now. The Divine Shields aren't bad.
Can you value trade that Wicker Flame and then pair him? Is that good?
Your opponent has 3 minions that get turned into 3/3s. You have 3 minions that get turned into 3/3s.
Yeah, that 7-mana Divine Shield guy is actually very relevant. People don't talk about it much, but hitting him off Stonehill Defender is a thing, and it matters, and it's good.
Yeah. At this point, he could double trade and then give his guys Divine Shield.
You can give your guys Divine Shield first because the opponent has 1 attack minions on board.
Well, you're hiding behind it, not.
Okay. Yeah.
But he's gonna hold it, try and get higher priority targets, just True Silver down the 4/4. Seems very reasonable. But at this point, wouldn't it have been better maybe to take the Sunkeeper Terran?
Tarim does look pretty good here. I mean, they're both quite strong. That's a tough decision.
Yeah.
Consecration, really key pickup for Zixo with a triple equality hand and no activators. You'll recall Zixo used Consecration earlier in the game to kill just 2 minions. Looking at how the game's panning out, I wonder if he regrets that. Consecration kills a lot of stuff even without equality. He's going to go back to triple equality, no activators. Yep. Beautiful.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he's afraid of potentially Sunkeeper Terran buffing that whole board, pushing a lot of damage. And he's seen that Lovely Chook has done nothing with the left 5 cards in his hand for the last 10 turns or so. So he's fairly confident that Lovely Chook's reload is going to be weak, and he's going to be fairly sad to see this land hands off the top.
So Lovely Chook not going for the fatigue game plan.
Nope, he's going to be trying
Could have
to
held
push.
that. Yep. Getaway Kodo and Redemption can be both quite high value with Tyrion.
Another quality activator.
So Lovely Chook has the Harrison for when Zixo is offs back as Tyrion. Power trip. One attack here and just sticking around. So Hydrologist is kind of an interesting card in these control paladins. It's like, is it a high enough value card to include it? It's obviously strong on turn 2. Are the secrets good enough in the late game to justify playing a 2-mana 2/2 in your deck? They're certainly nice to have with Wild Pyromancer.
I have not really seen it too often in the full control paladin lists. You see it obviously in the Murloc midrange paladin where they have Rock Pool to buff it and they run War Leaders and the Gentle Megasaurs. But yeah, a lot of players have decided to cut it once they go towards the more control variants. But Lovely Chook keeps it in there. Maybe because his lineup is geared more towards anti-aggro.
Okay.
You do see him have, he has Eviscerate in his Quest Rogue. And he also has like the crabs, and he has like Fan of Knives. He's got some defensive text there, and his like other decks are Taunt Warrior and Saigunthar Mage, which are both like fairly good versus aggro. So maybe he's kind of like teching more towards to be better off against aggressive decks with his control lineup, and that's why he's just having a really hard time against Zixo, who is not giving any cares towards aggro and just teching purely towards against control.
Notably, Lovely Chook hero power there with Getaway Kodo in play. Kind of misleading Zixo about what the secret is. Kind of saying Zixo's not going to attack the 1/1 there, so not too much risk to it. Zixo looks to be way behind on resources here. I think lay on hands is a big reason why.
Well, the real question is Lovely Chook going to be able to close?
Right. His deck is noticeably thinner.
He is the beatdown. He has to end the game. He has to assemble a win condition, and the current win condition is multiple Tyrions.
Okay.
And
So Zixo probably just gonna Aldor the Tyrion and try and leave it around, or
yeah, something like that seems fine to me.
he does end up killing it, Getaway Kodo here. Okay, no, he's leaving the Tyrion. Will this True Silver bait the Harrison? Could save the Harrison to kill an Ashbringer off N'Zoth. But it looks pretty appealing now. It's consistent with the game plan of trying to close out the game.
Well, I mean, Sunkeeper Terran here looks pretty devious.
Get nice value out of your... Yeah.
The first minion played is the one that gets Getaway Kodoed, right? When a
If they all die at the same time, yeah. So that's Hydrologist, right?
Yeah, what you could do, instead of taking like the value trade with the 2/2 onto the 1/1 and then doing the Sunkeeper Terran, you could just Sunkeeper Terran straight up to suicide your Hydrologist, suicide your Silverhand Recruit, so Tyrion would be the first one that you get off the Getaway Kodo. So you just Hero Power, Sunkeeper Terran, then take all the trades. It seems like inefficient trades, but then when the AoE comes out from Zixo, you would be able to get your Tyrion back. Now he's going to get the Hydrologist back, though.
Assuming AoE comes out.
I mean, what do you think Zixo's been holding on to for the entire game?
Probably AoE.
Yeah, so I'm not a huge fan of the sequence here. You would lose the 3/3, but if your board gets AoE'd, it's just that much better. So it forces, I guess, Zixo could play around it by giving you a Sunkeeper Terran instead, but you would either get a Tyrion or a Sunkeeper Terran. Now you get a Hydrologist.
Right.
Which is...
But the Hydrologist gets Getaway Kodo, and that could get you, a Tyrion or an N'Zoth.
Yeah.
No, he already has the Getaway Kodo. Probably doesn't need another one. Alright, so that's equality number 1 of 3 used by Zixo. More relevantly, the equality activator 1 of 1 used.
Mm-hmm. And you just land the N'Zoth here.
Yeah. Eventually you set up a Getaway Kodo for another N'Zoth.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if you have to weapon the 1/1 next to Divine Shield. Oh.
Okay.
Disagrees.
He's gonna maybe try and Harrison Jones this turn or something?
Well, the Discover is never eye for an eye. Yeah, repent, sure.
I guess... Alright, it is awkward for Zixo to N'Zoth into this, because it's an 8/8, and that's big.
So, quality might come on here, just trade a 1/1 with Rag Light Lord.
Yeah.
Ooh. You could potentially Dirty Rat the N'Zoth. That would be a gigantic swing.
Mm-hmm.
One in 4 chance. Doesn't know the odds though, can't see. So if Zixo N'Zoths, he's getting back a Tyrion, right? Yeah, he is. I remember that.
Yep. Tyrion died really early on in the game. He gets Karen as well.
And a Karen as well, yeah.
Harrison Jones pulled out. Now the True Silver just gets to eat it instead of getting eaten by it.
Pretty good Dirty Rat. And is it time to pull the trigger on this N'Zoth? Seems pretty confident that it is. It's interesting. Infestatorian's actually a little bit awkward with Hydrologist because of the whole Getaway Kodo on Tyrion thing, or Redemption on Tyrion thing.
Mm-hmm. Especially since it has Taunt.
Yep. So Zixo's N'Zoth is better. Pulls Cairn. I think that's the I was running out of cards message. So there's probably 2 cards left in Lovely Chook's deck.
Yep, yep.
So he really has to find a way to get things done and quickly.
Well, quality's got to be the trick, right?
Yeah. So trades a 2/2 into the bubble, or is he gonna do some kind of Pyromancer spell? could go like Pyromancer spell to kill off his Pyromancer.
Well, you could go Pyromancer and then like Getaway Kodo and then trade the 2/2 into the 2/3 and then a quality. And then it kills everything except the 4/5 Bane. And then you kill that with your weapon, fully clearing the board, and then you go face for 11. This works too.
Everything dies, but okay. So set up the Getaway Kodo on Tyrion, not N'Zoth.
No, either or. So this way is the same thing, but you miss 5 damage. And you keep a Pyro in your hand.
Rather at the 5 damage. Notably, he has 2 mana unspent, and he didn't hero power. Some information for Zixo about what these secrets are. Probably expected the Getaway Kodo either way. Spike Ridge Steed coming in huge here. Letting him protect himself without rocking the Getaway Kodo.
And he holds on to the minion in hand because he knows Lovely Chook has a dirty red left because he knows every card remaining except for the Stonehill Defender card. He's not sure what that is.
Yeah, some discovered thing that he hasn't played.
我是不是应该？
So dealing 7's pretty awkward here. You can deal 11. A lot of overkill.
I get Divine Shield these bad boys up and then just kill it. It's pretty sweet. And then he gets to
There's
maintain.
2/6 after it.
Yeah, but 2/6 trades pretty poorly into the 6/1.
Sure.
And you gotta keep that threat of the Getaway Kodo there on the Tyrion. That's powerful.
So now he made Getaway Kodo the 6/6.
Yeah, I don't think you mind that. That was pretty good
Yeah,
too.
that's a pretty good card, yeah. Yeah, Spike Ridge Steed. So Zixo picks up the quality activator. The Pyro qualities, the first one played is the first one to get Getaway Kodoed, which is N'Zoth.
Is N'Zoth the first one played? Because isn't Battlecry happen before the minion touches the board? So
Is that how it works?
Tyrion.
Tyrion.
Yeah. But he's gonna control it here and give him back this guy. I guess he was hoping it was redemption.
Here comes the Pyro quality. Pretty useless repentance.
But
So, what does Zixo have? Has he played his Forbidden Healing already?
he Forbidden Healing for 3.
Oh yeah.
Later on. Yeah. Heals minion out of True Silver range. The fatigue damage is starting to tick though.
Looks like Lovely Chook may have found a way to win this one.
Yeah. Just
Pretty
enough
nice
pressure.
pressure. This was such a tricky game.
Oh yeah. And Zixo still has outs though. He has the land hands in his deck. Oh, there it is.
There.
Well, I mean, this is kind of a double-edged sword because now he's got 1 card left in his deck. The Ungoro
Right.
Pack to the rescue. You play it this turn, right? So you have mana to react in the following turn.
Seems right.
Has to be more influential than a 1/1 on average.
So he's going to 1.
I mean, you know your opponent has no damage. You know the remaining
Yeah.
cards are Wild Pyromancer, Forbidden Healing, Doomsayer.
That just means there's not a lot of margin to maneuver. Oh, Volcano!
Volcano's good.
That's such a huge pickup.
What is that 5-mana warrior card?
You get another copy of all of your damage minions just right in play,
Okay.
I think. Hallucinate can discover some stuff. You wouldn't want Lay on hands.
No, you'd want, like, Holy Light
Yeah.
or Forbidden Healing.
Is it spells only or anything from the class?
I think it's anything from the class. But I'm not totally
So
sure.
Tyrion.
I mean, even just... He needs a lot of healing.
Interestingly, Forbidden Healing can be used aggressively here by Lovely Chook. As a Pyromancer,
Okay.
some potential. Also, Zixo has 1 fatigue damage coming his way next turn, which will kill him if he doesn't heal this turn. So, Ivory Knight or Hallucinate for heal. It's going to have to happen. Glimmerroot does find a card, right? Even with no cards in deck, because it discovers cards that were in the deck initially, I believe.
Yes, in the
Nails
deck
the
initially.
Forbidden Healing. Wow, that was so key. Forbidden Healing. You can heal for 18 up to 19. That looks pretty winning.
You can even play a Doomsayer alongside it to soak up even more damage.
Where's the Doomsayer better next turn?
Your opponent has no minions remaining to develop, so I like the Doomsayer to just try and heal with it, and then next turn you just Volcano, clear the board, and the game's over.
Yeah, this game's over. Zixo won with that Forbidden Healing to discover off Hallucinate, off Ungoro Pack, off Elise.
Yep.
Nice.
What a game of Hearthstone, man.
Because Zixo knows exactly what Lovely Chook has here. If he's been tracking the hand. And even if he hasn't, you know. There's no way to mess up against that hand.
Well... Yeah. Man, that Ungoro pack was good.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Yeah.
high-rolly.
Volcano. Whew. Nice fiery artwork.
If you're a Chinese Hearthstone fan, you
Hate
hate
to
to
see
see
that.
that, man.
Uh,
That's brutal.
Whew.
Well, Zixo's taking 2 fatigue. So
That's
is he
what
gonna
he done
fatigue
for.
first? Because there's the Forbidden Healing.
Well, he's got some Ivory Knight healing, but sometimes that's only for 1.
Yeah, if Ivory Knight rolls 1, he could
I
still
wanted
get killed.
Glimmerroot at first. I think Glimmerroot still draws a class card from the opponent.
It does, yeah, from their deck. So
Did
you
he
could
play a
even-
Noble Sacrifice there? He just doesn't know what Lovely Chook has left. He didn't succeed in hand track. He thinks there's a true silver.
Yeah, he's afraid of a potential weapon from Lovely Chook. So Lovely Chook's gonna be able to set a Doomsayer here and heal. Only healing for 16 instead of 20 on the next turn because he's afraid of potential damage from Zixo. This Doomsayer is gonna slow Zixo down a lot.
Yeah, wow.
Well, you can still discover healing off this Glimmerroot. You can still discover a lot of healing off the Ivory Knight. He needs
Dino
to...
Size, Like Ridge Steed,
He's
Play
taking
on Hands.
3 or 4 next turn. 3, right? 3 next turn?
3, yeah. Yeah,
So
3
he
then
doesn't
4.
need to do anything this turn.
Yeah. He can pass, and then he needs to heal for 3 the following turn.
He could commit the Glimmerroot. Might hit a quality.
What's funny is, if Lovely Chook hero powers into that Ivory Nut, no, that doesn't really matter. I was thinking about Sudden Genesis. It doesn't really change stuff.
For the game being over, this is really tense.
Yeah. Yeah. It's weird.
Hold back on the Glimmerroot.
So it's a 3-turn clock, 6, 7, 8.
Zixo's
And if Zixo can develop 2 damage, then it's a 2-turn clock. If he just develops 2 damage and survives with the fatigue kick, he needs to heal for 3.
Yeah.
Or 4 if he can't deal with this 1-1, actually.
You should start with the Glimmerroot. But,
Oh, hit
that's
the
enough
Holy Light.
healing, yeah.
If he started with the Glimmerroot, he would not have hit the Holy Light.
Oh, you're right, yeah. Well, I mean, I guess that's the one out you can't hit off that, because all you need is a card that's bigger, 3 or bigger. You don't actually have to cast it. And off the Glimmerroot, you can hit healing spells
Yeah.
that are in your opponent's class, or in their deck, at the beginning of the game. But yeah, Zixo is going to be able to take it.
3-0.
What do you get? We got a hydrologist.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah, Glimmerroot's very consistent in this format with revealed deck lists. There's no mystery to it.
Well, sometimes... Wait, can it ever present you with a card that is in their deck list, but it can't, right?
No, you 100% know. There's going to be one class card that's in their deck. It's worth mentioning, not everyone knows this. Glimmerroot will almost always show you a class card, or perhaps always show you a class card.
Mm-hmm.
So, Glimmerroot, when you're putting it in your deck, you're knowing that you're drawing a class card from whatever is in your opponent's deck.
Sure. And Zixo takes the opening game of the tournament 3-0 over the previous champion, Lovely Chook. And it wasn't the most exciting of games. We had a few exciting matches in there, but like the full set in general was very one-sided from the get-go. Like one player seems to be targeting more control-y decks with their, anti-aggro or more aggro decks with their anti-aggro control decks, and the other player's targeting control decks. So Zixo's lineup just kind of hit a sweet spot against Lovely Chook and was really able to get work done.
It's kind of the nature of Conquest. You have to build a lineup that has a game plan, and so there's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors-y element to that, of what are you targeting with your lineup and what kind of lineup do you queue into.
And unfortunately for Lovely Chook,
just crush the rock.
Up next, we will be having... I believe we're having Dog, but not the dog you guys know. It's AHQ Dog. Yeah, and
I don't know that name.
His opponent's name is a bunch of Chinese characters.
Yeah.
I believe there's an English somewhere, but I'm not sure exactly which characters line up. It may be LVGE. I think it's LVGE that he's going up against.
And this is very high stakes stuff. The winner of this tournament gets a Ferrari, so it's exciting to see, what these guys brought. These are like the most relevant deck lists you'll see for, weeks, I would say.
Yeah, you generally
super
practice a lot before you try and compete for a Ferrari.
Right.
Reviewing the Paladin versus Priest game here. Lovely Chook can clear the board with Consecrate, I guess. But we see the...
Yeah, Dirty Rat's out the Elise.
Yeah.
Still got outvalued from this point, and hard.
Yeah, really hard outvalued. Well, it was the Discover on the lay-on hands that really did the trick in. But personally, I really hated his use of Equality this game. I loved how long he held it, but I thought he could keep holding it. Yeah, like the pull on it seemed really mistimed for me. I don't know. Couldn't get behind that. And this match was just a slaughter.
It's so tricky to figure out like what's the right time. That's like the whole thing. When do I pull the trigger on this Equality clear?
Yeah, that's Paladin, like Control Paladin in a nutshell. If you know how to do that in every matchup, then you are the best Control Paladin player in the world. Because that is tough.
This was a little iffy from Zixo. The Feral Rage to gain 8 was much safer.
年轻时的我，鲁莽、轻率。因为我的自私，
Man, who plays Heroes of the Storm?
我伤害了许多人。
Oh, is that what this is?
I think, yeah, it's...
Oh yeah, you can see in the bottom right.
我在意的人，在与恐惧和疑虑的不断斗争中，
Maybe they play it in China, I don't know.
明白了一个道理：
Yeah, that's Diablo. Love that character.
平衡与
You
和
played
谐
Diablo, right?
来之不易。
Heck yeah.
我
Used
必
to.
须为之而战。
I'm betting on the little one. Big one never wins.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's just classic. It's been the case since back in Mario days.
Yo. I don't think that's how physics works.
I wish I could deflect the Liberty Bell with a sword.
Yeah, nice sword.
但是这场争头还
Did I say the little one wins?
You did, yeah. He's not doing so hot.
不是
No, this looks bad.
He's got support though. So does it even count at this point?
2v1, cheaters.
Yeah, for real.
1v1 me, bro.
Wait, so can you play as Diablo in Overwatch? Is that what's going on?
I don't know. You're the one who played that game, not me.
Oh no, this is Heroes of the Storm. Yeah, never mind.
Okay.
I guess.
You can definitely play as Diablo in that game.
Yeah. So Overwatch characters come to Heroes of the Storm. Alright, that'd be kind of cool if you could play Diablo in Overwatch, man.
Dude, we nailed the casting on that advertisement. That was really good.
Oh yeah, I didn't even mute it or anything. I forgot. We literally just casted an advertisement.
Good job, team.
I don't know, what are you gonna do? So yeah, we were correct on the names though. I figured out the Chinese characters. It is LVGE up against Dog.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna call it
HQ
Dog.
Dog.
Yeah, I don't want to say all the G's. But
Just
anyway,
say HQ dog.
sure. HQ Dog. LVGE made it to the 2017 HCT Winter Championships by getting 3rd place in the Gold Series of Hearthstone, and played at the Bahamas. I got to meet him there. So I was there.
What was he like?
Very quiet and reserved guy, for sure.
Yeah.
I was kind of hammered, so I was very loud, and I think I was quite intimidating. So, what are you going to do? But he's a great player. I've seen him actually in many events. I saw him in EU versus CN number 2. I saw him in NA versus CN. I casted both of those. He played in both of them, so he's been playing a lot. But that is not the match we're casting because Kalento is involved. So what match is this? It looks like Kalento plays against Jason Zhao. So if Kalento's playing, Kalento's 26. Did you know that?
Sounds about right.
I thought Kalento was like 23. I don't know. He seems younger.
He was 23 when you were, what was that, 19?
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Alright, I don't know. Wait. No, I was
Jason Towers, Kalento. Let's just assume I was right.
I was 18.
It's close. There was probably a period of time where I was right.
Yeah. Jason Zhao is a funny guy. I've met him a few times as well at BlizzCon last year. I casted his games. He is
I feel like I played against him on ladder quite a bit.
Oh yeah, he's a huge ladder grinder. Plays Control Warrior on ladder all day, every day. Has more Control Warrior games played than Fibonacci. Like the guy plays the game. But he's been doing quite well for himself. He was kind of dubbed the Cydonia Slayer because he beat Cydonia in like 7 tournaments in a row or something
大
ridiculous.
家都叫我咖喱粥。
Okay.
其实这个外号还
Apparently cooks.
蛮讨厌的，
I'd like to eat that. I don't know what he's making,
但
but I
是
want some.
我就是爱咖喱。其实做咖喱和
Nice
搭
clean
配
kitchen.
卡煮是一样的。
Hard to believe anyone cooks there.
首先
That's
是
not what
卡
my
煮
kitchen looks
核心
like.
I mean, it's a stage. Obviously, they're making a commercial.
当然，我们还需要一些低费怪。高费怪自然也不能少。
You just magically make a
Where'd that
spoon
spoon
appear?
come
What
from?
the- He's a magician too. These are not the sound effects that happen in my kitchen.
No. Got a nice kitchen there. I like that one better. He's cooking something up for his opponents. Is that what's going on here?
Oh yeah, that would make sense. There's probably some dank memes involved. Some spices in there.
Making a stew out
白
of them.
也是必不可少。
Make it spicy.
Like it hot.
Apparently, Jason Zhao's a little bit salty getting defeated by Pavel at last year's BlizzCon.
Nobody likes losing to Pavel, I guess.
Yeah, people hate losing to
这样
Pavel.
就对了。
Amnesia
I mean,
can't fit too.
Yeah, he wasn't happy.
He wants revenge. He's hoping
Yeah.
to face him in this tournament.
最后别忘了给卡组命名
You。know what I like to do something like that is really mix the rice in so it gets the flavor from everything else.
Oh yeah. I mean, you gotta present it nice though. Like you make the nice
完美。
presentation. Like, oh, that looks good.
这就是我的
And then
咖
when
喱
you。get it, you just cut it up
Or the
into pieces
loose.
and mix it all together.
Ruin it.
Yeah, just ruin the whole
对
presentation.
看
But you
法
gotta put it on Instagram
我来
first.
了。
Okay. So I'm looking at Jason Zhao's lineup, and it's pretty anti-control. He's got
Kolento.
Quest Rogue and Jade
Kolento is
Druid.
one of the most famous
And then his other
Hearthstone
decks are
players
a Jade
in the
Shaman
world. He has great
and
execution, strategy,
Paladin
and
that-
near perfect
Yeah,
technical
it's an off
skills
Paladin.
as a pilot, allowing him to win most of his opponents.
So 2 Jade decks.
Alright, double Jade deck. I love how, like, the EU players just have these badass little cinematics showing about, like, tournament
I'm
wins.
Calento, and I'm in the driver's seat.
I'm Calento and I'm in the driver's seat.
So Jason Zhao is cooking Indian food because people keep calling him an Indian guy because his skin is kind of dark.
Okay.
All right.
He's not Indian, he's Chinese, guys.
Yeah.
But apparently you can cook Indian food, so who knows? Maybe they're right.
Looks good. I'd eat it.
I couldn't tell. But Calento, recently off the back of a tournament win, he came to China early to compete in an Open Cup. They had a 2,048-man Open tournament in China, and he got there like a couple days early so he could play in that for warm-up, you know, scout the meta. Hey, he took first place.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
He also took first place on ladder on, 2 servers at once this past month.
Yeah, double first place on ladder, NA and EU. So you got first place ladder, NA, first place ladder, EU, first place biggest Open Cup in China. So he's doing well on a few servers right now.
He's doing all right.
Yeah.
So looking at his lineup, he is also kind of an anti-control lineup, but maybe less so because he has Quest Warrior. But he also has the Jade Druid. He has Quest Rogue. Those are the kind of the backbone of an anti-control lineup. And I guess he has a Murloc mid-range Paladin and a Quest Warrior. So I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking his Quest Warrior, Kalenda's Quest Warrior, may be in trouble.
Yeah. He loves Quest Warrior. Able to get number 1 on 2 servers with this exact Quest Warrior list, but it wasn't preying on control when it was doing that. It was preying on aggressive decks. It's preying on mainly the aggro druid variants.
So you imagine both players are banning Rogue. Maybe they could ban Druid in some world. Like, Rogue is more beatable with a Quest Warrior than Druid is.
Rogue. What is... Kalento's not really targeting anything with his lineup, man. He's just bringing solid mid-range decks. This is
Okay.
my feel of his lineup. What do you think Jason Zhao is really targeting?
He's definitely targeting slower decks.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely targeting. Yeah, he's even got Burgly Bully in his Druid. Like,
And Kaleno, I would say Kaleno has slower decks, so I would give the lineup edge to Jason Zhao here.
Okay. With the... I'm scared of this Paladin from Jason Zhao. There's a lot of stuff going on there. We got one Dirty Rat. He's got the Murloc guys, like the previous Chinese player. He's got the Hammer of Wrath, one of. He's got one random Blessing of Kings, one Infested Torrid. He's got the 5-mana 4/4 that hand buffs his Paladin.
Yeah,
One
Prime
Ivory
Street Enforcer, I think.
Knight. Yeah, like what is going on with this deck list, man?
I have no idea what's going on. That's multiple people playing this. What's the 4-mana 3 damage card called?
Hammer of Wrath. Yeah.
Hammer of Wrath.
It's just not a very good card. 2 Chinese
Oh.
players with very similar Paladin deck lists. It went 0-3 for Lovely Chook.
They got targeted. Unlucky.
It did get targeted, but I have to
And
feel
it was
it's going to
close.
be... It was kind of close. But I still have to say it's going to be the weak link in his lineup. Rogue's banned from both sides.
Yeah. It's kind of not a super high value N'Zoth Paladin deck.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense to me to bring a low-value N'Zoth Paladin deck while targeting control with Bloodlust Jade Shaman and Jade Druid with Burgly Bully, you know? It's like, why not just make the greediest N'Zoth Paladin you can? But here's Kalento opening up with the mid-range Murloc Paladin. It's got Finja and no N'Zoth. The curve just kind of stops at Tyrion. It's got Curator, Primordial Drake going on in the top end. And the whole Murloc package including Hydrologist, Rockpool, Murloc, Warleader, and the Gentle Megasaur. Up against the N'Zoth Paladin from Jason Zhao with some wacky tech cards. Grime Street Enforcer. Blessing of Kings.
Grime Street Enforcer is so interesting. Like, if they can't remove it, it's sort of like Emperor. It goes off every turn, right?
Sure.
So it does need to be dealt with, and it gets immediate value. Nice in slower matchups.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, he is targeting control with his lineup. That is fair. So it does make sense to help target control a little bit. It's just... yeah.
I'm excited to see how this one goes.
My money's on this N'Zoth Paladin failing again. Both players
Not a
very
believer.
similar. I'm not a believer. I mean, stats-wise, we just look objectively about how did last series go. The janky N'Zoth Paladin went 0-3. Now, janky N'Zoth Paladin gets another attempt to try and do something here.
Look how confident he is, though. Got that smirk on his face. He's ready to go.
He is ready to go. He did look very confident, but I don't know. I mean, 0-3 is still a small sample size, but...
yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm not a believer. I'm not a believer.
You know, I've had experiences where I go like 0-6 in games and still felt very good about my lineup and my play. Things happen.
Yeah. 2015 Spring Championship.
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay. Alright. Kalento Snap keeps the War Leader off the mulligan. Pretty good card. Paladin, or, you know, N'Zoth Paladin, doesn't really interact with your early game board plays. So if you find any Murloc, it's probably going to stick, and then you can just jam the War Leader and do massive, massive damage.
Jason Zhao throws it all back. What do you think he's looking for off the mulligan?
Doomsayer is a good one. You don't
Doomsayer's
want
a
your
good one.
opponent to be able to start stacking those Murlocs up.
Okay.
So,
You have two of them.
yeah.
Harrison's a good one, too.
Yeah.
Or is it? You're going to save that for Tyrion, or are you just going to slam it on True Silver? It's kind of a judgment call.
Yeah, it depends how the game's going, I guess. If you have, like, enough resources, yeah, might as well save it. But if you're starting to, like, fizzle out of steam, get them resources.
So Getaway Kodo is the highest value pick here.
Mm-hmm.
Repentance is probably the highest tempo, but you usually don't pick that.
I mean, I like Getaway Kodo. You got the Stonehill Defender there, too.
Yeah. You're going to see a lot of Getaway Kodos in Paladin Mirrors. So if he waits on the Doomsayer, it's going to very often die to True Silver on 4.
Yep, indeed. And you gotta be worried about the War Leader potentially coming out. Or just Rock Pool into Gentle Megasaur. Or any sort of those Murloc starts that make Murloc Paladin such a powerful deck.
Yeah, and your Doomsayer is not just trading with a 2/2 here. It's also preventing Kaleno from developing effectively on turn 3.
And Kaleno can't even play the Getaway Kodo. If he plays it, he gets the Hydrologist back, which I guess isn't that bad, but
Fine.
it's not
Get a new
ideal.
Getaway Kodo.
I don't know.
Keep going.
Yeah, I guess he wants to do it.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me.
Draw
Because
that
he
2
could
mana
have just
2/2.
waited and got it on the Stonehill Defender. But he wants a 2-mana 2/2. It's another Murloc for the War Leader. It's not that bad.
That's not a bad card at all. Well, that was a Tempo Doomsayer. Didn't really kill anything.
The deck lists are public, so Jason Zhao does know there are 2 Stampeding Kodos in Kalento's deck. He could choose just to play another Doomsayer right now. Just because he's like, well, later on there's going to be a Stampeding Kodo, so... And then, if Kalento plays True Silver and passes in the face of the Doomsayer, coin Harrison. Not that bad. So I kind of just like it with the hands, how it's going here. So I think that's his line of thought right there. It's just like, what does your opponent do on 4 mana when there's a Doomsayer? Well, they just equip True Silver. And then you really get him.
Yeah. Not gonna work, though. This Kaleno does not have the True Silver to equip. So what does Kalena do? It's just a hero power pass. No, you don't even hero power, I guess. Let's see, is there some way to get Frost Giant in this format?
Frost Giant? No.
That's the one that's discounted by hero powers, right?
Yeah. There's nothing that generates giants yet. That'd be kind of a cool card. Generate a random giant. Jason's out. Looked a little disappointed that there's no True Silver played. He's gonna be able to snag himself a getaway Kodo though.
Yeah, they seem to always pick that. These Paladin Mirrors. Pretty much always. It's almost always the highest value card.
Repentance isn't terrible.
This is a value-centric matchup.
我想
Yeah, Repentance going into a turn 5 Kodo.
Yeah.
It's not that hype.
No.
There's the True Silver. One turn late for Jason Zhao.
Yeah, and
That's
Kalena
really
would
unlucky.
probably played it into the Doomsayer too, so
Yeah. Although maybe Kaleno could have sniffed it out. I wonder if Kaleno has a read on Harrison in the hand based on that turn 3 Doomsayer. Do you think that's a thing?
I've seen Kaleno make reads like that before. So it's not totally surprising. But that's a tough one to make. That's definitely not something that you can
It's not
catch
obvious.
easily.
It's not for sure either.
Yeah.
So Spike Root Steed on 6, but no board to play it on.
He's
So
gonna
Getaway
choose-
Kodo again.
Noble Sacrifice looks pretty appealing here.
If you're not going to choose Silver,
hmm You could Noble Sacrifice and like Stonehill Defender.
right?
让我想想。
No, he did not sniff out the Harrison. And you can't blame him for that either. That's a really hard read to make for sure. And your opponent could just be playing a turn 3 Doomsayer.
Even if you know he has Harrison, are you super upset about this? I mean, I guess you kind of are. You don't have the Tyrion in hand.
Well, you got Stonehill Defender.
Ooh.
But yeah, I don't think you're upset about an off-curve Harrison taking one charge of a True Silver away.
Yeah, it kind of depends on how long Kaleno expects the game to go, what his game plan is. And in a Paladin Mirror, you never expect it to be that quick, so maybe he feels like he's okay with Harrison getting one charge True Silver. Really makes his Tyrion a much stronger play later on.
Double Harrison's gonna be pretty sick.
Hey, you're gonna want to not kill that one.
Yeah.
You can Spike Ridge Steed and ignore it. You got Taunt so it can't go face.
I like that play a lot. And you can even deploy the Getaway Kodo this turn.
Yeah, just keep going infinite with those Hydrologist Getaway Kodo.
That's... most of the cards Kaleno's played this game have been Hydrologist.
Good times. So Jason Zhao could potentially coin Rag Lightlord next turn, and that could get Aldor Kodoed.
我想想。
Classic combo.
Yeah, that's old school. I haven't seen that in a while.
Oh, wow.
Kill it.
Gives him the Harrison.
Plays around
Aldor.
but it gives your opponent a Harrison. He has no weapons in his hand currently, so I guess he thinks it's not a big deal. And in this matchup, who is the beatdown and who is the one trying to survive? Because although Kaleno's the mid-range paladin, he's mid-range Murloc paladin,
让我想想。
and Jason Zhao is technically the control N'Zoth paladin, they both kind of have a similar amount of value in their deck.
Right?
So it's really hard to tell who's actually supposed to be the aggressor and who's going to win if the game goes long.
I think typically the Paladin with Murlocs, the better early start, is favored in this matchup. But a lot of that's because the early turns can just really go in Kaleno's favor in a big way. But it's probably just Kaleno can deploy, you know, a threat here or there, and then if it's not answered, buffs it up with, you know, a Megasaur, that kind of thing. It's really hard to play around Kaleno's Murloc buffs as a control deck.
Sure, yeah.
Control decks always struggle against decks that have things like Bloodlust or Savage Roar or buffs, so it makes sense that that continues to be a trend in Angara with Gentle Megasaur Murloc Paladin.
So, interestingly, because Kaleno traded into the Harrison, there was no getaway Kodo for the Rag Light Lord. He might have been actually set, maybe that was his reasoning. He's thinking Coin Tyrion's coming out here, and I would rather him getaway Kodo a Harrison than a Tyrion, and I want to Eldor Kodo the Tyrion.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Or the Rag Light Lord.
Setting up for future turns, just getting rid of the getaway Kodo preemptively. Makes sense to me.
So Jason Zhao's got to remember that Kaleno has that Aldor. Maybe take a note, just write it down. Depends on the tournament rules.
Yeah. In DreamHack, you can take notes, but official Blizzard tournaments, no note taking allowed.
You have a stance on that? You like note taking or no?
Yeah, I like note taking. I think most people are too lazy to do it, and it gives me a big advantage.
Fair enough. I don't like note taking because I don't like taking notes.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I would get an advantage against you.
Well, I'm not saying I don't take notes. I'm saying I don't like having to.
Well, I mean, if you don't like doing it, then you're probably not very good at it, right? You don't practice it.
That's true. I don't practice it. Do you sit at home and just write notes?
Yeah, when I'm laddering, sometimes I'll take notes before a tournament.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, yeah. Definitely better than me about that.
There's a lot of Stonehill defenders. I think you go for the triple.
Yeah. Oh, baby. The triple.
Well,
Yeah.
the operator already had it queued
Good
up. He
turn.
knew it was coming.
Tyrion! That's some good value.
Yeah, that's what you need. Talk about trying to outgrind your opponent and win the control matchup. Just generate 2 extra 1/4s, then get the best option.
Now, crucially, Kaleno does know Jason Zhao has that Harrison Jones in his hand.
Yeah.
His getaway Kodo.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be interesting seeing how that pans out. And Jason Zhao does not know about the Tyrion. But you got to think he's going to hold the Harrison Tyrion at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a pretty good odds that one of those Stonehills hit Tyrion. I mean, the Stonehill hit a Tyrion, and then there's also the odds that Kaleno's going to just draw a Tyrion naturally pretty soon.
Right, and the only other weapon you can hit is 1 True Silver. Why would you waste it on that when there's at least 1 Tyrion out there?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a lot of experience doing combat math with 3 1/4s that can attack.
There's a lot of pretty gnarly trades in the field. You can kind of just consecrate, trade everything down if you want to as Kalento.
Did you say 3 1/4s? I meant 4 1/4s. So consecration does a fair amount of damage. Jason Zhao may not get a bigger board anytime soon.
I think you just trade the 4/3 in, consecrate, trade in one of the 1/4s into the Aldor hero power and punch phase.
Yeah. And it'd be the Kodo you would trade with to kind of deny Jason Zhao trading options. Oh,
Kaleno wants
Tyrion
to put
coming out.
a lot more pressure than that. He's not worried about this Harrison Jones accumulating free draws. He's trying to kill Jason Zhao.
He knows where the place is.
Well, this is going to give Jason Zhao the ability to clear the entire board
Yep.
and to draw 3 cards and play a 5/4.
Pretty good turn. So he trades into the bubble. What's the death rattle on the? It's a 2/6, right?
Yeah.
So you hit the 2, you hit the bubble, you hit the death rattle, you pyro quality, and you Harrison Jones.
Yes, you do.
And Kaleno hates to see that.
Yeah. But he has a lot of reloads still after this.
Oh, you
Ooh.
you quality pyro getaway Kodo? Is that what he's doing?
Okay. Get that. There you go. You get a 3/1 out of the deal. And you can try and get the Pyro back or get the Jones back.
Pretty sad to get a pyro back. Oh, Hitston is off. What's that spawning for him? Has he had a Tyrion yet? I don't remember one.
He's not at a Tyrion yet. No, I don't think so. It's not really spawning much except for the Infested Torrent at this point.
Yeah, and probably the Tyrion off Stonehill.
It was looking really good for Coletto, and now it's looking really bad.
Yeah, he smorked there instead of trading, and it just did not pan out for him.
Yeah, he just had to read that there's no equality combo for Jason Zhao, or he thought maybe even if the equality combo comes out, maybe it's equality consecrate instead of wild pyromancer quality, then there's nothing left on the board besides maybe a hero power, and you get a free swing with the Ashbringer in. But there's a board there facing him down now.
Yeah. And developing into a board feels bad. Opponent gets to attack first, control trades how they want. It's cute how Vilepit Inquisitor gets a little bit of value in the late game as a 1-drop just by resetting your hero power. Nice. So, Consecration kills the Pyro and everything but the 2/4. And there's. He could. Let's see. He could Forbidden Healing his Pyro, then Consecration. That doesn't really make sense.
It's also impossible.
Yeah, that's also impossible. That's a good point.
It would be fun to watch him try.
This means not going to Consecration, I suppose. Take trades.
I like it.
Draw last.
I don't like drawn last, but heals for 5.
He's trying to bait getaway Kodo on Harrison. He's trying to go for the triple Harrison game. His opponent had triple Stonehill Defender. He doesn't want to be out-memed, you know?
Exactly. You gotta stay right up in there. That'd be sick if this Harrison adds a second Ashbringer to the museum. It'd be the most traveled Harrison Jones ever. It's got a True Silver and 2 Ashbringers. Like, it's already impressive.
I'd go to that museum, see those
yeah.
Ashbringers, just dual wield them.
Oh, man. It's like... You ever played Animal Crossing?
No.
Okay. In that game, you build your museum up over time.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
It's coming. It's gonna happen. It's gonna get a True Silver and 2 Ashbringers. What?
Curator gets Megasaur, Primordial Drake, and a Rock Pool.
That is a pretty good... A lot of options here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to do.
I mean,
I'm
Sunkeeper's
tempted to
not
Stonehill
bad.
Defender towards Sunkeeper. I think it kind of is bad. It's not great.
Eh, it's not great. You can...
You could Consecration, swing the weapon, and Stonehill first.
Mm-hmm. That seems to be good. It sets up for a really good Sunkeeper next turn. No Death Rattle, but you get a
The
0
one
mana.
drops. The 1-drop's good with Sunkeeper.
Well, you get a 0
Oh, you
drop.
0 drops. Yeah, that's just better. Okay. Yeah, no, Dread Corsair is really nice with True Silver.
Oh, yeah. No Sunkeeper needed. It comes as a 3/3.
Yeah, it's just ready to go. And is this enough to bait an Equality Conk? Well, actually, you can Equality Primordial Drake. That's a nice turn.
It's not bad for sure.
You'd like to see that. It's hard to argue with nuking his board and developing a 4/8.
I don't hate just playing Light Lord either.
Okay, try and bait more.
Yeah, exactly.
The Sunkeeper gets you pretty good.
Yeah, but then you get an equality clear the
Recover.
Sunkeeper.
Sure.
You get
Take a
that
bunch
out
of
the way.
damage in the process. But you got to heal off from Light Lords. It's okay. So the question is, if you rag Light Lord, are you going to get more out of him or less?
More, right? That's... He's got to deal with the Light Lord somehow.
Yeah, but he has a board. He can like trade the board into it partially. Like, what if he had Aldor, for instance? Right, Light Lord would be pretty sad. Wow, saving the equality. Makes a 4-8.
Goes for redemption. Snap pick off the Hydrologist. What is he planning on redeeming?
Tyrion eventually.
Okay, makes sense to me.
Also, he just didn't have a lot of time on that Hydrologist. But you gotta think he was planning it.
Yeah, he was looking for that redemption, it seemed. He's got a master plan here with that redemption.
Trades in such a way to keep the Stonehill Defender, because that's the best getaway Kodo target, I guess.
Okay.
Not quite enough mana to equality clear plus Fincha.
Light Lord redemption could be kind of cute.
Okay.
Could heal itself back up.
That's super cute. Although usually when it gets redemption, it just dies. He's going for it.
So currently, if Jason's out, trades everything in, Light Lord comes back to life.
Yeah, and then you have to like Pyromancer, lay on hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Light Lord's actually pretty annoying to deal with.
Maybe just punch him in the face.
Yeah, that just sucks. I mean, leaving Light Lord up's a bad time.
Yeah.
He's probably thinking about Getaway Kodo more than Redemption.
I think so as well.
Oh, yeah.
He's just smorking him.
He's going. Face is the place.
Now Kalento may have to use an equality to clear, and with the equality clear being used, that's going to reduce the Light Lord's health down to 1, saving Jason Zhao an equality in the future.
Yeah, leaving that Grime Street Enforcer up doesn't seem acceptable. So, you Equality Conk, Hero Power Rock Pool, healed 20.
That 20 is a pretty good life total, and your opponent takes 10. They're at 11.
Yeah, pressure's on. But we can see Jason Zhao has all the defensive tools between Pyro Quality to clear and lay on hands and healing to heal back up.
Well, the Light Lord comes back to life, too.
Okay.
That's going to be pretty huge.
Yeah, there's no great way to do it with the Pyromancer to make it proc twice. So you could... Oh, he's gonna True Silver... Yeah, he thinks it's Getaway Kodo, right? So he's gonna hit the Rock Pool Hunter.
Well,
Redemption that. Yeah, okay. It's 2-2. That gets Redemption, then he Pyro Equalities. Does he even need to Equality? He could just Pyromancer Forbidden Healing.
Yep.
Save the Equality.
Seems good to me.
Yeah, Jason Zhao has a lot of powerful options in hand here. He's a little bit ahead on board. Board's fairly contested, I would say. He's not really ahead. So, trade Finja Hero Power. It's reasonably powerful. You got Megasaur and War Leader to back up the Finja. So by itself, it's very threatening.
And Sunkeeper Terran can back up the Finja
Yeah.
as well.
And Eldor, who knows? Whatever, all of it.
Finja's just disgusting, man.
You could value Eldor here, but it seems a little bit wasteful for the matchup. Like, Eldor is so good against stuff like Tyrion.
I mean, he needs tempo to win.
Yeah, but he has tempo without it. Okay, he's going for more.
He's
Sure.
got more tempo with it. The value of a Murloc on the field is very strong right now.
Hmm.
And the value of this equality consecration.
Pretty good too. It's annoying. I think instead of a quality conk, you would probably lay on hands first, unless you're thinking about fatigue, because you can just lay on hands. You heal for 8. You're taking 8, whatever. You're not even taking 8 to Pingel on attack.
Okay.
And then you quality conk after, and it's sort of like you've developed the draw 3 effect without any real cost.
I can see that.
Plus, if you quality conk here, you don't have much to do with the 4 mana. You're just hero powering behind it. Whereas if you lay on hands first, better odds to do something proactive. Quality conk Doomsayer, I don't know. Quality conk dude, something.
Yeah, the Doomsayers are gone, but yeah, you could find something, I'm sure. He's got a lot of wacky cards still left. There's a Blessing of Kings still in there. He's too afraid of the Fendry, he's just gonna clear it now. And potentially afraid of fatigue. He's got like 5 cards left, I think.
Yeah, the triple Harrison does have a weakness in that there's such a thing as too many cards.
That's funny. What, the equality's gone. War leaders and whatnot seem pretty strong.
Yeah. War leaders actually kind of protect against equality a little bit, right? In that persistent aura buff.
And
Things
stuff, the
survive.
wild
Yeah.
pyromancer equality stuff.
So double war leader hero power is a play. It's really sad pitching a war leader into that true silver.
Seems better than Terram though.
Yeah. Yeah, Terram's awful. And it gets better by waiting.
I was going with the Megasaur right off the bat. Try and give them
Okay.
health or something.
If you get the death rattle, it's really good with Terram.
+1/+1.
That's pretty good.
Stealth isn't bad either. But I
Stealth's
like
better.
Is it?
I mean, it kind of depends on how close you are to killing the guy, I suppose.
Yeah.
+1/+1, like, still dying to a true silver. It just kills off the 1/1.
And they take 6.
Sure.
Huh. If you went stealth, you could have Sunkeepered him next turn. Then the buffs stack on top of it, right?
Yeah, it's nasty. I mean, they start at 3/3. Sunkeeper sets them to 3/3. Nothing really changes.
Oh yeah, it's with the other Murlocs where that starts getting wild.
Yeah.
Harrison Jones, done collecting things in his museum. He's out there just as a Desperation Jones. But that guy, 1 true silver, 1 Ashbringer. Pretty
Did
good
good.
job. And he's a 6/5.
So you could value trade twice hero power and Sunkeeper Terram. That's very powerful.
Yeah.
All of his plays are pretty powerful here.
There's no equalities left, right? So if you just get that Sunkeeper Terram down like that, it's very tough for Jason Zhao to come back in this game, and he has yet to draw the Tyrion for the N'Zoth.
It looks like Kalendo has the fatigue advantage. So he's just thinking, I'll save this Aldor for Tyrion, grind him out real slow.
Here comes the Tyrion now.
There it is. It was a real problem point for Jason's out of this game that Tyrion was so deep into his deck. He had drawn it earlier. Would have been much stronger.
That's one of the weaknesses of these the Chinese N'Zoth Paladins. They have just Tyrion and 1 Infested Tauren to bring back with their N'Zoth. So N'Zoth is effectively a dead card if you don't draw Tyrion.
Or if they do something to your Tyrion.
Yeah, or if they polymorph or hex your Tyrion or whatever. So
Well, 1 Tyrion deserves another. No? Yeah, I just go for Elder.
yeah,
Eldor Spiker Seed, not a bad turn.
pretty good turn in fact.
Speed up the Megasaur, so no, there's no silence to worry about. I was gonna say, so if it's silenced, you know, it's buffed up to a 5/4, but you know deck lists, you don't have to worry about silence.
He's waiting
So
on killing the
taunt
Tyrion to play around the N'Zoth that he basically knows him that Jason Zhao has because it's been sitting in his hand for the entire game waiting for that Tyrion.
Ooh.
That-
Second Tyrion, though. That's a good N'Zoth card, that second Tyrion. He's just pretending to think right now. Like, he knows he's taking Tyrion, right?
Yeah.
He's just pretending to think so Cleno has less information to
Nope,
work
he's not
with.
taking Tyrion. Wait, did
Wow.
he die on board if he takes Tyrion? Does Cleno, like, push through somehow?
Boop, boop. It looked like 5 off. You trade the 3/3 attacks into the Tyrion and the Stonehill Defenders. He has 10 off. Wasn't even close to lethal. He'd have to have something like maybe a Consecration.
He just doesn't think he has enough time over the following turns, I guess, to play another Tyrion.
Interesting.
But, maybe he just died.
Yeah. Rip.
And Cleno's just stacking up the board and ignoring this Tyrion. Trying to make it so that he can just push through in one turn, denying Jason Zhao the ability to revive the Tyrion with N'Zoth. Because he knows there's no qualities remaining. It's good patience.
Yeah, so Jason Zhao might look for ways to kill off his Tyrion without getting himself killed.
That ship has sailed.
Oh, yeah, rip then. So it's kind of clever play from Cleno, giving Jason Zhao all those Harrisons, knowing that if he just survives, fatigue will get Jason Zhao. Like, the Harrisons, the first one's the best, and they lose effectiveness over time.
I find it so hilarious, though, because Jason Zhao's the one playing Control Paladin. He's got the N'Zoth end game.
Yep.
You know, he's supposed to win in fatigue and, like, control the game forever. He has all the AoE and the Doomsayers. And Cleno's playing mid-range. And
Yeah,
winning in
him.
fatigue, yeah. It's just...
I used to feel bad about the deck.
That's what I was trying to say pre-game, and you're like,
You were.
no, man, I believe the Paladin. But it's like, I don't know, man. The Paladin now is... It's not exactly the same as Lovely Chooks. It's like 4 cards different, but very similar, sort of build with a very limited amount of death rattles and limited late game in Control Paladin. And thus far, it is 0-4, has yet to win in an end game yet.
Yeah, that's a bit rough.
And it can't win in the early game, so then where does it win? Yeah, what is it doing?
You're gonna want to win eventually.
I think another member on the Chinese team might fall to
Weird Paladin.
Wacky Paladin. That's one of the risks in Conquest is it only takes one bad deck, and then you'll get 0-3'd every round on that bad deck. So you have to be very careful, test a lot with what you're bringing, and make sure that it's solid, man.
Yeah. Crime Street Enforcer, not enough value.
No.
So, if you wanted to keep kind of the core of the deck and just amp up the value a bit, you could think about getting rid of Hydrologist. It seems like those have really been doing work. Hydrologist's Getaway Coda, you can't fault that part of the deck.
Well, I mean, the part of the deck that's really been failing is they have things like Hammer of Wrath and weird cycle cards and this Infested Tauren that's not good enough to make it so you want to play N'Zoth, so it dies and then you still have to hold the N'Zoth the entire game. So, like, cards that are just, like, kind of low impact in the 4 slot that just don't really do enough instead of, bombs. And neither of these players are running Spike Ridge Steed. Lovely Chook and Jason's out. Their Paladin variations, no Spike Ridge Steed. Every other Paladin player in the tournament, at least one Spike Ridge Steed, no matter what variant of Paladin they have. And, that's just a really good card. You're going to want that in your deck.
Sure. I hear you.
But Jason Zhao potentially queuing up again with the Paladin because we didn't see it showed little deck list screen. And Kalento on the Taunt Warrior, his number 1 Legend NA and EU Taunt Warrior deck.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch him pilot that.
And even though it's it's a deck list that's accomplished some things and such, I believe it's the weak link in his lineup, so I think this is going to be an important win for him. He really needs to make something happen here because this deck is the least powerful against control decks out of his other decks.
Alright, so he likes the Armor Smith against Paladin here. Eat up those hero powers.
And have Battle Rage active later on. Oh, there it is.
Well, he will need a weapon to take some face damage, and Armor Smith gets him farther away from that.
Yeah, I guess. And Jason Zhao is most likely not going to poke face with this 1-1. Play around.
Yeah, it's just not worth. Oh, Coin Acolyte of Pain, very powerful against the 1-1 on board.
Extremely powerful. A lot of Paladin players will not make the 1-1 on turn 2 against Control Warrior because they're afraid of this play.
You'll hear pro players debate that a lot of times. Do you hero power on 2 as a Paladin against the potential Coin Acolyte of Pain?
And I'd say the correct answer is oftentimes no, because what is the 1-1 doing? First off, it pokes them in the face, activating their Battle Rage. Second off, it allows them to Coin Acolyte and you can't True Silver it. And there's no upside to it, really, besides you get a 1-1 that eventually dies to Ghoul. Like, I don't know.
Let me say the upside. You don't attack face to proc the Battle Rage, and you just have a 1-1 to eventually trade into some minion that's ideally not Acolyte of Pain.
Well, this is
he doesn't care.
He's going all sorts of sideways here.
It's a lot of cards for Kaleno.
Free draws off his Acolyte. Battle Rage is now active. I am not happy about how this opening went for Jason Zhao.
Yeah, you can see how Kaleno win this game very easily.
Yeah, I mean, he's just getting huge advantages right off the bat. They seem like small things, but each of these things has cost a card.
Card is not a small thing.
Yeah, so Kaleno's already up 2 cards in the game because of plays by Jason Zhao so far. What, like, the dude on turn 2 is fine. That's a risk. You know, they don't always have Coin Acolyte, but I think activating Battle Rage there is just incorrect.
All those are some very weak discovers. Psychotron, the most powerful of 3 options.
Sick.
Taking the 2/2 is also an option just because it's cheap and that can give you some flexibility with the quest. Yeah, Tazdingo versus Psychotron. Quite a matchup we got going on here. So this is the Battle Rage turn. Get 3 off of it. Maybe it's too many cards.
I never have enough cards, man.
Yeah, I agree. Armor Smith, bump your Stonehill into his. Battle Rage. Alternative play is something like Tar Creeper.
Tar Creeper's pretty weak. Oh, now you can Battle Rage whenever, because you have Whirlwind activated if you want.
Yeah. Now it gets more later. Alright, so Jason Zhao is kind of thinking about setting up for Sunkeeper Cherub next turn. And Sunkeeper Cherub after that as well.
And Kaleno doesn't have a Brawl or anything that can kind of combat the Sunkeeper Cherubs, so this could get icky.
The way he traded there was a little bit advanced. He trades the 1-1 instead of the 1-2, playing around a Whirlwind effect from Kaleno, like actual Whirlwind or a Ravaging Ghoul. Kaleno just curving out.
Well, that's pretty good. Sunkeeper Cherub number 1. I mean, at least puts you ahead. It's not great.
Deal with that Armor Smith before it gets out of hand.
Yeah.
5/3 Tar Creeper. Cute, but not that relevant.
I think he'd kill the Acolyte.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let's not give him a 3rd free card this game. 2's enough, you know?
Sure. But I mean, at
That'd be
this
pretty
point,
funny.
maybe you could just keep giving him cards, and that could become a strategy.
No. No, Rag's gonna shoot you.
That's true.
That's not a real strategy, I don't think. So Kalendo not getting a lot of cards off the Battle Rage, but it looks like he didn't need the cards anyways. His hand's full. So he was kind of right to play for tempo earlier.
Yeah.
Warax is pretty appealing against the 3-3.
So it's 3
Psychotrons. Yeah, sure. Alright, you could bump with Tarim and replay Tarim. No, that's not a good Tarim. You could do better. What do you actually do here? Got a nice getaway Kodo? Sure. You like to see that. Look at all this value. Everyone's just got full hand, a lot of stuff to do. Good times all around.
And the bump? Guess not. Your opponent's probably gonna bump for you.
Yeah. Although now there's the option to Whirlwind Fishes without hitting your own Psychotron.
Okay.
Which would get away Kodo the Stonehill, because that was played first. Doesn't like that very much. Might go for the cheap one here, just because you're kind of thinking about tempo, you're thinking about the Battle Rage in your hand. Take that 2-mana 07. Nope, goes to the good card.
Value on the mind.
Okay.
You just give him the Stonehill Defender?
I wasn't going to play it this turn. I was going to kind of set it up.
No, I mean with the War Axe now. Is that worth it?
Oh,
Or is he just gonna armor? Kaleno's being... These past few games, he's been really passive navigating these Paladin secrets. He does a lot of just... chilling.
Wait.
Yeah, he's... We saw in the first series, there was a lot more just... You know, every time people play things, they're killing it and whatnot. Kaleno is very, very patient.
And he's been having a lot of success in this format, so you could probably learn something from him.
Yeah, for sure. He just denies getaway Kodo value all day, every day. Denies all secret value. And forgoes tempo to do so, but then recovers it later on just fine.
Yeah, it's astonishingly patient play. 8 cards in hand, access to a lot of cards off Battle Rage, and still he's just Armor Smith hero powering.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Well, Tyrion's not a bad target to get away Kodo.
Not a bad one, yeah.
You don't mind. So if he fishes here, he getaways the Acolyte. It's a low value fishes, though. Wow, this is complicated.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on here. A lot of moving pieces. And there's a getaway Kodo still. But just talking about how you can clear the board in different ways. How relevant is clearing the board? The quest completion is also something to think about. You want to try and get that 8-drop out of your hand to try and make your way towards that quest sooner rather than later.
If he just plays Ally Armorsmith, he's not taking too much damage with how the board's panning out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Give him a Stonehill. It's too hard to play around the getaway Kodo here. You draw a lot of cards now? Nope. Hurdle up.
It's pretty fascinating. There's been like 8 minions in the field every turn, and there's been like 1 attack every turn.
Yeah. This game's actually so complicated.
Yeah, and here goes Jason's out. He's going for the push now, using equality to get the job done, and that's going to expose his board to simply Whirlwind to kill it.
Wow, that's a very high value discover.
Mm-hmm.
Considering it's not class cards, I mean. Oh, Primordial Drake's pretty good.
Yeah, Whirlwind, Primordial Drake can even kill the Tyrion. I don't know if it's worth blowing that much resources into it.
Yeah, it seems like you want to save the Whirlwind for the fishes.
Yeah, but then your Primordial Drake is facing down a 6-1.
Right. Yeah, it's gonna die. Is there anything like Slam? You don't have mana for Slam Whirlwind Curator.
I mean, odds are you find something off the slam, but when you don't, it's really
50-50.
sad. But slam the Tyrion Shield and pray. But Kalento
It
gonna
goes
take.
with your line.
Yeah. I'm just consistent, right? Just make sure you use all your mana and take a decent turn. The slam one's kind of a gamble on if anything good's gonna happen, and you need to get this out of your hand anyway to complete the quest.
Yeah, and getting that quest going is a priority. That's important. 3/3 Pyromancer. You don't see a lot of those.
Trades away the 3/3. Bash face, get maximum damage going.
SM Orc.
Yeah.
He's thinking Kaleno's about to equip Sulfurous. He's no longer going to be able to hero power to game 2, so these damage points really count. Especially since the faster you kill Kaleno, the less rag shots you have to take.
Mm-hmm.
Sulfurous really turns the game into a race. It really changes things.
No activation for the fishies anymore.
Well, you can slam and War Axe to like partially activate the fishies.
I think you just start off with a hero power and then maybe try and like slam execute something.
Okay.
Okay, this is fine. You could have full cleared with slam execute but wants to save onto it for something. And also just develop the taunt that's pretty awkward to kill right now. It'll help activate his fishes potentially. Jason Dawes having none of that. He's gonna make sure Fishes remains a dead card as he saw Kalento use a bunch of whirlwind effects earlier on in the game. Kings for
Bless you,
damage.
Kings. Yeah, looking to kill him. Very consistent.
Well, that's a card.
Yeah, that activates the fishies. So if you're ravaging fishies, hero power, you have 3 mana to play with. Slam doesn't quite kill the Terran. It's one off. Ravaging fishies execute. Is that too much of a resource commitment? You could just brawl.
No, you want to save Brawl for
Yeah.
the Zoth and whatnot. I think it's like, yeah, Ravaging Fishes, hero power.
You could Ravaging Fishes and base tank. Wow, the Battle Rage only gets 1. You had opportunities to get like 3 and 4 earlier in the game, but you won it. Very happy to swing the weapon here, considering he has Fiery War Axe in hand. Also, he doesn't have the life total to be trading into minions. Oh, that Hammer of Wrath is looking pretty relevant.
Yeah, especially with another Ashbringer coming out.
Honestly, it seems impossible for Kaleno to survive.
It seems that way. Paladin deck's finally gonna get a win.
Yeah. Paladins do tend to do well against Quest Warrior. Part of it is the quest is just awkward against Paladin hero power, right? Like,
Sure.
if you went to all that effort into getting Sulfurous, then it just shoots his hero power. You're not happy about that outcome.
Generally not, no. And this is gonna be the end for Kaleno.
All right, so
He needs to
20
slam, execute, and play Dirty Red and pull something. Or, you know, some other taunt minion. Needs Blood of Brave. Oof, 1 mana too much. And the Control Paladin gets a win. We are gonna
Yeah.
cast our first game next round without a Control Paladin involved. in
Amazing.
the entire tournament this far.
Rock solid 20% win rate. Just variance. That's pretty convincing. That was not very close.
No, that wasn't close at all.
It was interesting. Like, Coleno played it slow. It seemed like he had the options. He got to do what he wanted, and it was not good. Not good enough. Got butchered.
Yeah, the Sulfurus just wasn't very great at the end, and
One thing I've noticed playing Quest Warrior is it doesn't have a great solution to Tyrion. Like, there's no Harrison. I've tried teching it in. There's no Harrison for the weapon, and you can't face tank a million damage that effectively. And it's just hard to kill the actual 6/6 taunt the Mind Shield. Usually you have to hope a Brawl works.
okay.
So, Tyrion's a key card for beating Quest Warrior, I would say.
It's a key card for beating a lot of stuff.
It's a good card.
It's not bad. It's definitely not bad. So, remaining deck lists. Colento has advanced with his Paladin, and Jason Zhao has advanced with his Paladin. It looks like Jason Zhao is going to be queuing up his Jade Druid, teched to beat Control, featuring cards such as a Burgly Bully to get additional cards for Gadgets and Auctioneer, help him cycle his entire deck towards infinite Jade potential.
Yep. So, you want to just talk about deck lists for a minute?
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're talking about the Jade Druid by Jason Zhao, man.
Yeah, Jade Druid's a really good anti-control deck. Really tough to beat with a control deck.
Yeah, he's even got
And,
Harrison Jones in there.
And then the nice thing about Jade Druid is even when you do queue it into an aggro deck, it's got pretty good chances. Like Earth and Scales and Primordial Drake are some new tools to really shore up the classic weakness of aggro against Jade Druid. You know, 1 mana, gain a bunch of life, plus some board presence, pretty decent. And then Primordial Drake's just such an insane swing, especially when you innervate it out, so that they're not expecting that Consecration effect to be coming. They won't be playing around it as often. I know I've won a lot of games by innervating Primordial Drake and Druid. It's just...
So, how does the Taunt Warrior versus Jade Druid matchup typically go?
Well, the Taunt Warrior is racing to complete that quest as fast as possible so you can start shooting rag shots before the Jade Druid eventually gets to those giant Jades. It's a race, really. They're not racing to kill each other, they're racing to... I mean, the Taunt Warrior is kind of racing to kill the Jade Druid. Jade Druid is kind of racing to get to its end game.
Mm-hmm. As soon as the Jades hit like 9/9 and don't die to a rag shot, Taunt Warrior is in trouble.
Yeah. But you can still snipe some wins here and there, you know. Brawl to get you there, and sometimes you rag shot their 9/9 for 8, and then you whirlwind after.
Mm-hmm.
Stay in the game. So, a slow start here for Jason Zhao. No Wild Growth, no Jade Blossom, and then even when he does get to those later turns, there's no Nourish to draw cards.
Yeah, but Coin Innervate Eye is not bad. Gets a decent chunk of pressure going.
Sure, it's just that you're typically not that... You're right, it's a lot of pressure. It's just that... Oh, wow. Now I feel a lot better about that, because now we know there's more stuff coming after. The last thing you want... Okay, so he's going to Wrath to slow down Coleno.
I was thinking maybe even just Feral Rage there. Kill the Acolyte, so you could cycle Wrath later on.
Yeah, he may not need to cycle Wrath since he has Nourish in hand.
Okay. Yeah, maybe.
But he's curving into Innervate Aya into Nourish for cards.
Mm-hmm.
Figures it's really important to slow down Coleno's card draw to try and make it so that the quest is completed later.
For sure.
Don't let him draw into all those taunts. You take a 9-mana card?
Well, I would think it'd more take even... Like, it's either the 5-mana card or the 3-mana card. I never think you take the 9-mana one. You have a second Stonehill Defender, and you have, like, cheap cards right now, so you could potentially try and
I'm looking at the curve.
Yeah.
You've got a 5-on-5, and then 6 user play double 3. You've got the Stonehill finding you a card.
Well, instead of 5-on-5, you could do a 2 and a 3-on-5 even.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It does take the 9.
Yeah, it's just because, like, I was thinking potentially, like, Stonehill's going to give you another taunt, so you're going to have so many cards that you just need to play. That playing a 9-mana taunt to complete the quest always feels kind of awkward. Like sometimes Primordial Drakes get stuck up there and whatnot, but big cards are really good against Druid. A lot of Druids struggle with removing big things as Mulch is no longer a card in Standard. Jason Zhao, however, does have one copy of Naturalize in his deck. It is super effective at removing big things.
Yeah, I heard Amnesiac and Muzzy talking about it. They said they do think Naturalize is correct in J Druid. You do need a way to kill a thing.
Alright. That is the second idol.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tricky one. You really don't want to draw that because you kind of think you want to shuffle with it later in the game.
Oh, yeah, you definitely shuffle in this matchup every time. At some point.
Yeah, so drawing it this early is a disaster because you hate shuffling this early.
I don't actually mind shuffling this early.
You don't mind?
Nah, like
Drawing a 1-mana Jade's just fine.
yeah, with Ayav already been played. I think next turn you could even just shuffle and then draw. Like I think that's just a real sequence that could happen. I like the swipe here, clean up everything, keep Aya unpopped, and preserve all the health on your minions. And the next turn just shuffle, then draw, and your minions just get so big so fast.
Yeah, so Jason crucially chose the swipe in a way that gave his opponent a lot of armor off Armorsmith. He doesn't care about that for the game. He's focused on board control. This game's going to be going on for a long period of time, so any advantages he gets now going to have a lot of turns translate into life.
Okay. Do we take the second mammoth?
Oh, please no. 1/9's probably enough. Let's...
We're
Oh.
going double mammoth!
That's nice. Double mammoth.
Full tempo from Jason Zhao.
And Earth and Scale is just always finds a spot where it enables some kind of value trade. 1 mana +1/+1 is just so flexible.
He's got a curve.
8/9/9. So he wants to save Execute for later big Jades. He wants to save Whirlwind.
The thing is, Execute cannot be used later because you're going 8/9/9. So I think you just use it now.
Well, I mean, the game's going really long,
True.
typically.
He's gonna
I
go
guess-
to Whirlwind.
More. Doesn't respect anybody, doesn't trade at all. Because he has the Primordial Drake to clean up next turn.
Yeah, so there's
And he
just
knows-
no reason to trade.
Yeah, and he knows that eventually he does need to kill the Jade Druid. That's the key thing. Is the game's going to end with a rag shot to the face, ideally.
Or a bunch of mammoth is just plowing him over. Those are 6/10s.
Okay.
Like, the Jades
Those are
aren't
big
big enough
numbers.
to combat that yet. This mammoth rush strategy might just be strong enough.
So he's trading to play around the Primordial Drake on 8.
Yep.
Always a good idea.
I like those trades for sure.
Probably still just slaying Primordial Drake.
Oh yeah.
You could Blood of Brave, but This
Why?
way you have Blood of Brave to complete the quest plus, play it.
Yeah, way down the road. You got 2 9-drops you gotta wiggle out of your hand still. Those could have both been 3-drops, by the way.
I liked taking a 9-drop. The second one's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it's super good against Druid. You definitely idle here. Right?
Oh yeah, you're so happy to hit Fandral for your idol. Because you had to shuffle it for the late game, and this way you actually get the token off as well.
Yeah. He
A lot of
wants to
times-
save it. He wants to try and get gadgets still. It's really patient.
Huh.
I don't know if you mind. I wouldn't mind hitting idols.
That 6/10 is so good against this Burly Bully.
Yeah, it is.
A little inconsistent. He plays the Jade Blossom, but not the Jade Idol. It's kind of like...
Well, I mean, he doesn't want to shuffle because he wants to hit gadget.
Okay,
But
a little optimistic.
missing out on a 1-mana 7/7. And are you really that sad when you draw 1-mana 8/8? I guess it's kind of sad because it's not gadget, but
This is a good way to complete the quest. 6-9 and a 6-10 in play. Hit that Jade Spirit before you Hero Power because you don't want Rag to shoot that one. Don't want Rag to shoot the Vandal either. Oh, face has got to be the worst option. I think you really naturalize. I don't know. The problem is Jason Zhao doesn't have enough to do with his mana. But he really wanted his gadget there, obviously.
Yeah, just missing the card draw element. He needs either Nourish or Gadget. He's got 2 Gadgets and a Nourish just waiting. He also had Harrison Jones he could have hit there for cycle.
It goes back to what you said back on turn 3 when he wrathed that Acolyte of Pain. He said he might have Pharaoh Raged Acolyte of Pain instead to save the Wrath for cycle later on. Oh. And the way the game's panning out, looks like that idea would have worked out better. So good spot from you.
Yeah, you just always try and cycle the Wraths in this matchup whenever you can, and Pharaoh Rage kind of sucks in this matchup.
That Mastodon's looking very slow. This is a hero power to play it. Big deal. It's a key thing to think about when you're playing Taunt Warrior is taking anything that costs 9+ mana means you're missing a Rag shot. Very costly.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Now he's going to shuffle.
Shuffle first, then Interbait, because you want to draw those Jades right now.
You want all of them. Oh.
Yeah. He already used the other Vade. He's just looking for a Jade off these 2 draws.
It doesn't hit it. Unfortunate. Oh, no, he does hit it.
That does hit it. Nice. This one spawns a minion, of course. Can't clear the 6-10, but he's not too sad about that. He got the turn he wanted. That's really important for Jason.
Yeah, the gadget just in time. He is most likely going to be able to win from this position quite handsomely.
He could just get smorked down if Rag's feeling lucky.
Yeah, he does not have another copy of Earthen Scales in his deck, and both copies of Feral Rage have been used, so 3 Rag shots to the face would be lethal. And that's 1. 2 more to go.
War to the face is very appealing all of a sudden. Because it means that Jason Zhao's hero power won't get him out of range of an extra Rag shot.
Yeah, I mean, he can do the War Axe to the face like almost whenever, though.
Okay.
Unless the taunt's in the way, I guess.
They can keep it as a surprise, maybe. Is it time? No. We're not bound yet.
That's a lot of Jades.
And that's a key moment. Jade up to 9.
Yeah, it makes things
much harder to Rag shot things. I do think Cleno's been a bit unlucky with his Rag shots. You want the early Rag shots to hit minions and the later Rag shots to hit face. And he had the early Rag shots hitting face, which is pretty awkward.
If they all hit face from here out, works out.
And that's what he wants. Now he's starting to want them to hit face. Although it's starting to get impossible for him to win. Cards like Execute and Brawl tend to be the best here. Yeah, Ravaging to enable to execute. The 8 hit the 9/9, you get Ravaging to clean it up and execute the 8/8.
Ravaging's still pretty good here.
Yeah.
Turns that Bloodhoof Brave into a 5/5.
Yeah, let them execute the 9/9. Shade with that face. Come on. Yeah. This is pretty exciting.
Jason has a little bit of heal, but not much.
Yeah, he's not dealing with the board that effectively is the issue. He's taking some repetitive minion damage. That's not where you want to be. He's thinking, do I Yogg here? Is it that bad?
One more Rag shot to the face and he's done, man.
The longer you wait, the worse the Yogg gets, because sometimes you don't have time for all the animations plus whatever attack you need to make at the end of the Yogg turn.
Yogg's also particularly scary at 11 because a War Axe swing and a Rag shot and you're dead.
Yeah.
A lot of times the Yogg means there's nothing left on the board at all. That's a good one.
That's nice.
another
Oh,
good one.
that's so nice. For denying those rag shots with the extra 2-2s.
That went well.
That went super well.
This is... I feel bad for Kalina.
Wow. Whoa.
Oh my god, another soul of the forest.
That's absurd. Backbiter for some rubbins.
Holy fire, wow. Oh, he's got the... It dealt
Holy
damage
fire,
to
yeah.
him! Oh, because the...
Up,
Not even got the
all well
space.
misses. Hammer hit despite having 7 minions on his side of the board. That Yogg was insane.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely
And
top
he can
tier
still lose
Yogg.
the game here.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
rag to the face. Get him, Rag. Boop. So is he dying here if he plays Ali Armorsmith and nothing relevant? 17, he's taking.
I thought it was going. It was running right down the middle.
It's not dying. I think it's one off lethal, except for the Feral Rage makes it lethal.
So what if he had played double Ellie Armorsmith and just passed?
That's not. You gotta go for lethal out, right?
Well, I mean, you could find Brawl.
Yeah, but you have a chance at lethal there, and he could just Feral Rage and get out of range.
Sure.
Brawl's not that good with Soul of the Forest on that many minions. You're still losing.
Yeah.
So you trade Yoggin to minimize the armor.
He's 1 damage off lethal.
8, 12, 16, 17. Oh, he's got it, right?
2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 14, 18. Yeah, he's got it. Overkill by 1. Taunt Warrior. We were saying it at the beginning, it was going to be a weakness in Kaleno's lineup, and it looks like that's kind of what's happening right now.
It was doing well this game, but Yogg was not having any of that.
Yeah, I really thought Kaleno was going to win that one.
I haven't seen the Yogg that good in quite some time.
It was a pretty good one. It was definitely a pretty good one.
My Yoggs tend to lava burst themselves, and then I'm overloaded.
Yeah, I'd say that happens more often than what we saw. Yeah, like
Fill the board, double Soul of the Forest, kill your guy.
His Yogg was so good that Call of the Wild didn't even have space on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spawned a taunt minion.
Jason Zhao's remaining deck is the Jade Bloodlust Spirit Echo Shaman.
Yeah, that's an interesting one to try and play around. Imagine trying to play around like Devolve, Hex, Maelstrom Portal, Lightning Storm, Jinyu Water Speaker, Harrison Jones, Bloodlust, Volcano. What the heck?
Yeah, you got
There's so much going on there. So the gist of it is he can AoE you in a lot of ways. He's got some good spot removal, anti-weapon tech, and if you ever fall behind, he can just punish you with Bloodlust.
Or Spirit Echo. Like if there's a big board built up and they Spirit Echo some Jade minions, holy smokes, are those good? You just really ramp the Jades up like crazy.
Right, so the gist of the game plan against the Shaman is you want to stay ahead on board so that they're not crushing you with Mana Tide or Bloodlust or anything like that, or Spirit Echo. You want to be ahead on board, but you don't want to be too ahead on board so that they get good AoE value. You want to be just consistently slightly ahead on board, and that's actually really tough to do, is trade properly over a long period of time to apply enough pressure, be ahead on board, but not let them swing it back in their favor.
It's a puzzle.
Yeah, you have to ride the line.
Ride the
line. Pulling too far ahead, getting AoE too hard. And then, of course, there's also moments where it's correct to just go all in and make them have it.
Sure.
And identifying that can be tricky.
I like going all in and then having an Acolyte on the field, because when they have to Volcano and Acolyte, it's hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
Get those...
On the flip side, playing Acolyte in a Volcano deck can be pretty funny, too.
Yeah, and then turn 8, Acolyte, Volcano, draw 3, clear the board.
This is a The Shaman deck's quite different from the Druid deck in that it's harder for the Jades to get up to where they're out of rag shot range.
But it's a lot easier for there just to be more stuff on the field in general.
Right.
Shaman
Because you're
just-
hero powering minions into play,
Yeah.
which Druid does not do.
And you get 0 mana 5/5s, which then gets Spirit Echoed, and then you get more 0 mana 5/5s.
Jason could have hero powered out a 1/1 there, and then Kalena might have coined out the Acolyte in response.
Yeah. I mean, that's a risk you always take, though.
Yeah, I know. It's just kind of funny because we had that key moment come up with Paladin Mirrors earlier. So Acolyte draws 2 in this board, or you can just Tar Creeper and be patient.
The Tar Creeper is a lot less appealing because of the Spell Power Totem roll. Makes Jade Lightning kind of a bummer.
Yeah. Jason uses Hex to deny card draw. One cute thing you can do with Hex in this matchup is Hex the Direhorn Hatchling. That way it doesn't get the Death Rattle effect off, so the Curator won't draw the Direhorn Matriarch. It's a fairly aggressive use of Hex, I would say.
Very, very
Really?
aggressive.
I think we've seen Jason do this. Just, he really wants to deny Kaleno card draw. I use that highly.
Gets his own card draw with the Harrison Jones as well. He has Harrison Jones in almost all of his decks. Every single deck except Quest Rogue has Harrison Jones in it. He is ready for weapons.
Yeah, it's consistent with the Conquest format of, you know, trying to pick a certain deck or set of decks and just bully them and beat them over and over again.
Yeah. And it seems like he picked Warrior.
Yeah. It's also really good against Paladin to have Harrison Jones. Get that Ashbringer. And Paladin and Warrior are two very popular classes in this format, so you can see that's the logical lineup decision to make. I think Eloise also brought Triple Harrison to DreamHack.
Are we going to see another game with multiple Harrison Jones?
Oh, yeah.
He plays Harrison Jones in every deck, and he usually plays it twice. Sometimes even thrice.
He's averaging about 2 Harrison Jones per game.
Yeah, he's a,
HPG.
his HPG is off the charts. Highest HPG player we've ever seen.
Yeah, really. So, good sequencing. Draw first from Kaleno. Could actually trade the 3-1 in first if you wanted to draw the Direhorn Matriarch.
His Jade count is so small. Man, so much value. These heals are hitting every time. Jones is just taking on the whole team by himself, getting healed back up.
Hot Spring Guardian looking pretty nice. That's no squirming tentacle.
That card is sick. Card is really strong.
It's just so much stronger healing a minion than your face. If you can, you know, get a high enough health minion to stick to the board and value trades, you can heal it.
It's an elemental Earthen Ring Farseer with taunt, man. Card is disgusting.
Yeah, and 2/4 is better than 3/3 as well, right? Like,
Yep.
you value the health higher.
Harrison finally goes
Harrison.
down.
Down but not out. This could be another triple Harrison game, you know?
It definitely could be.
It kind of seems likely at this point.
Well, and there are 3 weapons, so you could hit double
Could
War
happen.
X and
Sulfurous, yeah.
Sulfurous, yeah. This play from Jason's out did not navigate very well against Primordial Drake.
Right, but how much does he care?
I don't
If
think he
Primordial
cares.
Drake happens, he's doing alright.
He gets another draw off the Manatite, so maybe he's trying to bait it so he can just get another draw of Manatite. He's like, you clear my whole board, but I don't care.
Got another one.
Yeah.
He's got spell damage on demand for that Maelstrom portal.
That's true. Double spell damage now.
Yeah, just stacking up those Wrath of Air totems. See if he Spirit Echoes both of those, he can get 4 Wrath of Air totems for the next one.
Wow.
I want to see that. 4 Wrath of Air totems. Sorry, 5 if you Hero Power 1, right?
Yeah, sure.
No, I miscounted. Sorry.
Well, I mean, you Spirit Echo the 2.
Yeah.
And then
you got 3
you
with
get
the
3,
Hero Power.
yeah, with the Hero Power.
Yeah. It's not too close.
You don't double them. It's not.
Doc.
It's not Echo Medivh. It's Spirit Echo. Totally different card. This seems really hard for Warrior to ever beat.
Spirit Echo, Jade Shaman, yeah.
Yeah.
And I do think that is the idea of the lineup, right? I think that's what Jason was planning.
Yeah.
Like, it's just going to be really hard for your Warrior to win a game. Jason was thinking a lot of people were going to bring Quest Warrior, and I'm going to make it really hard for him to win with it.
Harrison can come down for his second weapon of the game.
Ah. Jade Lightning, Jade Spirits, a lot of stuff on board. That might be too much.
I wanted to see the Harrison memes.
Yeah. Harrison just not good enough. This is really hurting Jason's Harrison per game stat. It's the opportunity.
I mean, that's really the only important thing, right?
Yeah. These fishies.
Not bad, yeah. Kleno's got the fishies to clear the board, and then he also has Brawl to clear the board in the future.
And Primordial Drake. Kill a lot of things with that deck.
And he's almost done completing the quest, so maybe he's got a shot.
He knows about the Harrison. Right? It was Spirit Echoed. He could just smork for 3 here. Chooses not to. Interesting.
He does not care about this Harrison. He wants Jason Zhao to play Harrison.
I think he just forgot. I think that's a mistake.
His face doesn't look like he forgot. He didn't even make an expression at all.
He never makes an expression. He's Kaleno.
He makes little subtle lip movements.
Yeah?
Yeah. If you watch
Lip
very
reader?
closely, yeah.
I trust you.
I mean,
I'll believe you. It sounds like nonsense, but I'll believe you this time.
now the Ghoul trades into the Harrison, he Primordial Drakes. It's fine. It's all planned.
Yeah, set this up perfectly.
Hey, he stopped the Jades for a turn, right? That's the important part.
You need to stop him for more than a turn, like.
Well,
a
now he
long
gets the
turn.
weapon, and he can make stuff happen, right?
Okay.
Primordial Drake execute.
Crucially, did not get Spirit Echo off on this Harrison, so looks like the HP, the Harrison's per game is just going to stay at 2 this time.
Yeah. Well, it was 3 the previous game. Then
Did he
2
actually
the-
play the third one?
I don't know. Yeah, in the
Yeah, he
the
played it
Paladin.
vanilla. Yeah, he played it. It just didn't kill anything. So, 2.5 over 2 games. What was the third game?
Third game.
It's hard to remember.
It's hard to remember.
Let's focus on
for
this
sure.
one.
The third game, it was a Druid game, and he only played it once.
Kaleno feeling very confident with the Coin Sulphurs, knowing that Harrison's out of the way. Both of them.
Both of them. Gotta clarify that for sure.
So, Jason's thinking about how best to flood the board to minimize the impact of that rag shot. And there's no good answer, really. That rag shot's just going to be very effective this turn.
No Spirit Echoes on any of the Jade cards that he's played thus far.
Yeah, I mean, he figures there's always going to be more later. Just do one of those. What's the rush?
What if he doesn't find more?
Gotta believe. No, you're right. It is a risk he's taking.
He's
The
just
volcano
playing-
kills everything, but that doesn't seem like what you want to be doing.
Well, this is a good Spirit Echo turn for sure.
Okay.
Just Mana Tide,
Power and Echo.
Echo.
我想
So you could bump the Alley Armorsmith first, heal it up.
Sure, seems fine to me. Gotta get through it sometime.
Yeah, Volcano's a pretty bad card against the completed quest. I think Jason included that because he wasn't sure that he'd be playing against Quest Warriors. It looks like he was hedging with his lineup to also try and beat Pirate Warrior because he's got some Galaka crawlers in his Rogue. Maybe that's because he figures the Rogue's gonna get banned by everything that's not Pirate Warrior.
Okay,
You know, the
holding back
lineup-
mana, that's fine. Guess it just dies for free anyway.
Well, it draws a card and then it draws another of itself.
Yeah, which then draws more cards, but now he's got spell power. I don't know.
Volcano for 16, what up?
But it's
Well,
really
that's
only 14. 'Cause
Yeah, it's worse. It's just
Yeah.
bad.
Negative spell power. Unless you're really lucky.
Yeah, I gotta believe.
He's worried about Brawl.
Volcano's actually extremely consistent for a card that says random on it. It typically just says 5 mana, clear the board, overload 2.
Typically. As long as you don't have a bunch of junk on it. You're gonna hold back the thing from below, play around the fishes in the Brawl a little bit. His reload's looking mighty weak. Kaleno might be able to take this. It's gonna come down to a little bit of Brawl RNG.
A little bit.
Yeah. Wait, what's the timing on the Brawl? You
Um,
do it now?
来打造和珅的护甲。
No.
Just get the execute off. See, one of the things is though, the longer you wait on the Brawl, the more like your opponent's hand size gets to increase for their reload, as well as the more potential rag shots you have just clearing minions instead of going face. Because you gotta kill them eventually. They may not have as much Jades as Jade Druid, but like eventually they get up there.
Yeah. Alright, Kalena going for the nope, not gonna brawl line.
Executing.
Executing first, meaning he really wants Hero Power to go face. That's pretty weird. Seems like that's how he wanted things to go, and just had better odds of it going that way if he Hero Powers before execute.
I agree with you, man.
Volcano giving the opponent, I'm gonna say, a lot of armor. Kind of depends on what
Yeah.
order it kills things.
Not
Oh, that was
ideal
lucky ordering.
for the game, yeah.
That's great for Jason.
Yep. So he's only giving him a little bit of armor this way. Optimal clearing.
So you want to kill Armorsmith, then Ravage People.
Yeah.
Kaleno at a casual 56.
He's
Yeah,
gonna
this is
get
kind of...
few hero powers in before he dies.
Yeah. This is a little bit better than Domo, where you're at 8. Because he's got about 50 more life than that. And 50 is a big number.
These are facts.
Well, secondary Bruiser is the biggest of those things. Good choice. Missed the thing from below. Second best target, though. Can't be too upset.
I mean, he's got 58 life, but he looks pretty dead.
Yeah, he's got some value issues.
Yeah, that Aya just kind of seals it. As long as Jason Zhao continues to hero power every turn, it's going to be really tough for Kaleno to land enough rag shots. But
He's really hesitant to play the secondary Bruiser because of how badly it trades from thing from below here. He's got to know that Jason's got that Jinyu Water Speaker available.
yeah, it is in his hand from the Spirit, I think, though, so this is going to come down.
双脚永远干爽。
I wonder why I played it.
So Jason's trying to find what's the right amount of pressure to apply to not overextend into Brawl, but put enough pressure on my opponent. And he says this is the right amount. Good Rag RNG for Kaleno there. It's got to be conservative with its resources. No Whirlwind execute this turn. You know, he's going to be here for a while. He can really wait and squeeze more out of his cards. So this Bloodlust is going to hit a 7-minion board for 21 damage at some point this game. Which is less than half of Kaleno's life.
Oh, warrior. Good old volcano on the armorsmith.
So if you brawl this, you should have Whirlwind execute for the next Jade. But, I don't know, it's like when you use the fishes. It's not very good here.
No, it's not. It really doesn't clear much. Kills only the totems. I don't think he fishes here at all.
There's 17 attack on board, so the brawl's pretty tempting.
Yeah, I imagine your opponent's not going to reload with 17 attack most of the time. And the next Jade that comes out's a 9/9, so...
The hero power, I'd say 3 good outcomes, 8, 8, 5, 5 in face.
The brawl animation might take too long.
I mean, just click the button. Oh, that's not what you want to see. That's fine.
He hit it.
Yeah, it's okay. And having seen the brawl, great time to play everything you can.
Yeah. There's only one brawl in the deck list for Kalento, so Jason Zhao feels pretty comfortable extending into this board.
Just has to get through executes, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Kalento can potentially full clear this. Swing the Sulfurous at the Aya, Whirlwind, Fishes, execute, Hero Power, win the 50-50.
Okay.
Is that worth it?
Yes.
If that happens, and there's no more Jade cards for Jason Zhao, which... How many Jade cards are left in his deck? I think there's a Jade Claws, and is there one
Maybe
more?
a Jade Lightning?
Yeah, there might be just like one more Lightning. Well, let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Jade buffs and Aya in the deck, and he Spirit Echoed 1 Jade buffer. So 9 Jade buffs and Aya, and we're going into 10-10. So there's only one more Jade card, right?
So I think he doesn't fishes this turn. He weapons Aya. He could play Brave before Whirlwinding, potentially. He wants the 2/6 Brave instead of a 5/5 Brave. He's scared of Lightning Storm with double spell damage. Healing Totem is such a key role against that fishes.
That is a good totem.
So you weapon, you storm, you Jinyu your own face just for some pressure. You want that 3/6 in play. And both players are pretty much out of stuff that does stuff.
Till now. But the default
That's
is
a
actually
good default,
sick against that minion. Wow.
Yeah. Give him a 4-drop instead of a 6/9.
This is the final Jade card.
Oh.
And Jason Zhao has 1 card left remaining in his deck. That's what the text meant, right?
So fatigue's gonna start ticking up. Going to 19, so if he takes 2 fatigue ticks plus 2 rag shots, he'll die. But it looks like his Bloodlust clock is very probably much faster than that. Stonehill Defender, great draw for Kaleno. That helps stall quite a bit. The key thing for Kaleno here is to just hit him in the face with that hero power. So he's probably going to fish this just to kill that 3/2 this turn, depending on what he sees on Stonehill Defender. You don't want a 9-drop because then you can't hero power. The 4-drop is insane, right? There's 6 minions in play.
It's pretty big.
So you can't fish this turn because you have to 4-drop and you have to hero power.
You probably just take the 2/7 because both of them just die to the 11/11.
Oh, okay.
And this one, the 2/7 would at least give you some armor while it gets smacked.
Yeah, that's a good point. Slight misstep from Coleno cost himself 2 armor.
Not bad. Now the Stonehill Defender lives. Pretty nice. Or not.
Yeah, you can hero power force first now because the Inspire minions are gone. They rotated out. That used to be a thing with Maelstrom Portal. Trying to get Inspire value. Deliberately rolled a taunt totem. He could have tried to roll a 1/1 instead. Just higher pressure.
So one thing the 3-attack minion did do for Colento, though, is potentially... Oh, no, there's a healing totem. I was going to say potentially set up the trade with the hero power, but not quite.
So if he hero powers that 11/9, it's actually a good outcome. He can fishes it down. That's not what he wants to see. I guess if he ever hero powers the 11/9, he can kill it off.
Yeah.
He's thinking, do I play this Curator, or do I try and kill off the 11/9 first with hero powering it in fishes?
I think I kill the 11/9 first, right? You're not going to die. It's 15,
Yeah.
16, 17, 18, plus 11. So you're way out of range of that for now. And then plus 1 from fatigue. Just gotta hit that 11/9, man. You know the last 2 cards are Volcano and Bloodlust. Okay, this
Just
is
spending the
smart.
mana on it now. Yeah, this way, the idea is now he can Curator and hero power and have the fishes already be done. Cashes in the Bloodlust immediately.
Now why do you think he does this?
I guess it just doesn't matter for the clock. I don't know.
I mean, he got a lot less value out of it. This could matter for the clock.
You got 6 less than the maximum, right?
Yeah, 6 less. That's a big deal. If he hits this 11/11 and gets Curator down...
He must have misremembered, like, what cards are available.
Well... Does he get there?
This is so tense.
The 1 and 7 for the game.
Well, it's kind of 2. If he hits the minion, it's pretty good as well.
6. 2 and 6.
2 and 7. Misses. Yeah. Oof. Wow. That game was complicated. A lot of these games are super complicated. That's what I'm noticing here. This is just not easy to...
Well, yeah, I mean, the 5:30 in the morning all control mirrors grind, you know, like what a
Yeah.
what a great way to start the day. But Jason Zhao's lineup appears to be pretty good at targeting that Taunt Warrior. He's got a lot of Jade decks. He's got N'Zoth Paladin and Colento's Quest Warrior, the weak link in his lineup, taken down. One of the favorites to win the whole thing.
I believe he's still in the tournament, right? He's not just knocked out.
He's not just knocked out. He's not. It's group stage, but he is hurting. He's down 0-1 now. But yeah, we are in the group stage of the tournament. Nobody gets knocked out today. There is 10 days of Hearthstone action in this tournament, so it's going to be a roller coaster. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
10 days of control versus control versus control to fatigue. And the crazy thing is, once people have played against opponents, you know, once or twice and seen how the decks kind of line up against each other, and they start realizing, hey, his, you know, Paladin deck's going to outvalue mine going to fatigue, so I need to come up with a new game plan. Then that's when people start doing some really wacky stuff and just trying to play Hearthstone, you know, totally differently so that they can try and win it unfavorable. And that's my favorite kind of Hearthstone to watch.
Now, I do see a guy here with the Hunter with Spellbreaker. So it's not, he's got Pirate Warrior,
Oh, yeah.
Hunter, aggro, Murloc, Paladin. It's not straight control mirrors the whole way
Mm-hmm.
through this tournament. There's some diversity.
Yeah. I have to imagine the smart guy is going to do pretty good. There's a lot of players lineups that just cut most of the defensive tools and heavily targeted control, and the smart guy is going to just have a field day with that.
Yeah. I'm actually astonished at how much control and anti-control tech I'm seeing just looking through these deck lists for this tournament.
It's ridiculous, yeah. I mean...
No respect for the smart.
Well, I mean, it's an EU versus CN, right? There's no NA involved, you know? So, like...
Right. Yeah, I'm used to an NA meta where people kill people. I don't know what's up here.
NA people play... They play for real. They don't mess around. They're pirates in every deck. Like...
Galactic Crawler.
Yeah. But, EU versus CN, everybody's got Stampeding Kodo, Curator N'Zoth in every deck. It's... They got a lot of time to kill.
The next matchup should be Stanudachi versus OM Hamster. You want to talk about those decks for a minute? I gotta take a quick bathroom break.
All right, Stanudachi versus OM Hamster. We'll take a quick glance at OM Hamster's deck list first. OM Hamster is playing, it looks like, the Gunther Mage, which is kind of like a value-oriented mid-range mage with, you know, Mana Worm in the early game, which then curves all the way up with value cards towards an Archmage Antonitis, Medivh, Alexstrasza, Firelands Portal sort of endgame. Can outvalue a lot of decks, features Ice Block, and it's a monster of a deck. And being able to generate fireballs is pretty sick in the late game. And then he also runs Jade Druid, Harrison Jones in the Jade Druid, as well as, you know, Yogg-Saron on the top end, double Gadget. So just pretty standard anti-control Jade Druid. Doesn't look like any anti-aggro techs really. And then he's got the N'Zoth Paladin, but it's not built the same as the previous N'Zoth Paladins we've been seeing. He has the Spike Ridge Steed in it, and he has more Death Rattles for the N'Zoth. He has the Karen Bloodhoof in there. And even has Elise as well, so it's a little bit heavier than the other Chinese players that we've seen. And then he has the Quest Rogue that's been banned thus far every game in the tournament. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, they're just highlighting a few of the clear turns. Yeah, that's what Kaleno just kind of went all in, and Jason Zhao really punished him. Kaleno knew the Harrison was there and just took a risk against the equality, and he had the equality.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. I haven't even started going into the other players' deck lists. I just went over...
If you want me to leave so you can continue, I can get out of here.
I went over OM Hamster's deck list. He is playing control decks targeting control. Like most players in the tournament thus far.
Yeah.
And you say he's going up against Stanudachi, who is playing Zixo's same exact decks card for card.
Control decks targeting control. So it's going to be a battle of who's greedier.
Exactly.
Did you answer that question?
I can, probably. Let's see. I believe Stanudachi's decks are greedier. So I believe Stanudachi will win the series. Quite handily.
The interesting thing about control decks is they win games slowly. They draw a large portion of the deck, so they kind of do what they do very consistently against other control decks. So like in aggro mirrors, you know, if you're built a little bit better for the mirror, you got a slight edge. In control mirrors, if you're built a little bit better for it, you got a big edge.
One thing I do want to mention though is Hamster's not new at doing the outgreed your opponent and win control mirrors strat. Hamster's been doing this for, I think, 2.5 years now. Every single lineup I've ever seen him play has been greedy control decks. So if there's one guy that can win, even though he's outgreeded in a control mirror, it's Hamster, man. That guy is, I would say, one of, if not the best, like, greedy control player in the world. Like, he just thrives when the decks are greedy as hell.
So Hamster, just the king of value.
Yeah, he's you think of like a North American player to compare it to. It's like Strife Crow. You know, he just always builds like super greedy
我
decks.
觉得 A 组
Hamster
B
does
组其
that.
实两边的
When you're playing the control lineup, Strife Crow's the last guy you want to queue into.
Yeah, because they're just so good at those weird control-y board states and knowing what to do and cute little
然
tricks
后
and stuff
像我
like
这种
that
就比较喜
to
欢去
win those
打慢组
matchups.
卡组，我对打快攻其实不是那么特别想。
All right.
所以其实我就觉得我们
I remember watching. We were casting the Titan AR tournament with Hamster in that tournament, and he
I
just
remember.
yeah he went down 0-2 at the beginning of every series against the aggro decks, and 3-0 swept the one control deck that everybody had for 9 rounds. Like the guy loves some control mirrors.
Dude, they have such great footage for this tournament. I really enjoy their commercials.
年炉石传说中欧对抗赛上，不论是欧洲选手还是中国选手获得了比赛冠军，
Nudes.
都将
Winner
获
to
得
take from
由周
Ferrari.
老板私人提供的全新法拉利一辆。
Man, I'd like to own that car.
What is the thing on their faces?
想要赢得冠军，就要有体力，最好的体力。因为冠军
It's a video clip of the group draw players are group determined by the rarity of cards.
难道你们想让法拉利被欧洲人开走吗？
So are we to believe this is how they selected the group stages? That's what the admin just told us. This is a video of them selecting the groups.
This is Chinese people. They have overwhelmed.
Yeah, I don't know.
So you have to
It's
adapt
intense.
to make the right choice. And such great passion.
伤害38点，疲劳3点，可以斩杀。伤害17点，不能斩杀。
经过这次集训，
Good
虽然说
counting.
你们
Versus
的
are
比赛
awesome.
能力都达到一个可以媲美欧洲选手的水平，但是由于我不能代替你们参加比赛，所以说你们的颜值处于一个非常大的劣势。
Don't use your eyes. Try to use your heart to feel, to contact wisdom. It will appear when you need it.
Hey man, those are the quests. He's always starting your hand. It's
Yeah.
not even impressive. There's Lovely Chook. Number 4.
Baby Rage.
Alright, we are back. I am Firebat. Casting with me is Zalay.
What's up, everybody?
Chinese production quality, man. They have really
10
sweet
out of 10.
commercials and
11 out of 10, really. 10's not a high enough rating for that.
it's good stuff. It's good stuff. And we are going to be casting the match between Stanudachi and Hamster.
Yep. Hamster, king of value. Standardachi, looking to dethrone him.
Yeah, he's bringing the same exact lineup as Zixo. Class for class, card for card. Which includes Jade Druid with the Curator and double Stampeding Kodo. So super greedy anti-control Jade Druid. And a super greedy N'Zoth Paladin, including double Spike Ridge Steed, Karen, Elise, double Ivory Knight, Lay on Hands, Rag Lightlord, Tyrion, and N'Zoth. So, you know, as much value as you could possibly jam into it. And then Dragon Priest with all the top end, Elise.
No Potion of Madness.
No Potion of Madness, no anti-aggro tools, just Divine Spirit, Inner Fire. And then the 0 backstab, 0 eviscerate, just 0 removal whatsoever, no fan of knives, super anti-control quest rogue. So
Yeah, I don't like the backstabs and eviscerates very much in Quest Rogue. I think it's better to really focus that deck on what the deck is trying to do, which is complete the quest and then exploit having completed the quest. And backstab and eviscerate are great cards, but they do neither of those things.
Yeah, I mean, they're anti-aggro tech usually.
Right.
And Stan Udachi doesn't want any anti-aggro tech in his anti-control lineup. And then we have Hamster, who is also playing an anti-control lineup, running the Cy Gunther Mage, or, the Value Mage, with more top end than usual with the Alex Straza, Medivh, Antonitis, and Burgley Bully in there for some extra coins and whatnot. But, yeah, pretty powerful, greedy late game mage deck. And then his own Jade Druid, featuring Harrison Jones and Yogg Saron, but still double gadget, so quite greedy. And then the N'Zoth Paladin, not nearly as heavy as Stan Udachi's, but it does include a Spellbreaker, which could be very cute in a lot of the matchups, especially the Paladin Mirror. And it also has Karen and Spike Ridge Steed and what have you, and then, the N'Zoth Tyrion and whatnot. And then his
Spellbreakers. The silence is so sick in this metagame, right? Against Tyrion, against Spike Ridge Steed. And there are a few other targets out there as well. Really like that Spellbreaker. But yeah, like you said, not as greedy. Only 4 6-drops and 3 8-drops as opposed to 5 from the opponent. It has a Tarim, and it doesn't have double Ivory Knight or double Spike Ridge Steed. So cut an Ivory Knight and a Spike Ridge Steed for a Tarim and some cheaper card. Spellbreaker.
Yeah. Who would have thought we would have to say only 4 6-drops?
Right?
Nah, he's getting outvalued on the 6th slot. He only has 4 of them.
And Hamster does have a backstab in his rogue, but that doesn't really matter. The rogues are just going to always be banned in these matchups, what we've been seeing.
Yeah.
People are more afraid of the rogue than the Jade Druid.
Yeah, which is a little surprising.
I think the Jade Druid beats something like Control Warrior more consistently than the Rogue. But the Rogue beats the heck out of a Jade Druid? How relevant is that?
Not really. Your Jade Druid's always going to find a win, so I don't think you really care. I think just like the Quest Rogue has a higher % chance of just drawing dead and losing to something randomly. So I think I would ban the Jade Druid personally, but...
Everyone seems to disagree with us. They probably know what they're doing. But maybe not. I don't know, it's something to think about.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you see Hamster's Quest Rogue only has... Or it has some, like, a little bit of anti-aggro tech. It's got a backstab and only 1 banish. So, maybe.
魔法会把你撕成碎片。
虽然刚才那把练习赛我输了，但是我是个稳健派选手。今年的中国队卡赛我还是很有信心的。万一我真的开出法拉利怎么办？不对，我还没有驾照啊。没事，我还可以学嘛。
Stan Udachi. Stan Udachi is a new superstar Hearthstone player from Russia. In 2017, he defeated Frozen, the North American #1, to win the championship.
I am Stan Udachi. This is my time.
Yeah, get him, Stan Udachi.
It's your time. Taking him down. Outvaluing Hamster. Epic control mirrors.
Who can get the most value out of their cards? Put the most value in their deck. I don't know. You're thinking Stan Udachi's gonna win, but I'm thinking I don't think the lineup advantage is very large. Like, even though it's kind of there, it's significant. Things like the Spellbreaker for Hamster really change things.
It's gonna be tough still, I'd say. I'd say it's like at least 60-40 in Stan Udachi's favor. Maybe even 65-35.
And that's what we call a huge advantage in Hearthstone.
Yeah, that's a huge advantage in Hearthstone, man.
Yeah. Dude, the production value.
Oh,
so good in this tournament.
It's really good. It gets better every year with this tournament, man.
Wow. So, one participant in this tournament is going to get a Ferrari. It's pretty exciting.
They are going to get a Ferrari. Or 200,000 euros if they want that instead of the Ferrari.
Yeah, Ferrari just sounds sexier, you know?
It does sound pretty sexy. But if you're broke, you can't really drive around in a Ferrari, can you? I don't know, I guess you could.
You don't focus on it, you just focus on the Ferrari.
Okay, sure.
Just say it over and over again. Ferrari. Amazing. Wow.
Ferrari.
Yeah. Yeah, I like what you're doing there.
I'd probably get a lot of speeding tickets.
Yeah.
Like, no
Really
question
expensive.
about that. Yeah, I would spend the cost of the Ferrari on speeding tickets, really.
I mean, that's the point of the thing.
Yeah, it's just designed for that, right?
Really good at getting those speeding tickets.
I mean, cops, if you're driving around in a Ferrari, especially where I live, like, because I live in a place where no one should have a Ferrari, then
Right.
Cops will probably just pull you over just to be like, is that a Ferrari? So I think it'd be an inconvenience a lot of the time.
Yeah. Wait, this Dragon Priest. It's interesting to me that Dragon Priest, anti-control deck.
I mean, Draconet Operative gains a lot of value. Netherspite Historian gets more Draconet Operatives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did see Operative just drawing 3 cards a lot of times off lay-on hands.
Yeah. Rogue banned for both players.
Also, I really like the toolkit in that Priest of Shadow Visions for Divine Spirit Inner Fire shenanigans, just to have some burst potential to make it difficult for your opponent to play perfectly against you, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could definitely hit like a 40-50 damage burst out of nowhere. It can happen.
Radiant Elemental. Yeah, you Shadow Visions 2 Divine Spirits. You get triple Divine Spirit with double Powered Shields. That's plus 4 health, and then you triple the health from there. And then all of that becomes attack value. So let's say you start with a 4/10 Twilight Drake, because we're being reasonable.
Okay, sure.
And then you double Powered Shield it up to 4/14. And then you double the health 3 times, so that's 28, 156. Sorry, 28, 56, 112.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty good burst spike.
It's okay. You know, I've seen better, but, you know, it'll get the job done.
Usually kill him.
Druid Mirror right off the bat. Now, looking at these particular Druid deck lists, the tech here for Stanudachi is double Stampeding Kodo and the Curator, which is going to allow him to, you know, cycle through his deck faster if he finds the Curator, and maybe Stampeding Kodo some small Jades. While on the other side of things, for Hamster, he has the Yogg-Saron and Harrison Jones and Druid of the Claw in those slots. Druid of the Claw, Harrison Jones, arguably better than Stampeding Kodo and Curator, and
I think Yogg's the key one there. Like,
Yeah,
Curator's
I mean,
kind of nice for some cycle, and the Kodos are kind of bad in the matchup. They're not really doing a whole lot. And then, obviously, Harrison's garbage against Druid. And Druid of the Claw is pretty mediocre against such large minions, but it's a fine body, whatever. The key thing is just Yogg. Allows him to win some games that he's just losing.
Sure. When you're behind on Jades, it's one of the only ways you can really get back into it. So I would say Hamster into game 1 here has the edge. Both players, Jades, Druids, pretty favored against almost all the decks except each other.
Yeah, both players kind of decided to lead with their strongest deck, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, it's inconsequential for either player in the series if, like, their Jade Druid doesn't get a win, because whatever it queues up against next, it's probably gonna beat. The one instance where that may not be true is against Stanudachi's Priest, which Priest isn't that bad against Jade Druid, because sometimes you just hit, like, Twilight Drake and Draconet Operative early, and you just snowball that pretty hard, and then they never get the Jades rolling before they're dead. But, like, the Paladin's gonna be way too slow to, stop the Jades from doing the Jade things.
Yeah, Priest does some pretty cool things against Druid. Just minions that are hard to clear and snowball advantages. Northshire Cleric, Talon Priest. And Bookworm lines up pretty well against the Green Elephant.
Mm-hmm.
So give her Mulligan Innervate in this matchup. I mean, Jade Blossom's got to be the best card you could possibly see, I think.
He did? He Mulligan
does Mulligan Innervate. Yeah, he just keeps the Jade.
Wow.
Wow.
I wouldn't have mulliganed that innervate. Why are we mulliganing that innervate?
He really wishes he had an innervate with this hand.
Yeah.
You can innervate Nourish for crystals on 3, and then just follow it up with all of that.
Well, wait, what's the logic? Because you said it before you even did it. Why?
You're kind of not in a rush to get on board before the other guy. You're just kind of trying to ramp your mana and ramp your Jades.
Yeah.
And Innervate doesn't really do that unless you're like Innervate Nourish for crystals is a bizarre circumstance, I think, for this matchup. Like you have to have a pretty heavy hand to be able to justify that. It does look like Hamster is a heavy favorite here. He just has a lot of gas in his hand, and Stan's hand does nothing. It's actually really bad for Hamster that he played that Jade card. Like it's the right play, but if you could see Stan's hand, he wouldn't do it because it helps Stan cycle that Wrath. I guess Stan could cycle the Wrath on his own minion. But yeah. Stan's hand is a disaster. He really needs to hit a Nourish so he can start using these Innervates to, keep playing stuff. It's hard. The problem with Primordial Drake is it's like anti-aggro tech. It's not what you're trying to do in this matchup.
I mean,
it doesn't accomplish a lot.
It's still pretty big.
It's a big thing. It's helpful, but it's not what you're trying to do. So Elephant or Jade Spirit, that is the question.
Yeah, you just Jade Spirit. I think you're going to be wanting to saving these Innervates for the gadgets in Auctioneer.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Especially with a double Nourish in hand and an Innervate, you should be able to find Gadget and do some pretty disgusting stuff pretty soon.
So you could double bait the Primordial Drake and play a Jade after. Chooses to pick it slower. Try and save those gadgets like you said.
Just cycling.
Might be baiting this Kodo. He's pretty tempted. Killing a 2-3 is the best it's going to do. Ever.
Seems like a strong matchup. I think you just play the Jade card, and then play the next Jade card.
Yeah, it's like, why draw cards now? Shouldn't I play for board now and draw cards later?
Exactly, yeah. And these Jade cards are always going to be, like, super clunky.
Yeah. Hamster agrees with you.
He mulliganed Innervate this game, man.
Yep.
That happened.
Well, it worked out badly with his particular draw, but he's just trying to avoid the disaster scenario of what Stanadachi is looking at with just too many Innervates and not enough cards that do what you want to be doing in the matchup.
Yeah, I know. I still just think it's wild, man.
Another way of looking at it is, like you said, you want to save Innervate for Gadget, right? That makes Innervate a late game card, and that's why you mulligan it.
I mean, it's working.
Something to think about.
I mean, I guarantee you, backstage, Zixo's losing his mind.
Yeah.
I guarantee it.
But just because he's losing his mind doesn't mean he's right.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, look, you've called Hamster, the king of these value kind of games.
He is the king of these value kind of games.
And looking at how this game's panning out, it looks like it makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I've casted him a lot in these kind of value games, and he usually ends up winning them even with the less greedy deck. But yeah, just playing more Jade cards definitely makes sense, just to get the clunky Jades out of your hand, draw cards, and then play Gadget.
And here Stanadachi's in the disaster scenario where his hand just a bunch of garbage. He's got to try and maximize the value from this garbage. Not a good feeling.
No, not a good feeling at all.
Ugh. So he did it that way to set up Primordial Drake, and if Hamster's paying attention, he can figure that out. Right? Because the more natural play is to trade both 3/3s in and then Feral Rage down the 4/4. He deliberately took a 3/3 against the 4/4 because he's setting up Primordial Drake.
And Ham's just having none of that.
And here's a spot where you can actually Wrath for 3 because he has so many cards and a Nourish for even more cards. So he doesn't need a cycle. All right, Stan, you got the Nourish. He's back in the game.
Ish, yeah.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough.
He's a little behind on the Jade count right now, but he's working on getting back in the game.
And it's Hamster that has the Yogg for the comeback potential, so it might just be completely out of the game, to be honest. Hamster may have just dunked on him here.
Yeah, his Jades are huge now.
If you trade the 4-2 and it plays around a second Primordial Drake.
He's thinking about buffing the 3/6 to also play around the second Primordial Drake. Yeah. Pretty solid.
Well, Nourish Innervate Eye is a good turn.
That it is. Eye is at what, like a 2/2?
Well, it's not a 6, I can tell you that. It's very far behind where it needs to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, could have Jade Spirited there, saved the bait for the gadget.
You need to get the Death Rattle going. Oh, he's at a 4/4. He's got a chance.
Yeah, I mean, if Hamster manages to draw very badly from this point. He's actually pushing a lot of damage right now. He's just setting up lethal very easily by swiping that 4/4, Nourish for some new cards. There's a general principle in Hearthstone. You want to be using your spells and weapons to kill their minions, and you want to be using your minions to kill their face. And Hamster has the opportunity to do that by swipe the Drake and push minions to damage the face.
Can even just play Druid Claw.
Not going for face damage, not trying to charge him down. He's aware of Earth and Scales making it, and Feral Rage as well, making it so he's farther off from bursting his opponent down than it looks. And that's why a lot of times when you're playing against Druid, you play for board rather than for Smork, because Druid has heal.
Druid has a lot of heal. Druid has so much heal. It's actually crazy how much heal.
Part of what makes the deck so consistent against those slower decks. They have a lot of draw and a lot of heal.
That's the best feeling. Late game against like a Pirate Warrior or something. Just 1 mana heal for like 6 or 7. Oh.
Well, this gadget's looking pretty sexy.
So is lethal.
Oh, he just has lethal? Yeah, that's fine too, I guess. Alright, so that's game 1 for Hamster.
Yeah, very convincing win. I mean, Standard Dachi's hand didn't really do anything for most of the game. I still find it very very cool that he mulliganed Innervate and had success with it. And something to think about. A lot of people, you know, they play Druid and they're like, you always keep Innervate no matter what. And maybe you don't. Something to think about.
Identify that he wanted to use Innervate with Gadgets and Auctioneer. That makes it a late game play. That makes it a good card to mulligan in the early game. Instead, focus on finding Wild Growth, Jade Blossom, and even Jade Spirit.
Yeah, he kept Jade Spirit off the mulligan.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense to me. But yeah, it's really cool to see people identify that instead of just immediately going with, you know, it's Druid.
Mulligan, Jade Spirit, keep Innervate. Duh.
Yeah. The standard approach to Druid.
Yeah, it was nice to see. Although, not the most consequential of games in the grand scheme of the matchup, because you're expecting Jade Druid to get a win for both players pretty easily. So, I would say, as opposed to last year standing where winning the first game is particularly important, in this match, winning the first game was just particularly unimportant.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Standard Dachi's going to get a win with his Jade Druid quite easily against Hamster's lineup, so he's not really at too big of a disadvantage here. Hamster queuing up with the N'Zoth Paladin, featuring Spellbreaker.
Yeah, I like to see that Spellbreaker tech. Really good choice in this metagame, right?
He has still a little bit of the Chinese flair of having some of the earlier game cards with the Murloc and with, he's got Dirty Red in there, but he only has 1 of each instead of 2 of each like his other Chinese teammates, and instead adds a little bit more late game by adding Karen and Elise. So, a little more oomph in the deck.
So the Spellbreaker doesn't do much to help him beat Druid, but I don't think his plan involves beating Druid very often anyways. It is quite good in the other two matchups. Against the Paladin, you really want to silence Spike Ridge Steed, Cairn, Tyrion, good stuff. Tyrion and Spike Ridge Steed in particular, less so Cairn. And against the Priest, Spellbreaker's great against Twilight Drake. And it's just generally solid against, Powered Shield, Divine Spirit, general shenanigans here and there. Talon Priest.
It's a good Druid hand.
Yeah. Growth into Jade Blossom. You can't keep the Curator, right? That's too greedy. You're looking for something to play on 6 mana.
Yeah.
Maybe you could. Maybe Paladin's slow enough that you just keep the Curator.
I think you can get away with it.
So what are you getting off the Curator? You got a Kodo and a Primordial Drake, right?
Not bad.
How good are those? How good are those in the matchup? What's the Kodo killing against Hamster's Paladin?
Dirty Rat, Doomsayer.
That's good. You sold me.
Yeah, Acolyte of Pain. Stonehill Defender.
Yeah, Stan can just 3-keep. Turn 2 Wild Growth, turn 3 Jade Blossom. Very slow start, but Paladin's not going to punish you for it.
Hamster's just keeping the Karen. I like it.
I guess Hamster could hit his one of Acolyte of Pain to punish that Jade Blossom.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Hamster's hand is stacked with that late game value. Turn 6 Cairn, turn 7 8-drop, turn 8 8-drop.
Yeah, that's pretty fast.
Ooh, there's the Acolyte of Pain too. If he anticipated Jade Blossom, he could have theoretically coined Acolyte, but no, you can't do that.
You can't really do. You gotta save the coin for one of these 8s or.
Well, the alternative is like Jade Spirit's coming out. Some 1/1's coming out this turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Coin
but
Acolyte.
how valuable is 2 draws compared to the tempo of an earlier 8-drop, right?
Right. You're saying you're looking for tempo rather than value here.
Exactly, yeah. You're not gonna outvalue Jades.
Right. Yeah. So you gotta out-tempo and kill him. So you save the coin for an 8-drop for tempo rather than coining Acolyte for a card draw for value.
Mm-hmm.
So Stonehill Defender and Face seems pretty appealing to me.
Denies a 6-drop this way.
Okay. Does it?
I mean, unless you want to give your opponent 2 draws, potentially, or just trade your 1/1 into a 2/2 awkwardly. Yeah. Didn't go
so, Stonehill, not so great. One thing to think about with the coin is redemption with Tyrion or redemption with Cairn. You might go True Silver on 4 and then coin a 6-drop on 5. Just True Silver no attack this turn.
Well, what are you setting up to swing?
Does Stan have the Harrison in his Druid?
I do not believe so. No, there's the double Kodo. So, the issue with True Silver Hold is your opponent kept something off the mulligan. It wasn't a 6-drop. Probably the 7-drop, right? And, like, True Silver does nothing against a 4/6.
Okay.
They had no 4-drop on 4. So then the other options are, like, Io or the 3/6, and... eh.
Yeah, Stampede and Kodo against the 1/4. It's pretty good.
Hamster knows the Kodo is there. He could still hold on to the 1/4 though, because it does cost Stan 5 mana to play the Kodo, and he's on 8, so maybe he didn't do anything with the 3.
Right. There's not much you can do with the 3. Tempo play. Awkward turn here for Hamster. Use the coin for Cairn.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if he can get a redemption on it or something, maybe he's in business, but...
Looks like he's playing Lord of the Arena next turn a lot of times.
Good old Lord of the Arena.
Oh. Yeah, it's just very awkward. The Curator's 6 health against Hamster's 5 attack on board.
Yeah. Just got no way to cleanly get through it.
8 mana. I don't like the Kodo here. I think you can be patient on the Kodo and just go for double Jade Spirit. Or is that an overextension into AoE clears?
Well, you got Nourish Gadget. I don't think you can overextend.
Okay. Well, he disagrees.
Yeah. I mean, getting Aya's Death Rattle out is always good. So, you're going to have to do that eventually. I think it's fine. And that is really safe against AoE because you get the extra guy. But it's only a 3/3, so it's not that big of a deal. But at least it's something.
Consecration has some appeal here. I don't know, you kind of want to save it for the... Good Pyro Consecration. Okay, you just Consecration Redemption. That's pretty good, yeah.
But Stan is obviously going to ignore this Karen.
Oh yeah, who's taking that trade?
Yeah, like...
Fate Spirit's such a happy card. The sound it makes. Woohoo!
As it destroys you.
Yeah, yeah. It's really not how you feel when you see the card. It's more of a sinking feeling.
Man, Jade Druid is good against control.
Yeah.
Oh. Redemption on the Torrent's not that bad.
If Hamster finds N'Zoth for turn 10, he could be in this one.
He needs an Equality for turn 9 and N'Zoth for turn 10, yeah.
That's some pretty specific cards and not a lot of time.
Yeah. 3 draws to make it happen.
Tyrion on 8, Pyro Quality 5 mana on 9. 5 mana would be a True Silver. That's not a good follow-up to Tyrion. So he kind of needs to hit something to play with that mana as well. Good redemption. That's 2 Infested Torrents and a Cairn for the N'Zoth, should he find it. N'Zoth is a huge power spike against Jade Druid. Jade Druid suffers against big minions. N'Zoth makes a bunch of them.
I mean, that's his one chance. Play as many Death Rattles as possible. Set up as many Death Rattles. He's got Karen and 2 Infested Torrents now. He's going to have Tyrion in the pool. And then just hope. No spells for the Wild Pyromancer to really do anything here.
Got a Tyrion though. That's not too bad.
Stanudachi's got some disgusting Fandral plays this turn.
Oh yeah. He wants to shuffle before drawing off Nourish because he wants to draw into more of those.
Oh man, he hits the Wrath too, so he's just all he has to trade in is the Jade Spirits now.
And all of a sudden, Stanudachi very close to lethal. He's got 12 from hand.
That's not a quality.
That's got to do it, right? You could taunt up a lot this turn, actually. The Dirty Rat's pretty exciting. Pull out a Gadget. And you can't kill Gadget and Fandral. Hamster's thinking about that Ivory Knight because he'd love to pull an Equality. Goes for the kind of safe play and just dies.
Yeah. 22 damage for Stanudachi. Oh, even more than that. He's got double Feral Rage. 26 damage from Stanudachi now to close out the game. Doesn't even make it to the potential N'Zoth turn, let alone find the N'Zoth, so...
I called it a safe play, but it actually dies to, roughly everything. So, really not safe at all.
Well, I mean, he was dead pretty much no matter what he did.
Yeah. And in a surprise to no one, Jay Druid picks up the win for both sides.
Yeah. It just kind of
is what it is.
Yeah. When everyone's playing Control, the two decks that almost always get wins automatically, Jade Druid and Quest Rogue. Players have been banning Quest Rogue and taking their free wins with Jade Druid, and then it turns into a best of 3 with their 2 decks. But we have some variance when it comes down to these 2 remaining decks to decide the game. We have Hamster on the Sai Gunther Value Mage, and the N'Zoth Paladin. It's a little less greedy, but includes techs such as Spellbreaker and Harrison Jones. While we have Stanudachi on the Priest, Dragon Priest, and the Paladin, which does not include Harrison Jones or Spellbreaker, but has a little bit more top end with double Spike Ridge Steed, double Ivory Knight. So
I gotta think, big picture in this tournament, with all these Quest Rogues and Jade Druids, the Pirate Warrior is king.
Oh yeah, like all of these running around, we've seen everyone, like if you scroll through the deck lists, everyone's got these whole Control lineups, and then there's that one guy, X-Hope, and he just has all face decks.
Let's go.
X-Hope is going to do very well in this tournament, I feel. Many players are just not ready for the Smork.
Or maybe the Control decks are surprisingly resilient against Smork. I know Jade Druid, Fire Warrior looks unfavorable, but actually, pretty close matchup.
But people are aggressively teching it for not aggro.
Yeah, that changes things.
It definitely hurts them a little bit there.
Like, Hamster has 1 Primordial Drake in his Druid, not 2.
Like, Super JJ, for example, has got double Burgly Bully in his Jade Druid.
Alright, so we got Priest versus Paladin. Last time we saw this, the Priest won handily. Just outvalued that out of the Paladin. But the Paladin was not nearly as greedy as Hamsters, right?
That Paladin was 2 6-drops less and an 8-drop less, I think. So this one's got a little bit more gas going for it.
If I'm Hamster, I'm a little bit tempted to 4-keep. Like, the early Doomsayer seems pretty good against Priest. Worst case, they paint it and you break even. A lot of times it goes off and you pull way ahead. And then Acolyte draws a card, Stonehill draws a card, and Cairn is, it's Cairn. Those seem like things I want in this matchup.
Yeah, I dig it as well. And one of the great things about the Doomsayer is if they paint it and go even in tempo with it, they don't have paint for Acolyte.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, he just 4-keeps it. Solid hand. The amount of times Karen's been kept this tournament blows my mind. But, I mean, it's right in these Control mirrors.
It is what it is. You mulligan those innervates, keep those Karens.
That's Hearthstone. Yeah. Man.
This is like greedier than Trinity series. I don't know how that happened.
It's ridiculous.
Do you think how much of that is the players versus the metagame? Do you think Control's that dominant in the metagame? Do you think the players just like Control that much?
I think a lot of it.
I don't think it's a playstyle thing. I think it's got to be the metagame, because these guys are here to win. There's way too much money on the line to go playstyle.
Well, I mean, it's everybody's targeting Taunt Warrior, right? Like, that's the #1 deck in the current ladder metagame. So I think a lot of people are trying to focus on targeting that.
And it's very targetable because it plays a slow game.
Yeah, it's like super easy to target and super popular. And because it's so easy to target, a lot of players didn't bring it. Pavel and Colento both have it, though. So I feel like they are going to suffer looking at the deck lists of the entire tournament.
Right.
Over half of the field is targeting them.
But they'll do better against that one guy who brought aggro decks.
Oh, yeah, they'll destroy that aggro guy. But,
honestly, I'm not sure Quest Warrior really destroys aggro. Like, it destroys some aggro decks, like the Token Druid. The AoE is so good, but...
I mean, it destroys pirates, too.
Yeah. Well, like, an aggro Paladin, those Murloc buffs can be such high value, you can actually do okay.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Paladin's just okay against everything.
Ooh. Tarim, Aldor, and Rag Lightlord. Those are some powerful options.
Those are all very gnarly.
Tarim, Priest doesn't have that many small minions for it, but I still kind of like it the best. Although Rag Lightlord healing your big minions after they value trade's cute.
I'm a big Lightlord fan. We do already have an
Yep.
8-drop, though.
Now hold on. What if you took Aldor to combo with your 6-mana card, the Dragon, that destroyed the cast Shadow?
Okay, sure, yeah.
Cute.
That is cute. But Light Lord's an 8/8.
Yeah. That's big.
这座丛林已经全灭。
All right. Put a pack in there. These are always hype.
Spellbreaker.
Yeah. Looking pretty good. 4 mana, 4/3, deal 6.
Doesn't look that great, but it looks okay. I think you still just play Karen, though, actually.
Oh, wow, really? Sad day.
Yeah, right?
What if you like Spellbreaker and Stonehill Defender? That way, the 1 from Stonehill plus the 5 from Elise line up against the Operative.
Eh.
Hamster agrees with you.
I think we just want to coin N'Zoth and get more Karens.
Okay. Okay.
Like, that seems
argue
really
with.
good. And we have a
Yeah.
really high chance of just getting Tyrion next turn. And then we go Tyrion, coin N'Zoth, pull back a Karen and an Infested Torrent. Like, double Stonehill's probably going to hit your Tyrion. We do have to kind of worry about dying to just like random Divine Spirit Inner Fire stuff.
Well, how about this Spellbreaker?
I think we Stonehill first. Try and maybe get the Tyrion. If we get the Tyrion on the first one, Spellbreaker 100%. Otherwise, we might just play another.
It's funny, he kept the Stonehill and the Acolyte off the mulligan, right? And now, turn 7, he still hasn't had a chance to play either of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird how things pan out sometimes.
Let's think about Consecrate.
Well, if you Spellbreaker the Twilight Drake, trade into the Priest of Feast, coin Consecrate.
That is
You leave up a 2/1 Radiant Elemental.
the strongest possible board position you can take, but...
I mean, he's not about to run out of resources in hand. Like, he has the pack, he has double Stonehill, he has Acolyte. So playing for board now makes some sense.
Here comes Primordial Drake. Pretty solid here.
Yeah. Yeah, when you think about how this lines up against Primordial Drake, it's not that appealing.
You did kind of need Karen to die anyway, I guess.
You have the exact right hand size if you want to lead with the pack.
Those aren't
Probably the
Tyrion.
7. 7 is a lot of value. A lot of tempo, too. It's got to be ahead. Can't pack anymore. No, now there's hand size issues. Like, you could, but you'd have to play something for 3 or less.
Yeah, you just throw out Doomsayer or whatever. That's so bad.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe you do just pack here. I feel like I might have started this turn with pack. And then see if I want a Stonehill Defender.
Don't give up on the Tyrion Dream. He's giving up on the Tyrion Dream.
Your Tyrion. He's trying to draw the Tyrion from his deck instead of discovering it.
Yeah,
Lower
way-
odds, but
yeah.
still a chance.
Way higher odds of getting it off of the...
He's prepared to Doomsayer his own Acolyte.
Huh.
He's kind of hand dumping because he's got that pack. It's 5 cards in 1. Let's heal over another Spite Historian there. Interesting. So Stonehill Defender, Sunkeeper Tarim's a play. Try and discover that Tyrion to set up for N'Zoth. Pretty strong board swing. Kind of want more off the Tarim, though.
Do you really though?
Maybe I'm just saying that because I can see those 8 drops each stands hand.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sin and Guru time. Worst case, you throw away Consecrate, right? No, he's gonna go full tempo with it. Hamster's playing this super aggressively. He normally is such a patient player, but he's going full tempo this game. I mean, he's got the N'Zoth, so I guess it makes sense. He's probably just gonna play N'Zoth next turn without the Tyrion. Just get Karen and the Infested Tauren to try and push. He's got both of these 7 drops to push behind that. He just Divine Shield Karen a bunch of times.
Yeah, he can take the Operative for value because he has Shadowward Pain to deal with Tarim, so he doesn't need the Bookworm for it. And Spike-Ridge Steed is a lot of value. Although, Aldor Shadowward Pain, very cute.
Kills anything.
Yeah. 5 mana, 3/3 kill anything. It's like a Vile Spine Slayer. I think he goes for it. They're both kind of going for those tempo plays. Seem to believe it's a tempo matchup.
This is where it really decides. Is he gonna go full tempo or does he think he needs more value? If you go full tempo, you slam N'Zoth.
More value. Hell yeah. There's still a Tyrion in your deck. You gotta believe.
Oof, that's a 10/10 that can't be targeted.
Radiant Elemental's a pretty nice card.
It's not a bad one, that's for sure. Oh, that's a Death Rattle too, the 5-drop there.
Oh, yeah.
That comes back with N'Zoth.
I like to see that. Now, the Radiant Elemental will not come back with N'Zoth. It has to, like, say Death Rattle on the card, not be gaining the Death Rattle effect. Out of Shadowed Pain, or Bookworm. Set it up.
He's thinking about holding back the Bookworm, trying to play around a quality all the time. He pointed the pain. Hamster's paying attention. He's going to see that.
So no equality clear here for Hamster. Tyrantus looking pretty slow. True Silver.
I mean, it's always going to be slow, right?
Get True Silver the 5/4 and just play a Hatchling. The Hatchling's a nice setup for N'Zoth. I like it.
Sure.
Unfortunately, he gets Shadowed Pain really hard. And he kind of suspects the Shadowed Pain too, right? Based on last turn.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he doesn't have any better options. I guess he could have played the Fire Plume guy, but...
Whoa. Interfire, big pickup for Standadachi. Combos with that Divine Spirit in his hand. So the Bookworm could connect for 12 this turn.
I don't hate it. Puts a lot of pressure on your opponent to do something.
Yeah, you kind of feel like you tested for quality clears last turn.
Okay.
This is a safer way to, like, this is a sneakier way to set up the lethal, right?
Sure. It's just no quality.
So if you weapon the 3/3, play a 6/9, do some inconsequential stuff. 12 behind a 6/9. You die exactly to the Divine Spirit Interfire plus onboard trades.
Yep, you would be exactly dead. If you go the other way with it, and you just play the N'Zoth, then Dragonfire Potion and you're dead too. So, Hamster is just dead.
Exactly. And that's the value we were talking about earlier of having Divine Spirit Interfire. It's just it's tough to play around that burst from Priest. Well, now it's
Yeah, so Divine Spirit Inner Fire on the Dragon. Trade in the 8/6. He's gonna miss it.
Interesting.
No, he's not. Different lethal.
Not different lethal.
There you go.
That's sweet.
Cool.
Yeah, he found that lethal because he was looking for the Dragonfire potion damage the whole time.
That was a much more complicated way to do the same thing.
Yeah, you know it works.
Stan Udachi, the fancy lethal, up 2-1 against Hamster. The Priest has been doing a lot
Pretty
better
good.
than expectations. Yeah, it was able to very handily win for Zixo, and now very handily win for Stan Udachi as well. They are both playing the same lineup card for card, and it seems to be working.
Dragon Priest tech to beat the control decks, just crushing it.
Yeah. Who would have thought Dragon Priest would have been good in Ungaru? After they lost Blackwing Corruptor, they lost Twilight Guardian.
I've been surprised by how strong the tutoring effect of Shadow Visions is, and this deck really makes good use of it with the Divine Spirit Inner Fire little toolkit there. But I thought that was kind of like, you know, a niche thing. We might build our deck around it or something like that. But as it turns out, you just play that in every priest deck, it seems. You just like tutoring up the right spell.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. Now, the Paladin for Stan Udachi, much greedier than Hamster's Paladin. Double Spike Ridge Steed, double Ivory Knight, Karen, Elise, Lay on Hands, Light Lord, Tyrion, Mizoth. And Hamster with the Mage deck. We have not seen any player actually play the Saigunthar Mage yet. But this is it, guys. The top end, Alex Straza, Medivh, Archmage Antonidas, double Firelands Portal. He has no Pyroblast in here, which a lot of them typically run. But instead...
Yeah, it's nice with Medivh, get a 10-drop out of it.
Yeah.
So he's got some key threats there. Antonidas can be difficult for a Paladin to deal with. Saving a quality plus something for it. And also Medivh spawning that Atiesh. Be a lot of value.
Yeah, no weapon removal in any of Stan Udachi's decks. It seems like all of the Chinese players have Harrison Jones in their decks for the most part. And the European players not really playing nearly as many Harrison Joneses. There's a few sprinkled around. Orange has a few in his decks, but for the most part, less tech cards in general.
Mana Worm on one, Hamster coming out hot. Stan Udachi doesn't have a great answer. Although actually, the Dirty Rat on 2 is just very good here if he goes for it.
Yeah, it's insanely powerful.
The 2-mana 2/6 with upside, I would say. That's a nice book. Get that portal. You'd like to see that.
Oh, he's not going. He's afraid. In the top end of this deck, really, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4 minions bigger than 3 mana in the entire deck for a Hamster.
Yeah, but if you hit the Antonidas, it's lights out. You're dead.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Sit here with 2 dead Dirty Rats the entire game?
Yeah.
Alright.
Maybe. I mean, apparently that is the case. That's what he's gonna do.
Sure. Another Firelands Portal. That'll make 4 Firelands Portals.
That's a lot. I would have been a little tempted to go for the Chemist there. Like, it's a turn 4 Chemist, turn 5 Block Valet. It's a curve. It's a pretty solid value card. If you have Potion of Madness, it's really nice against Paladin a lot of times. Because they just very often have small things on board.
Look at how many Firelands Portals he's got. 4, 5, that's 20 damage.
Well, it's a good thing he didn't take the Chemist, because it turns out he really did not want to be playing Chemist this turn. It would have gotten his Mana Worm value traded. Thinking about tempo 2/3.
Yeah. I don't like tempo 2/3 though. I think it's much better to save it, just be the Frostbolt plus 2/3 next turn. He picked it up and put it down, so kind of signaled that he had it there and was thinking about playing a 2-drop.
Alexstrasza is pretty nice against Paladin. They have a tendency to heal up cards like Forbidden Healing, Crag Light Lord, so you can get a lot of value out of the Battle Cry.
Oh, that's a bummer. Oh, right as all the cheap stuff are gone and Alexstrasza is drawn, but he does have the Wild Pyromancer quality to clear, so that's why he took this risk.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's good for him. Maybe he's just going to heal through it, not have to deal with the Alexstrasza damage.
He does have a Lay on Hands in the deck, as well as a Forbidden Healing, so 28 potential points of heal, and a Light Lord.
Lift another portal. Oh. These don't go face, but Mana Bind can get you a really cheap Spike Ridge Steed.
Yeah, there's 2 Spike Ridge Steeds you could hit. Other than that, it's just a Qualities, Consecrates, and Land Hands. Like, Paladin
Quality's pretty good in Mage. You can ping.
Yeah, the Paladin doesn't play any really bad spells. All of their spells are insane.
Crucially, the coin is out of the way. So you don't have to worry about Mana Binding that one. Not Smorkin. Still playing for board. Well, that's a good one. This game's going long. A lot of times you will draw that 5 mana 6/9 and feel good about it.
Pretty funny.
So you can you could potion, trade, and bully. Have bully on an empty board, but he's not bad either. You take that.
7/7, yeah.
Well, and crucially sets up the Atiyesh to make a 7 drop off Fireland's Portal next turn. Tyrion's a little bit awkward though. So you could ping Fireball Tyrion and AI, so you AI first. Could Fireball first. Okay. Yeah, you really want to polymorph that Tyrion. That's a great point. Are there any cool 3-drops you can hit here? I guess King Mukla's always cool.
That is a good one. Acolyte of Pain's pretty fun.
Okay.
That one kind of sucks.
Yeah, a little bit.
That one's a good one.
It's pretty nice.
You can get some spell power totem action going on.
That play didn't take too long. That one came right out. So Doomguard is lethal. Off the Fireland's Portal. I mean, I guess it's not pointing face. It's going with the rag. The Witch Doctor, I believe, spawns the spell damage totem before the portal hits.
Absolutely right, yeah.
So you got a 1 in 4 chance to hit the spell damage, and then you could roll the trade the 2/2 in. Plus, there's some 7 mana spell damage, like the Archmage, whatever. Oh, interesting. Bittertide Hydra. Could Paladin exploit that in any way?
No. No volcanoes in Paladin, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's just gonna hurt.
I mean, he's in trouble.
Yeah.
It's got the equality, but nothing to use on it. This mage deck seems pretty good against control.
Yeah, it's doing a nice little thing here.
4 Firelands portals will do that to you.
I mean, the unanswered Medivh Atiyesh weapon is just it's pretty brutal.
Yeah, and Standard Dachi does not have any weapon removal tech in his decks, so he's not going to have an answer for that, and Hamster knows that.
So it ties it up 2-2.
2-2. Final match. It's going to be the epic Control Paladin Mir. With Standard Dachi slightly favored, I'd say. with a little bit more greed in his
I don't know.
control on it.
Hamster's the one with the Spellbreaker, right? I really like that tech for the matchup.
He has Spellbreaker and Harrison Jones. Both are pretty good tech cards, whereas Stan Udachi just has higher value cards, but not as good tech cards. He has no Harrison Jones, no Spellbreaker. Instead, he has 2 Infested Torrents instead of 1, and he has 2 Spike Ridge Steeds and 2 Ivory Knights. But other than that, he just has 1 extra Ivory Knight, 1 extra Spike Ridge Steed. He's got like
that sounds Hamster favorite to me. I'll take the Spellbreaker and the other thing over the Spike Ridge Steed and the Ivory Knight.
Okay.
Spellbreaker Harrison.
He also
Spellbreaker beats the Spike Ridge Steed, I think.
Okay.
In like a head-to-head sort of, and Harrison has to be better than Ivory Knight.
Yeah, and he's got Stonehill Defender instead of Wicker Flame Burn Bristle. You might just be right. Hamster's deck might just be a little greedier because the techs just line up better. A little favored.
It's kind of funny, like, his techs are to win the mirror.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm gonna bully paladins with my paladin. And sometimes that's the thing to do.
Hey man, I was saying before the series, Hamster wins long control games.
Yeah.
I've yet to see him lose one. I've casted him maybe 4 or 5 tournaments. He always loses to like Pirate Warrior, but
but it's hard to bet against Shanadachi, right? He's such a great player, and his deck lists are very solid.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he's unfavored in this matchup, it's not by much.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I mean, 90% of their decks are the same cards. So, you can't be unfavored by too much.
Yeah, cards to watch for Spellbreaker and Harrison, those are key. Alright, Stan keeping that Acolyte. I imagine Hamster will do the same. Does he keep a Aldor to kind of throw out with the Acolyte? Nice little combo there.
Nice little combo. What are they going to play that is 3 attack?
I have no idea.
I think
an Aldor?
I think you want to look for True Silver.
Okay.
They're not going to YOLO out an Aldor.
Yeah, no. You're right. There's just not much to Aldor in the early game. The Acolyte kind of gets True Silver, or it draws multiple cards, and the Aldor doesn't change that.
Harrison's a good one to have.
You like to see that.
Yeah. Just getting a snowball going early, getting a nice little tempo swing happening.
A Hamster has Terran, which Stan Udachi doesn't, right?
Right. Stan Udachi has 2 Ivory Knights. Hamster
I gotta
has
think
1 Ivory Knight.
Hamster.
1
I'll take the Terran over this Ivory Knight. Like, come on. Even if it's bad in your deck, the card's just so good. Well, Coin Acolyte.
Coin Acolyte? Yeah, there should be no answer to it. Your opponent's best answer is their own Acolyte. You lose the coin, though. That's the big disadvantage.
Wow. Hamster has other plans.
Well, if he plays his own Acolyte, then Stan Udachi's only answer is True Silver Champion. True Silver Champion comes out, you can coin Harrison Jones.
Okay. So he's setting up for the bait.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking.
I think that's the line.
Trying to get him to bait him. Yeah, his hand kind of does want to coin 5 into 5. Doesn't have a 4-drop for turn 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it fits curve
Looking
better.
to curve out. Hamster's a tempo gamer. We always talk about him being, a great value player, but he seems to be playing for tempo in this spot. Wow, Stan just straight passes on turn 4. Plays nothing, can't hero power. Can't hero power because he doesn't want to get traded by the Acolyte.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Stan doesn't have the Harrison, so he's not worried about True Silver for that reason. Just thinking about whether it's better to coin at least. True Silver seems pretty appealing to me.
I really like True Silver into like coin Sunkeeper. And then whatever they play, like their 5-drop, you just kill it with the True Silver charge. And you have a 3/3 Acolyte.
He goes for Elise.
Yeah.
We're doing a terrible job of predicting Hamster's plays this game.
There's no Kodo or anything that you have to worry about from Stan Udachi, so But he knows there's no true silver, so he takes this time to just get Elise out right now. It is a really solid body at contesting the board. The 5 drops from Standudachi's side consist of just Elise. So, no 4 drop was played last turn. I guess he's assuming he has no plays. A little bit punished by an Eldor.
Yep.
But not hugely punished.
It's kind of fine. They both get 3 off the Acolyte, right? Because now Hamster's Acolyte trades into Stan's Acolyte.
And this honestly ends up setting up, oh, you can't Sunkeep, never mind. I think
well, you could Hydrologist Stonekeeper. Or you could Hero Power over the Hydrologist. Really play it super slow. Actually, you have a hand size issue with that play. Because he has 9 cards in hand plus an Acolyte play. So if Acolyte dies, he's overdrawing a card. If he has Stonehill, Hydrologist, or squeezed in Hero Power. So how does he get a card out of hand? It's True Silver?
Okay. Seems fine. This sets up a really good Sunkeeper.
Oh, yeah.
I love having the weapon up going into a Sunkeeper turn. So you can kill anything.
I love Sunkeeper in my Acolyte up to a 3-3.
Oh, yeah.
It just feels right.
It's just good. But, Karen kind of beats Sunkeeper here.
Does it? You just leave the Karen up. Sunkeeper go face for 6. Feel good about things.
It's low value.
It's low value.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
You can get a better swing out of it later. Well, if we knew he had 2, later. Maybe, yeah.
Maybe he takes the 7. Sunkeeper's so good, right? He's ahead. You can just push the advantage.
Well, I mean, the 7's good when you're ahead, too.
Okay, that's true. But the 7, like, doesn't mesh well with his low attack minions. Like, Divine Shield on a low attack minion is less valuable. Whereas the Sunkeeper goes really well with 1 attack minions.
Makes sense.
Maybe go for a getaway Kodo for that Stonehill here.
Well, the thing is the hand size now.
Yeah. It's a real problem, having so many cards all the time. If he had just played Tempo Terran.
I think he's got Doomsayer. Yeah.
Alright, that's pretty nice. It's not disrupting his opponent's turn A, but it solves the hand size issue and leaves him in a good tempo spot, right?
Good enough, anyway. Next turn's really awkward for him. Like, what does he develop? Like, Naked Sunkeeper's not very good.
Yeah.
Naked Jones isn't great.
Oh, he's gonna get a Value Jones.
Well,
the True Silver's coming out to develop because of the Doomsayer.
Maybe. The Standudachi is aware of the Harrison Jones, so hanging a 2-charge weapon like that's kind of sketchy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But he has to play something. His hand is completely full at the moment. So if it's not True Silver, then he's got to play Infested Torrent.
I mean, maybe he figures Hamster's hand is too full to Harrison this effectively for 2.
Which is kind of true. He's at 10 cards right now, so he's going to, mill himself if he tries to Harrison this. At least 1 card.
Yeah, plus have to use the Pyro awkwardly. Pyro Harrison, quite a play.
I mean, I still think you do it.
I'm down.
Just don't mill N'Zoth or Tyrion. I think you just...
I don't know. That when you put it that way, it sounds like a high chance to throw the game. I'm starting to think about other plays all of a sudden.
What do you mean throw the game? You think you're definitely ahead in this position?
I don't know that you're definitely ahead, but I know that if you mill Tyrion or N'Zoth, you're definitely behind.
That's true. Well, what else do you do?
I don't know. Find something to play that's not that.
He's thinking about just Sunkeeper Terran. He keeps picking it up.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That's not what you want to see. Yeah, you can just Hydrologist, Pyromancer, Hero Power, and Secret in some better order than what I said.
Just do it. You won't mill important cards.
Wow.
That is a sad Sunkeeper Terran. 6 mana, 3/7.
It was a 7 mana 3/7, right? He hung the last mana for the turn.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Now Doomsayer on the other side. Man, things are really swinging Sten's way.
Mm-hmm.
God, I wish I were at this tournament and I just brought Pirate Warrior.
He's gonna try and maybe get away Kodo, the Sunkeeper. He's picking up the Murloc. You can, if you get Getaway Kodo, the Sunkeeper was the first minion played, so the Doomsayer will go off, returning the Sunkeeper to your hand. And he does get the Getaway Kodo, so you can make that play happen. He's gotta play a card. Yeah. Just throws away Consecrate because of the hand size issues here.
Yeah, this game's just so awkward.
But the
you kind of love to see awkward games, right? Because it's so hard to play them correctly. You can't just curve stone. You gotta really make a lot of tough decisions. If ever there were a game 5 where you felt like you could win it based on playing better than your opponent, this one is it.
You got that right. I've had no idea what to do most turns this game.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm just scratching my head.
Like, I don't know what's the 100%. I know, like, what decent plays are. I could give you that, but, like, what the absolute best play is? No idea, but Hamster does not like to see this.
So, if you take the, I think it's called Osric, you could curve Rag Lightlord into it at some point later in the game. Get a 5/10.
Do you maybe just take Infested Doran just so you could, or not Infested, Tauren?
Yeah, get cards out of hand. Yeah.
Just to dump.
That makes a lot of sense with how this game's playing out.
Just jam the Spike Ridge Seed here, though.
Or does he? I like the Spike Ridge Seed. Note that he played the Sunkeeper Tarim that his opponent knows about, the one from the right that he getaway coded.
Mm-hmm.
Not giving away extra information. Very low value Ivory Knight.
Yeah, that sucks.
I mean, the +1/+2 is going to get him a value trade.
Mm-hmm.
And it helps with hand size issues, so he won't have to make awkward plays as often. So it's not that bad, actually.
Oh, God, just what he needed. There
Good
we
luck
go.
with that.
Yeah. Whew. That's a play we can make sometime this year. There's been a 2-charge True Silver for like 3 turns that we couldn't Harrison here.
Yeah, that's insane.
Oh,
this game's nuts. This game is very tempo focused right now. I don't know, is that even true? If it's just value focused, then Hamster's just gonna win, right? It does look like Hamster's winning, right? He's just got a bigger hand. He's behind on board, but it's not like he's gonna die to it.
Mm-hmm.
He should be able to, you know, deal with this and at some point outcard Stan, you'd think.
One would think. Drawing too many cards, though, is kind of scary because then you get to those fatigue scenarios.
Yep. Yeah, this may be one of those games where you just never place lay on hands.
Oh, yeah. And even this Harrison Jones is maybe questionable.
That's kind of why I went for it on one. He's like, I can't actually do this to an Ashbringer, maybe.
Okay, that's for sure, yeah.
Stan on the flip side looks like he has a hand where he could conceivably play on lay on hands.
He's almost out of threats as it is, and he seems to be trying to push. Consecrate's not too bad.
Yeah, Consecrate's pretty good in this matchup. Silverman Portal is okay. Definitely not lay on hands. You don't want to draw that many cards. You don't have that much time. And you don't want to go that deep in fatigue.
Silverman Portal get some nice value trades here.
Plus the 2-drop. Maybe a Millhouse Mana Storm?
Hopefully not Doomsayer for his sake.
Alright, that's very fair. Nice vanilla 3-2. Is he thinking about value trading with that Infestatorin on a 1-1? Pretty greedy.
Suicide in the 4-4 to keep the death rattle around, try and play around board clears a little bit better.
Okay. Well, Pyromancer plus spell just got stronger, but what spell would that be? Spike Ridge Steed? That's an option. He still has an equality activator and consecration, so he can afford to use the Pyromancer if he wants. He can just go Pyromancer, Spike Ridge Steed, Hero Power.
Yeah, I mean, it removes 7 power from the board. Well, 5 power. Ivory Knight's a bit awkward because he's still at 10 cards, isn't he?
Well, he's going to consecration with it.
Mm-hmm.
Go on Ivory Knight first, get the consecration and play that one.
You might.
So humility helps with hand size.
Yeah. The Blessed Champion's just not a good card either way.
Humility could be cute with Pyro at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Stan continues to be ahead on board, but it's gonna be tough for him to get much out of it. Oh, well, if you can get cards out of hand, you can use the pack. How do you get cards out of hand? You can pitch a Pyromancer pretty safely. He's at 8 cards, so he has to play 2 to get down to 6, then pack up to 10, and then play 1 more. So he's not going to pack this turn.
No, definitely not.
Taking the trade, stopping something like Spike Ridge Steed. It's generally a pretty good trade. So here's Spellbreaker. That can be saved for Tyrion.
Yeah, it's a good way to stop the weapon without, suffering from having to draw.
Can you Pyro Equality this, or do you need to save that for N'Zoth? Kind of thinking I don't know. If you're stream cheating, which obviously he cannot and is not, Pyro Equality is a nice play here. But it's hard to pull the trigger on that.
Well, I mean, he hasn't seen what death
he hasn't
rattles
seen
have
Tyrion.
died. Yeah,
right.
Like N'Zoth takes a while to set up, but he's just gonna try and contest it with his own Raglight Lord here.
Okay. See if you can pick up a value trade, force his opponent to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. And if his opponent Aldors his Light Lord and then ignores it, he can silence it and take the trade.
General principles, if you have something like Pyro Quality and it's like medium value and you have a reasonable alternative, you probably want to go for the reasonable alternative, right? You don't want to use your 1 AoE clear when you don't have to.
Mm-hmm. And even if he finds a second equality, he's kind of running out of activators for it. He's just got he's used 1 Consecrate, 1 Pyro already.
Okay.
I think.
So 8 cards in hand. Again, if you play 2, you're down to 6. You pack up to 10. You'd have to play 1 more to not overdraw. That's not so easy. Kind of looks like an equality, huh? Pretty awkward. That's really awkward.
Yeah, that sucks.
You only got a 1/1 Raglight Lord. You gotta kill the Pyromancer before you can pack. Yeah, Hamster just behind on board this whole time, playing very patiently, and it's working out beautifully for him.
And now he's got Tyrion set up for his N'Zoth.
Yep.
He's thinking about Pyromancering here. No, okay. He's just mousing over cards. He mouses over a lot of stuff constantly.
Yeah, I mean, if you do a lot of it, it can be kind of deceptive or hard to read.
Yeah. I mean, I'm having trouble reading it, and I can see the cards.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, what is he thinking?
And it's funny, there's like a sweet spot where if you mouse over things rarely, you give away a lot of information. But if you do it constantly or never, you're safe. Alright, finally getting some cards out of hand to set up for that pack. Goes for it now. 2 mana, he's got to play something. Worst case, he can Forbidden Healing. He'll be fine.
Well, that's best case. Forbidden Healings to heal up the guy and kill the Tyrion.
Yeah, that's really good.
The bummer comes when this Spellbreaker shows up. The sweet, sweet tech.
That was a good pack. He got another Elise, so he can just keep going infinite, and a Volcanosaurus, a nice big guy.
Yeah.
So that's really what he's looking for. I think that's Corrupting Mist that just corruptions everything on board.
That's a good way to kill N'Zoth.
He also hit the Hatchling, that 1-drop. That shuffles a card into his deck to give him an advantage in Fatigue. That was a great pack for Stan.
Yeah, he adds 2 cards to his deck, gets a big guy, and has an AoE clear.
And a boatload of value.
So
the Spellbreaker did not... I mean, it was good.
It beat a Spike Ridge Steed.
Yeah, it did what it's supposed to do.
That's pretty good.
Got himself a 6/9. Hamster's feeling very good.
Dirty rat.
Yeah, if he potentially rats that N'Zoth. And he knows, like, Tyrion hasn't come out.
Oh, here it goes.
Yeah, he's looking for that N'Zoth. He misses, but he still gets something worthwhile.
That's not bad.
It's a big miss, though, not hitting the N'Zoth. So, corrupting that 6/9 seems pretty good here. That is a sick corruption, right?
Just start adding another Elise pack to your deck.
Yeah, start stacking the deck. Let's go. Rough turn for Hamster. You hate to see that. He's just like, wow, that was quite a pack you got there.
The hand size issues with these packs is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's just a constant struggle to open up the packs.
Yeah, land hands has been quite bad in the Paladin Mirror. Because it plays so slow, hand size is a thing, fatigue's a thing. But I guess you need it for other matchups.
Looks like you might be going for the pack this turn.
Yeah. Yeah, Eldor pack and then 5 mana to go. Seems pretty good. It's kind of a key thing. You get down to 6 cards, play your pack, and play 1 more card.
Pyros.
That's a lot of value. It's not as much as the opponent got, though. Like, obviously, the extra pack is just more than this.
Uh-oh. Pyros coming back to his hand when it dies could allow Stan Udachi to mill a card from Hamster.
Yep. Could potentially mill Tyrion.
Yeah. Well, he's already played Tyrion, right? He's got an Ashbringer.
Okay, sorry.
But I'm sure there's something important in his deck he doesn't want to mill. I mean, it's a fatigue matchup. Every card's important.
So, it's like Poison, Death Rattle. I went Divine Shield and Death Rattle.
Dude, Pyros plus N'Zoth is sick. You get a bunch more Pyroses.
Oh yeah, that is nice.
Fishing for the N'Zoth?
Doesn't get it.
I'm glad neither player dirty redded the N'Zoth. That's such a terrible
it
way to
ruins
end
the
the
game.
Yeah, it's just bad.
It's much more exciting to have Elise RNG decide things. It's way more complicated.
Dude, Pyros N'Zoth is gonna happen. He's gotta start charging up the N'Zoth here with the Pyros. I love it.
Oh yeah.
Make it happen.
Whew. And this one has a Death Rattle too. Now the 10 mana one doesn't.
True.
So he's gonna N'Zoth back a 2 mana and a 6 mana, and the 2 mana gets a 6 mana, gets a 10 mana, and the 6 mana gets a 10 mana. So the Pyros N'Zoth is actually absurd. I may have underrated how important that was. That might be bigger than an Elise in terms of value.
Well, the problem is
tempo.
Tempo, yeah.
Is tempo a problem though? This is a Paladin Mirror.
Well, right now it's not. He's got another... Also, there's another Dirty Rat that could happen, and Dirty Rat could hit either N'Zoth or Doomsayer. Could cause some massive tempo swings.
Yeah, that rat would have been pretty risky. Well, you do kind of stuff with Pyromancer. Pyromancer may not be needed for quality because you actually have the Razor Petals that can kind of do a pseudo Pyromancer for quality. So you can go Pyromancer and then the draw 2 Razor Petals.
Well,
maybe this is a better way to do it. Okay, yeah. This does seem just better.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking at using Razor Petal, the 3-1 and the 2-3 on that Tyrion.
Yeah, you just take the trades with the smallest available minions. Try and avoid taking too much face damage, because you have Lay on Hands for heal, but you definitely don't want to use it. And he's got to try and keep a decent chunk of minions in his hand so that he can avoid the Dirty Rat on his N'Zoth if possible.
Okay.
And here's the chance.
Ooh.
It's not a bad one to hit.
Yeah.
Pops the Death Rattle to get the full board clear. You can notice on the, if you look on the right of the screen, Hamster's deck is much thinner than Stanudachi's, so if this does go to fatigue, Hamster is going to be at a disadvantage, but...
it's a good N'Zoth turn. Empty board. Let's go.
Yeah. This is going to give you a lot of gas. Just a ridiculous amount of gas. I'd really like to see it.
Kind of the best board you can get for N'Zoth, because most boards are going to have stuff on your side, which gets you AoE'd harder.
You get a 10-10 back, and a 6-6 back, and an Ashbringer, and a 2-2.
And it just narrowly avoids hand size issues, right? If this gets board cleared, he goes to the perfect hand size of 10 after drawing. And we see Stan does not have an AoE clear for this, so Hamster gets to start attacking with a lot of minions every turn. Wow. You think Hearthstone's all RNG and no skill? Look at this game. Tell me you could play this perfectly.
Well, one of the big key things here was the Elise packs, but...
Well, they both got good packs, and they both had to make a million hard decisions to get to this point, right?
Yeah.
Not the most hyped Dirty Rat you've ever seen.
Tries to find the N'Zoth. He's thinking, well, my opponent didn't have an equality clear in their hand, so what could it possibly be? And Stanudachi's been holding back these Flame Elementals for a few turns. So, I'm just thinking that maybe he's holding them back intentionally to shade an N'Zoth in his hand.
Having seen the Dirty Rat, he's willing to play the Igneous. There are hand size issues if he gets board cleared by some top deck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's got 7 in hand and he draws 3 from Death Rattles. He's off, though.
I can't even remember what comes back, but it's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. It's rough playing his off when you're this far behind.
Hey, does he have another option?
Okay, so that's what he gets back. Everything.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was a lot of stuff. Is he dead? That's the big question now. You can get a quality trade 6, 7, 8. Yeah, he's dead. No, there's a Tyrion. Okay. Not dead.
It's 4 off?
Yeah, he's off.
Is there any way to push extra damage Tyrion dying, so the Ashbringer attacks.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You can do the equality first. Or you do the equality, take the trades, and then you can connect Tyrion and then Wild Pyromancer equality, and then it dies and you get an Ashbringer, and then you got it.
It's lethal, right?
It's lethal, yeah, you're right.
Okay.
So you just equality, take all the trades, connect for the 12, and then
Oh wait,
there.
we have to kill our Tyrion. Yeah, we
you
can
kill
kill
the
our Tyrion.
Tyrion's bubble, man. No, you're supposed to. You missed it.
I think he missed lethal.
He did, yeah.
He needed to trade with.
He found it.
Okay.
The pyro died.
The rope.
He messed it up.
Wow.
Yeah, he messed up the lethal there, but yeah.
He saw it, but he
It was too late.
Wow. Yeah, that got a reaction out of Hamster. He didn't like that. He's a little disappointed in himself right now.
I mean,
You hate to see that.
Standard Dachi's gonna need a real good Unguru pack, but it's doable. It is doable. He's got to face down 3 10-10s.
Well, they come one at a time. Tempo's the thing.
Yep. Well,
You could play a 6-drop Eldor and go face as an option.
I do like that, and you get the Flame Elemental out there as well. You only need 2 damage.
Yeah, I just hate trading with the weapon. I love going face in this spot.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Swing face with weapon. There we go. It looks like Hamster's recovered now. He's focused. Back in the game.
Champion mindset. Not gonna make more mistakes just because he made one.
He has started
Ash
mousing
brings
over
the 2 turns
cards
equal.
a lot faster. He's definitely not happy, that's for sure. His face is calm, but...
Spike Ridge Steed. Sense to me. It's getting a bit racy in here. Everyone's just getting smorked by Ashbringers.
What a game. What a game. Both players like less than 5 cards in their deck. Multiple Ashbringers going at it. Multiple 10-10 Pyros. Final 2 cards for Hamster. That Karen and whatever else is left in his deck. And he's facing down 10 damage from Stanudachi. Or 8 on board, 2 plus the Consecrate in hand, 1 away from death.
It looks like Spike Ridge Steed is just kind of carrying this late game race.
Yeah, you can't get through it.
There's a lot of irrelevant cards. It's a racing scenario, and the Steed is just so powerful.
If he double attacks this, he's dead to the Consecrate.
Yeah, it's a big risk to take.
There's only like 2 cards in Stan's deck. The Consecrate would have to be the final card in his deck.
Even then, the pack could kill him in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So he should not swing with the Ashbringer. Swing with Pyros make any sense, though?
I don't think so.
Considering the 10-10.
That's no help. The pack could get
probably
there.
help. Yeah. He's 3 damage.
He's only gonna get 3 or 4
1.
cards because he didn't play 1-drop first. He's got some healing.
Calamos.
Deal 4, heal 4.
Pretty strong. And he has the Elemental for Calamos to smork for 6 next turn.
That's gonna be it.
Yeah, lay on hands is you just die.
Hamster
GG.
gets
Miss
taken
Lethal
down.
loses the match.
Yeah. Punished by Stan Udachi. Man, that's rough. An hour-long game.
Yeah.
Grinding back and forth. Both players played brilliantly for the most part of the game, and then he sees the lethal. He has the lethal there. He sees it, identifies the correct play, and as the rope is hitting, unable to make it happen, and Stan Udachi comes back and wins it.
Just brutal.
Yeah. Oh, man.
That's the worst feeling.
Oh, yeah, right there.
And you're playing a tournament for a Ferrari.
Oh, yeah, 200,000 euro value.
Everyone's watching.
Yep.
I feel for him.
Oh, man,
you know, he's a great player, and even great players make mistakes.
He's a good player. That was a close series.
Yeah, wow. Wow, that was intense.
I think that was actually... Was that the last match for today, too?
I think we have Orange versus JJ.
Orange versus JJ. So we
last
got
match.
one more.
Mm-hmm. You were thinking based on how long it's been that was the last match for the day, but no.
Every series is a 2-hour-long control mirror roller coaster.
Yeah, right? God, this is intense. I don't know what to say. Alright, I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we'll take a short break while you guys can read the lips of the Chinese casters. We haven't ate or used the washroom yet, so we'll return when the action returns. Be right back. Hello everybody, and welcome back to EU versus CN. I am Firebat. And casting with me is Zalay. Epic game so far.
Yeah.
We started... yeah, we're just going to go through a quick recap of what's happened thus far in the tournament. The first game, we had Zixo versus Lovely Chook, which was a 3-0 victory for Zixo. And then the second round, we had Jason Zhao versus Kalento, which was a 3-1 victory for Jason Zhao. And then we just watched Stan Udachi versus Hamster, which was a real nail-biter. Stan Udachi taking it 3-2 over Hamster because of a slight mistake in a very, very complicated lethal involving trading with your Tyrion into a taunt, then Wild Pyromancer equalitying it to kill it to Ashbringer him in the face.
Yeah, such an awesome series. I mean, the pressure of trying to play a match like that when you're trying to win a Ferrari, it's just immense.
From turn 3 until, I think, 25 or so, there was hand size issues on both sides of the field, causing players to have to do suboptimal plays.
Yeah.
It was pretty ridiculous.
Such a tough match to play. So up next we have Orange versus Super JJ.
Yep.
And let's take a quick look at their decks.
The EU versus EU team kill.
And Orange is not bringing Rogue. He was perhaps afraid of the Smork and being targeted. Okay. Bringing Quest Rogue is a real vulnerability in a Conquest lineup. It's very powerful against control decks, but it's very weak to aggressive decks. If somebody brings Pirate Warrior, Aggro Token Druid, Hunter, and I don't know, any other, some kind of aggressive mage maybe, they can really bully your Rogue quite hard. So Orange avoided that by not bringing Rogue, but he does have Jade Druid, a mid-range Hunter, a aggro Murloc Paladin that kind of curves all the way up to Tyrion. And maybe it's more of a mid-range. It's kind of between aggro and mid-range Murloc Paladin. I don't know how to describe it. And then Gunther Mage, Harrison, and Elise teched in.
Yep.
Orange
is also targeting control like every other player that we have casted thus far. He has got Black Knights teched into his Hunter, as well as double Deadly Shot, and Black Knight in his aggro Paladin, and Harrison Jones in his other decks. So he is ready to take on some control decks, especially Taunt Warrior. Taunt Warrior stands no chance against these decks.
But on the flip side, Orange, I think, has a more balanced lineup than some of the lineups we've seen. Like, his Mage has 2 Volcanic Potions teched in. That's for aggro matchups, not for control, right? And he avoided having Quest Rogue in his lineup. So.
Okay.
2015, he won 2
And
Super
JJ,
one being ESL
more well-rounded lineup even than Orange's. He's like, got like the classic mid-range Murloc Paladin, not even that greedy at all, no N'Zoth or anything like that, just like a Harrison Jones teched in. His Jade Druid's kind of greedy, with double Burgly Bully, and then he's got the mid-range Jade Shaman with, it's mid-range like Elemental Shaman actually, with some Jade sprinkled in there.
All the packages. Stonehill Defenders and Shaman too.
Oh yeah, get the Alakirs.
Yeah, I think it also discovers White Eyes.
And he's got a, and it can discover Hot Spring Guardian, which is really sick.
Okay.
And then he's got a very anti-aggro Priest. So I think JJ is more targeting aggro than he is targeting control, actually. Or if anything, he's just playing mid-rangey decks. He's not really targeting anything in particular.
Yeah, so he might run into trouble in this metagame.
Yeah.
Like, how does this Priest find a win against the slower decks that are control-y?
I have no idea, yeah. It stops
at
at...
a sick miracle with Lyra and Elise packs, I guess.
Yeah, he needs to get really lucky with Elise packs and Lyra, because that's the top of the curve in his Priest deck. It stops at 5. Most people's decks are curving to, 10.
At least 10.
Yeah, you're halfway there, like, you got some work to do, bud. So, but lucky for JJ, he's queued into Orange, who is also running more mid-rangey decks. I think the Priest should be able to probably take a win against maybe the Hunter, and even it probably won't even do too bad against the Paladin. So
what do you think's going on ban-wise here?
Oof.
So far, everyone's been banning Rogue. Now we have 2 players without Rogue. Maybe Druid.
No, I mean, Orange does great against Druid. He's got Black Knight in all of his decks, and he's got, Hunter with double Deadly Shot. That does not too bad. Like, Hunter in general is pretty good versus Druid. Aggro Murloc Paladin's going to do fantastic against Druid. The Mage could struggle a little bit, and then he's got the Druid Mirror. So I think he's fine against Druid. You might ban Paladin? Or Shaman.
Shaman tends to do well against aggressive decks, especially with a card like Volcano in there.
Yeah.
Volcano is like really bad against other slow decks. Like you have to be behind on board for it to be good.
I think both players have a really flexible ban, as they're playing more mid-rangey decks, and neither of them are targeting that hard. They have like 1 or 2 tech cards, but mainly just a mid-range focus, just kind of good against sort of everything, rather than trying to target specific decks. Besides maybe just like Orange has the techs to target Taunt Warrior, but he's not just targeting control in general. He's being a lot more loose with his focus.
Okay. So, do you have any kind of guesses at what the players might ban?
No.
It's really just open.
Well, I think Orange is going to ban the Paladin, and I think Super JJ might ban the Mage. Because the Mage looks like it will do pretty good against all of JJ's decks. I don't know.
Yeah, Mage tends to be just a pretty well-rounded deck. Doesn't have any super terrible matchups.
On screen here now. It's the Paladin looks like it was removed from whoever has Priest, which is JJ. So yeah, JJ's Paladin got banned. Thought that one. And what was banned from Orange's side? Did we see?
I didn't see. No.
Paladin as well. Double Paladin ban. Seems fine. A lot of players believe Paladin's the strongest deck. I think it has the worst win rate on the day, but most players today have been playing Control Paladin, which is
kind of a wacky Control Paladin.
Yeah, wacky Control Paladin. And Control Paladin's kind of new. It did really well at DreamHack Austin, but...
One of the cool things about this format that's like a sign of good health is a lot of people consider Paladin to be the strongest class, and yet Paladin catches very few bans, I would say. Like in the past, a lot of times you just always ban the strongest deck. Like, it's just like very common. Whereas now we're seeing a lot of, West Rogue bans, even though no one's saying Rogue's the strongest class. It's just kind of like how lineups are built.
Seems good. So Jade Druid up against the Hybrid Hunter from Orange, which has a Black Knight, which could potentially come down on a 4/8 taunt, or even just the 3/6 Jade Behemoth. Do massive work. Orange also has a Volcanosaur in here, which is a card I thought was a meme card, but...
Stealth Wind Fury, get him.
Give it a Wind Fury, yeah?
Burgly Bully, probably not at its best against Hunter.
No, definitely not.
It's a greedy card looking to punish the control decks, and the coins you get are so great with Gadgets and Auctioneer is the idea.
Maybe it's 4/6, which isn't terrible. Kind of fills in the void of where Azure was in the deck. It's something. Most people just don't even run a 5-drop at all.
Yeah, which leads to a lot of awkward turn 5 Jade Spirits.
Yeah.
JJ looking super focused. He is a player who will go on tilt a bit if things don't go his way.
Oh, for sure. Crab's not at their best against Jade Druid, but coin Crab into Crab, meh. Not a fan.
No.
One of the best things against Druid is landing a Houndmaster, and one of the best ways to land a Houndmaster is to coin it out. So I don't hate keeping one of the Crabs in the Houndmaster, and that's it, and just trying to coin a Houndmaster out. That is disgustingly powerful against Druid, because oftentimes it makes the removal super clunky, because you get 2 medium-sized minions, and neither of them die, or, well, the one that you buffed usually doesn't die to swipe, and it just messes with Druid's removal a lot.
Alright, so he keeps 1 Crab but no Houndmaster. He was not a believer.
Not a believer.
And he ends up with a pretty awkward hand that doesn't have a play on turns 1 and 2. 2/3/3 just doesn't curve well. JJ, on the other hand, that's a nice one. Doesn't curve perfectly, but man, that's a lot of good early game cards.
There's a lot of early game cards.
Yeah. Make a 1/1 on 1, Wild Growth on 2, and then Figured Out on 4.
Yeah. What he's thinking about.
I think he's kind of bluffing the Innervate by pretending to think. Excuse me.
So in this matchup, the Hunter has a limited amount of time to get control of the board. Once getting control of the board, which usually happens because Jade minions kind of suck early game, then after they've gotten control of the board, they can force all the trades and kind of control the deadly shots and get big swings out of deadly shots and Houndmaster buffs and just Savannah Highmane being ridiculously well statted, as well as not to mention Orange's tech of the Black Knight allowing, you know, him to push board initiative.
Right. But then JJ can try and recover the board with Primordial Drakes and Giant Jades, hopefully.
And land Earthen Scales on Giant Jades for ridiculous amount of healing to just stabilize with those massive Jade minions.
I think Orange is pretty clearly favored in the matchup in general, but looking at how the hands are panning out here, I might rather be JJ.
Oh, yeah.
JJ's got a really good draw, and Orange's got kind of a bad one.
Well, it's going to determine... There's going to be, like, in the next 2 draws for JJ, he needs to get something that, you know, does anything. Because, like, his start's really great, but he doesn't have a Nourish yet. He doesn't have a 5-drop. He doesn't have a 4-drop. Like, he's got this 3-drop, and then, well, you hope he's found something after that. Like, if he draws, like, Aya or Jade Behemoth or Nourish, then he's just going to keep on rolling.
Even without those, he just goes Jade Blossom into Swipe Hero Power, worst case, into Tar Creep or something. I think JJ's looking really solid.
Okay.
Alright. Goes Coin Rat Pack into Rat Pack. Could have gone Crawler into Rat Pack and tried to save coin for some key turn like a Highmane, but he figures he has Tundra Rhino to curve into Highmane, so just go for a lot of board presence right now. And Feral Rage is a horrible draw for JJ. That's exactly the opposite of what he wants. He wants nice, big, proactive Jade dudes, right? To exploit this mana ramp he's got going on. So he could Tar Creeper and kind of protect his 1/1, or he could Jade Blossom. It sets up for a Swipe Hero Power turn. So imagine he Jade Blossoms, the Rat value trades a 1/1, he Hero Powers the Rat, and swipes whatever Orange plays next, like an Animal Companion. Jade Blossom looks really appealing to me.
Oh, really? I like the Tar Creeper, I think. Just because... what if they roll Misha? It's a little awkward.
Okay. Then you leave 1/1/1 behind? At the end of the world.
Yeah.
Also, I just like the general principle of like trying to play my ramp early unless I have a really strong reason not to. I don't feel like playing a Tar Creeper to prevent 2-face damage or protect a 1/1 from being value traded is a really strong reason. Like, it makes top decks much better, like Aya and Jade Behemoth.
It does do that. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you've convinced me. It sounds better.
Whew, we did it. And Rat Pack number 2 coming down and a value trade. Orange just trying to set up a really rock-solid board. He'll make his Animal Companion stronger later in case he rolls a Leok.
And I think you want to take care of these Rat Packs.
Yeah, so you want to trade the 2/2 Hero Power, the 2/1, and swipe face. Clear's going into the Houndmaster turn, which is pretty important. Yeah, JJ's looking strong. He's under 0 pressure, and he's getting to his late game.
Yeah, he's just got to be really weary of the double deadly shot Black Knight. So this Primordial Drake is a trap in his hand. He's got to... That's one of the ways that Orange can swing the tempo back in his favor and get secured on the board again, is if he just plays Primordial Drake without any other minions on the field.
Alright, so if he doesn't want to swipe clear, the alternate line is something like Tar Creeper, Hero Power the 2/1, value trade a 1/1.
And that seems bad. Yeah.
No, he's going to swipe face and prevent Houndmaster.
You got to do it.
Preventing that on-curve Houndmaster is just such a big deal against Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
And Ord is upset about that because he feels like, man, I coined Rat Pack into Rat Pack. I should at least have the potential to Houndmaster on 4. Skalaka Crawler keeps not panning out super well for Orange. Seems like a good turn for Animal Companion with 3 mana to spend. Too much to think about. Smork. Offer very weak to Primordial Drake, but Primordial Drake not coming down just yet. Probably a Tar Creeper Jade Blossom turn.
Yeah.
And this Primordial Drake has the look of a dragon that may just get Black Knighted.
It's like perfectly on curve.
Yeah. One thought is to hero power the Jewel Macaw instead of playing Jade Blossom, so you go Tar Creeper hero power. That way the Huffer doesn't have an onboard clear against your Tar Creeper. Although you look really stupid when he Houndmasters the Huffer in that scenario. And Jade Blossom is just such a stronger play in general.
Yeah. I like the Jade Blossom. What are you Jade Blossom hero powering to deny the... Wait, the Jades are at, they're only 3/3.
3?
Yeah.
You just Tar Creeper.
Yeah.
You don't get fancy, you just play the good stuff. Bit of an awkward turn for Orange. Tundra Rhino doesn't clear. Go for some kind of Macaw Deadly Shot turn.
What about Crab Deadly Shot?
Sure, yeah, this is better, right?
Yeah. You can, like, Macaw with Tundra Rhino later.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I was just tired. Deadly Shot first. Try really hard to hit the Tar Creeper with it.
Just believe. Guide it with your mind. Alternative lines are all really bad. Like, you don't want to Tundra Rhino this board.
No. Not at all.
And maybe he does. I'm interested to see where he's going with this.
Okay.
It's just... I mean, he's saving the deadly shots for more value, I guess. Forcing his opponent to have to play removal. One of the good things about this play, it could potentially bait a Primordial Drake here.
Okay. Well, Feral Rage hero power is an option. He's at, pretty healthy life total. He can afford to go down to 22 here and not have Feral Rage for life gain. But the Burgly Bully is an awkward draw with that. It doesn't have mana for Feral Rage hero power and Burgly Bully. He could bully Feral Rage and trade twice into the Rhino.
Yeah.
JJ is going to want to clear that Rhino. He cannot see that Orange doesn't have high mana in hand. He's not going to let that thing live here ever.
Right. He has to clear it somehow.
So the question is, do you Feral Rage or Primordial Drake? Primordial Drake's better tempo, but it leaves you more exposed.
I mean, at this point, with his hand size, can he afford to play around Black Knight? Like, if he doesn't play the Primordial Drake this turn, he's most likely playing it next turn.
Okay, here's another way of looking at it. With his hand size, can he afford to pick a low-value Primordial Drake here when the Feral Rage play is much higher value? He says yes. And Black Knight. Orange not going to overthink this one.
Yeah.
Well, that's the best target in the deck. It's on curve.
It doesn't.
I think we're going to do it. Yeah.
This Grotesque Dragonhawk next turn is pretty sick as well.
So Bully and Feral Rage just seems like the play. I'm pretty surprised to see Wild Growth come out.
Yes,
he could have gone early Bully and Feral Rage to clear. But he just didn't. So weird.
That was a really strange turn. Ended up working out for him.
Okay. We need a plan.
I like just clearing the board here, I think. You give your opponent a coin, but you just saw them cycle the Wild Growth, so you're pretty sure they don't have gadgets in Auctioneer.
So you want a deadly shot?
No, bow trade, deadly shot, yeah.
Okay.
And then
you can do it the other way. Oh, yeah, you take one more damage. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and then
bow trade, deadly shot, and alley cat.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Alley cat over McCall because it's more stuff in play, and that's a good thing.
Yeah. But right, there's no way they cycle the Wild Growth if they have gadget in hand, so you don't care that they have a coin. They have 1 or 2 cards and 10 mana. They can play everything anyway.
Well, you care about the coin because of gadgets and Auctioneer mainly.
Like, only if they top deck it.
Okay. Yep, things are getting really awkward for JJ. Could use the Feral Rage to clear the Black Knight pretty cleanly last turn. Seems to be getting a little bit of trouble for not doing it.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe he was trying to play a Deadly Shot. Maybe that was on his mind. By playing the Tar Creeper, he made the Deadly Shot less effective.
Yeah.
It's pretty minor, though.
I mean, after he cycled the Wild Growth, he committed to playing that.
Oh, for sure.
So, like, I mean, because he didn't have the mana to hero power with the Feral Rage anymore. So.
No, I'm just talking about the decision point at the start of the turn when he chose to cycle the Wild Growth.
Oh, yeah.
Four, not particularly impressive on this board.
He's holding on to that Feral Rage for dear life.
For dear Gadgetan.
Yeah.
Wow, Beast Ranger actually getting value on turn 8. Is that an 8-2 stealth?
That's an 8-2 stealth.
Boy. It's like a really big Angry Leroy. Sometimes gets Primordial Drake. And this is kind of how Hunter wins. Just head on board. I mean, this is a little bit weird because JJ actually ran out of cards. Wow, you hate to see that. 14 coming his way next turn.
Ouch. No Nourish, no Gadget.
Might have to just gain 8 this turn. Or actually, no, maybe just Feral Rage down the 5/5. That makes more sense, right?
It does make more sense, yes.
So that's why he didn't Feral Rage down the Black Knight a couple turns ago. He needed to save it for the Grotesque Dragon, huh?
Had to read.
Genius.
Hey, he's still in it if he could find a gadget.
By the way, Orange kept this Galaka Crawler off this mulligan. Oh, now 9-3 is way better than 8-2. It's no longer weak to a Primordial Drake. It's a huge deal. And the rest of his board dies to a Drake, so it's like very important. Swipe the Knight, Hero Power with a 3-2, die. GG.
The tech landed. Hunter taking a win over the Jade Druid. It's pretty good to have decks that are good against Jade Druid. I think that is one of the, if not the most popular deck in this tournament.
Yeah.
Which is kind of interesting because it's not the most popular deck that you'll see on ladder.
No, you'd see more Token Druid, which, by the way, beats the heck out of Jade Druid.
Yeah.
Because what happens is, Jade Druid kind of ignores the board early and develops its mana and Jades, while Token Druid is just trying desperately to get ahead on board so that they can buff their board. And Jade Druid just lets him do that and gets mauled for it.
Yeah, there's just like, I guess not enough good aggro decks in, for a Conquest format of all aggro lineup, so most players decided to go with the all control lineup.
I don't know, man. I think there are enough decent aggro decks.
Oh, yeah, I bring all aggro every time, but...
Fine. Here's the key moment. Black Knight on that Primordial Drake, just on curve. 6 mana, 4/5, kill your 4/8. Boom. JJ does not like to see that.
Yeah, and Orange kind of set that up earlier with the Tundra Rhino on the previous turn, trying to force out that Primordial Drake, and it's interesting he values the Deadly Shot higher than the Tundra Rhino, but it kind of makes sense with his hand, right?
Okay. I don't know.
Orange queuing up with his Jade Druid now.
Harrison Jones, very popular tech card in this tournament. Very effective against a lot of these Paladins and Warriors.
Yeah, one thing to note, there is only one Earthen Scales in Orange's deck list. And instead, what does he have?
He's a little bit weaker getting smorked down. Harrison Jones is kind of an unusual tech card.
Yeah.
Right, the second Tar Creeper, right?
Yeah, he's got
so a lot of times they'll play Tar Creeper plus 1 weapon destruction. So I guess it's a Tar Creeper to replace the Earthen Scales. So it's not really any weaker to aggressive strategies. If anything, it's stronger against aggressive strategies.
Mm-hmm.
Gadgets and Auctioneer turns are a little bit weaker.
Yeah. But I mean, you're Jade Druid, so you just assume you beat control anyway, so he's teched a little bit towards aggro. Orange is not really focusing on anything. He's the mid-range player in the tournament. His lineup could do pretty good against everybody's.
Yeah, he's the good decks, good text guy.
Yep. No, nothing fancy. I mean, that's been doing Orange really well. I mean, in the last, 4 or 5 months, he's won, $85,000, I think, in Hearthstone.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I dig.
Good decks, good techs. Pretty good.
Yeah. So we got a Jade Mirror. I think JJ's going to keep the Innervate with this hand, because it just seems to make sense with that Aya. I think you just keep everything but the Gadgets and Auctioneer.
Mm-hmm.
Orange already did his mulligan. He sees Tar Creeper, which is a disappointment, but the other 2 cards are pretty okay.
Yeah, you just want as many Jade cards as possible.
Well, you also want the Wild Growth. That's not bad either.
True.
So how does JJ's hand curve if he pitches the Gadget? It's like turn 2, you coin Jade Blossom. Turn 3, you have 4 mana, you Innervate Aya. Oh, wow. And then turn 4, you have Nourish for cards.
I can see this working quite well.
Yeah. So the curve is turn 1 pass, turn 2 coin Jade Blossom, turn 3 Innervate Aya, turn 4 Nourish for cards. That's really strong for JJ.
Mm-hmm.
On the flip side, Orange has Tar Creeper and Earthen Scales in hand, 2 very weak cards for the matchup that are, more geared towards beating aggressive decks.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree with your assessment. We just pass here, look to try and coin out the Jade Spirit, follow the curve up from there with Aya into Nourish. But
JJ gonna take his time. He's trying to win a Ferrari. He's not in a huge rush.
Yeah.
Figured it out. Another bad draw for Orange. That doesn't say Jade, doesn't say anything about mana. It says beat aggro, and it costs 8, and it's turn 2. Just the opposite of what he wants to see. This might be one of the less close games of the tournament. This looks like we're maybe tying it up 1-1. I mean, granted, it's turn 2, but I don't know. The hands are pretty lopsided here.
Is he thinking about maybe dropping the Earthen Scales? JJ kept 3.
There's no way.
I mean, there's a pretty good odd. There's a 1/1 spawn next turn. You can value trade it, play your 1/5.
Bluffing, thinking about Innervate.
Yeah.
Thinking about what JJ's thinking about. Who knows?
Staring each other down, thinking who has cooler hair.
I mean, he already committed to not Earthen Scales by attacking for 1 at the start of the turn, so he knew. He was just kind of bluffing or thinking about other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Fandral changes. It could change things. You could coin Jade Blossom here into Fandral into Nourish instead of Innervate Aya into Nourish.
I do like
but
that.
You definitely, either way, you're gonna coin the Jade Blossom this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Figure it out next turn based on what Orange does. This is nice. Nice, simple game states. I can figure this out. This is within my range.
Yeah, there's only 6 options with these ones. When we get to some of those control states where people aren't even attacking with minions, and there's
it's
7,000 options.
Yeah, and it's 7 a.m. and you've been casting for 5 hours. It's kind of hard.
And there's 2 secrets up on either side.
Yeah, just good luck.
And half the cards are randomly generated.
All right, Tar Creeper on 3.
Boom.
I like it. Yeah. Trade the 1/1 so he doesn't swipe you.
Calling the plays.
And then the question for JJ is, doesn't care about the swipe?
I mean, swipe's not a big deal, right?
He's only pushing 1 damage. If swipe's his best play, you'd really rather make it much worse by trading.
I agree.
It's the thing that happens. I guess he knows swipe isn't the best play because JJ kept a bunch of cards. I just feel like the upside of pushing 1 damage is so small, I would just trade regardless.
Orange is going to win by 1 health.
I don't think so.
It could happen.
I'm thinking no.
Well,
all right, so
one
decision
of the
point:
things,
Fandral or Innervate Aya.
This 1/1 is good to have around to counter Fandral, though.
Okay.
That's another argument to go face there, because if your opponent tries to play Fandral into this, now Wrath contests it easier.
And the swipe contests it better. You don't have to trade the Tar Creep, you just trade the 1/1.
Exactly.
Okay. Advanced plays from Orange coming out on turn 3. And JJ following the game plan from the Mulligan phase. Innervate Aya. He could go for the Fandral. It has higher upside if it works, but it's worse if it gets killed kind of thing. And he's thinking, I'm in a strong position. I don't need to gamble. Take a safe, strong play. Swipe's pretty good here. Swipe the 5/3, trade the 1/1 into the 2/2. Leave him with a 3/3 Jade against your Tar Creeper. It curves into something like Jade Spirit, Earthen Scales on 5, and Innervate Primordial Drake on 6, maybe. Although ideally, you're saving the Innervate for gadgets and turns in this matchup. Same for Earthen Scales. Mouse is over the swipe, almost committing to it, yeah. It's a pretty solid play.
Yeah. Seems much better than the Jade Spirit.
Actually, there's a pretty slow pickup for JJ's hand here.
Yeah, it'll get better.
I mean, he's just going to nourish your cards.
Yep, every time.
He's going to find stuff like Wrath to make that Fandral stronger next turn.
Well, with, you could try and gamble the Fandral.
You could. You just saw a swipe. There's only 1 attack in play. Wrath hero power clears it, swipe clears it, Feral Rage hero power clears it. I don't like the Fandral. Part of the reason why is Jade Druid doesn't have good turn 5 plays, and it's going into Orange's 5, so it's pretty convenient for him. Oh, it's going for the Earthen Scales to protect it. Okay, that makes sense. That makes it a lot more awkward for Orange to clear it. Because now if he's Feral Rage hero power, he has to trade the Tar Creeper in as well, which is a pretty bad attack to have to make.
Yeah, and then your opponent spends their entire turn doing nothing, and then you draw
I like it a lot.
cards. So, like, there's no real punish, right? There's no way for Orange to remove it without using his entire turn. And there's no way for Orange to remove it while developing something. So if it gets removed, then you're at the same spot you were the previous turn, and you just nourish for cards.
Yeah, it's actually a really strong play. I didn't see the Earthen Scales part of the play, and that really just completely changes everything. It's not what the card's necessarily intended to do, but that's the flexibility of a 1-mana card, right? You can just find spots where it's good.
And Orange has no way to remove this Fandral, so he's about to experience a world of pain.
Things are going downhill. Not only is the Nourish drawing 3 cards and ramping 2 mana, but the ramping mana is super relevant with the Gadgets and Wild Growth hand, right? Because he's getting to that 10 mana turn where he Gadget Wild Growths for a 2 mana draw 3, just much sooner. 2 turns sooner. Brutal.
Yeah. This is gonna hurt.
Orange trying to figure out how to set up the Innervate Primordial Drake. He can play that.
Yep.
With the Nourish first. Dang. The numbers aren't super clean on it, though. Ah, Rat's probably better. And because, the Wrath, the bonus is you're drawing a card. Feral Rage, the bonus is you're gaining 8 armor. You'd rather draw a card than gain 8 armor in this matchup. Nobody's getting smorked down. You're trying to dig into those Jade turns.
I agree with that.
So you Feral Rage on the 3/5. See what you draw. Trade your 3/3 into it. Trade your Fandral into a 2/3. Or Fandral can even go face. Actually, that's wrong. You trade the Fandral into the 3/5, and the 3/3 value trades a 2/3, right? You put one more damage on your Fandral to leave a 3/1 up.
He's looking for second Earthen Scales with this Wrap. Or he's going to ignore the Tar Creeper completely. It goes down to 1 attack.
Oh, I kind of like ignoring it, yeah.
This
Right,
keeps
good play,
his Fandral the healthiest possible.
Which is quite relevant with Innervate Primordial Drake coming up this turn.
Yeah, plays around it quite nicely.
Well, the Vade Drake sucks now, so Jade Blossom Tar Creeper seems pretty natural.
And the Fandral lives on.
Yeah. Earthen Scale is making all the difference.
Man, this Tar Creeper's just been sitting here watching this Fandral the whole game, too. It can't do anything. It's a 1/5.
Yeah. And it is not a 3-mana Ascension. So JJ's looking to set up for a Gadgetzan and Wild Growth turn next. So is there a good way to play Burgly Bully this turn?
What about Behemoth? Just keep ramping your Jades. It's a 4/4.
Yeah. Yeah, Behemoth and Feral Rage. Pretty good.
Yeah. And then just kill one of the Tar Creepers. If you're 3/3 in the Feral Rage, I think.
Yeah, keep the Fandral as safe as possible. Still got a Wild Growth in your deck, and Nourish. Even Jade Idol is pretty good with Fandral here. It's fine. Because you have Gadget, so drawing more Jade Idols is very good. I mean, Jade Idol is just a good draw in general at this point in the game.
It's fantastic.
Very, very high tempo play. It's not bad value either.
It's infinite value.
Just to hang on to that Feral Rage.
Saw that there was no Wrath on the previous turn. Because the Fandral could have been cleared if there was a Wrath. This makes some sense.
And Orange just never lucky this game, drawing Harrison Jones. Not what you want against the Jade Druid. Nobody's taking Medivh into their Jade Druid. Medivh, by the way, big part of why Harrison's so popular in this metagame, right? Like, all those non-weapon classes just jam one Medivh in there a lot of times for some super late game value. And having your Harrison all of a sudden becomes a very good thing instead of a very bad thing.
Yeah, that mage deck got really popular. A lot of players were getting, top 100 legend finishes with the Saigunthar mage, with the Medivh at the top end. Quite a powerful deck.
Yeah, I lost a lot of games to that deck. And I was always finding different ways to lose the deck, Something different would go wrong every time.
I mean, it's got
Cabal Couriers, Babbling Books, it finds a way to kill you.
Oh, yeah. I found a way to lose.
It keeps it fresh. You gotta appreciate that.
I did not. Alright, Fandral goes down. A little bit of a punish for JJ, not using the Feral Rage last turn, but instead using Fandral's health.
Well, now he gets rewarded, though, because he could use the Feral Rage this turn, I guess, to get through the minion, if he wanted.
Sure. So he doesn't need to do the gadget stuff. He could just, trade Primordial Drake's decent, and then play one Wild Growth, but not the 0-mana card that follows. Always going for a Bully instead. Well, that's also strong.
Keeps a 4/2 in the field. Not too bad.
Yeah. Yeah, there were a lot of ways to play this turn that were similarly good, I think. Like, you could trade the 4/2, save the 3/1, and that way you get to play a Wild Growth, which better sets up for a Gadget turn. But this is a stronger board, which is pretty much where you want to be with that Burgly Bully when you're ahead.
Yeah, Orange is going to have to give JJ cards now. Or coins, which turn into cards.
Yeah.
Man, this is just a beatdown.
Yeah, that's brutal.
This hurts. You hate to see this.
Alright, awkwardly attempting to contest the Burgly Bully. This is your life, Orange, I'm sorry.
It's... Whew.
This is what happens when you Black Knight people on turn 6. They get angry.
They figure it out. Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Oh, the bait.
Wow. This is like...
Just all of it.
This is like your 4-8 taunt getting Black Knighted. That's what this
Shuffle
like.
first.
Yeah, you should
It was a bit sloppy, because you really want to draw those Jades this turn. Or Idols.
Mm-hmm.
A bit sloppy again. You want to shuffle Idol first. It's fine. He's going to win. You should shut up.
But yeah, you should shuffle.
Sure, why not?
He's just gonna kill him.
This kills the orange. Yeah, buff that Burgly Bully so it doesn't die to Hero Power, Wrath or One or Swipe. Wait, why not play the 1-mana card? Okay, whatever.
Well, I guess he has hand size issues while cycling the Wild Growth, but you know, the game was over.
Yeah. There's no wrong answer.
Mm-hmm.
And Orange figured out the mystery. He's dead.
Yeah.
Orange does not have Yogg-Saron in his deck, so there's not much to play to there.
Nope. Fandral run away with the game there, and it was all that that turn 5. JJ had the ability to nourish, but identified, hey, if I just play Fandral, and my opponent has to use removal spells to kill it, then if he does have the removal spells, he develops nothing, and I can just draw next turn. And if he doesn't, I win the game. And guess what? He won the game. Didn't have him.
Yeah, good play. Although, the way the game panned out, Orange was just going to get butchered even if JJ played that turn worse.
But he didn't, though. He played
No,
it
he
the
played
right
it
way.
great.
There we
Yeah,
go.
good job, JJ. What do you think of these portraits in the background?
I don't know.
Pretty striking.
Yeah. I guess one's like the captain of Team China, maybe, and one's the captain of EU.
Okay.
And one's a white guy and one's an Asian guy.
We figured that much out.
There you go. There's the play. Decided the
they
game.
like it. I like these key play replays they got going on.
Yeah.
Such good production value.
And you can see, boom, defeat. Instantly when it happened.
It's so good. Not only do they show a key play, but they show the facial reaction of just, why me?
All ogre.
Man, I want to go to China and play in one of these. I want to win a Ferrari.
The Ferraris for the EU ones. You have to be European or Chinese.
That can be arranged.
Really?
I could just move to somewhere in Europe, probably.
Yeah, the North American one is a team event instead of a tournament. It's like 5v5, but no Ferrari. I don't know why they're all different, but yeah, for some reason the North American versus China is more of a show match than a tournament. Saigon Mage versus Shaman.
So I imagine Medivh's too slow to be kept here, even though it's powerful, and just throws it all back. Harrison, even though Shaman has weapon in Jade Claw, the Harrison just doesn't line up well against it. It's not that big of a swing. Doesn't happen that often. A lot of times the Jade Claw is just used up by the time you get mana to play Harrison.
It's interesting that JJ is bringing the Shaman deck with double Devolve, double Hex, you know, and banning Paladin. Devolve is so sick versus Paladin.
Yeah. The sickest thing it does is against Token Druid, where you get their living mana.
Oh,
you
yeah.
You just devolve that into a bunch of wisps, and they get 0 mana back out of them. I actually had that happen, and I won that game. Because I just buffed my wisps back up and just beat the crap out of them.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. But if you combine it with the Maelstrom portal, it gets much stronger. There's no buffing back a dead wisp.
Mm-hmm. So, who is favored in the Saigunthar Mage versus Elemental Shaman?
I'm going to say Shaman has the healing tools he needs to survive the damage from Orange,
Okay.
And he could potentially have potent offense. Like, if you can just create a board state where Mana Tide requires a burn spell, that's an advantage. I really have no idea how this matchup pans out. Like, these decks are so weirdly teched, and you don't see a lot of Shaman lately.
Yeah.
It's just one of the bottom 3 classes, right?
He's got, like, very little of the elemental package actually in here. It's just 2 Fireflies, 2 Hot Spring Guardians, 2 Fire Elementals, and Calamos, and that's it for elementals. He's not...
Just the good stuff.
Yeah, he's not running the 4/5 that generates a random... or
Servant of Calamos.
Yeah, doesn't have Servant of Calamos in there. Doesn't have Blaze Caller, nothing like that. It's really just an anti-aggro mid-range Shaman deck. So, because it's just doesn't have any of those high-value cards, I think it's going to get outgrinded by the Gunther Mage, which just has superior late game.
Okay, I can definitely see Elise being tough for Shaman to beat.
And it's got no weapon removal for the Medivh. And Flame Strike's a card. Is Orange running Flame Strike, actually?
No.
He's got Meteor instead in that slot. Eater of Secret's probably not going to be a lot of help for him. He's got that teched in there. But,
which kind of tells you what he's targeting. He's thinking about beating mages and paladins. Interesting.
Glyph or no glyph? Just gonna go with no glyph. It's awkward because your 2/2 just kind of dies on board for free, but at the same time it means you get a save glyph for a more impactful thing later on. Getting the secret out this turn also sets up for your 4-drop there to be able to grow.
It's a great Mana Tide for JJ. It's protected. Orange needs to use some kind of spell to kill it. In fact, he doesn't even have one at the moment.
A lot of draw.
Yeah. You can make a 5/5 that potentially grows.
It's always scary just developing into a Mana Tide.
Yeah. This usually goes downhill because Shaman has such good answers to dudes that they can usually just protect it turn after turn. For instance, you could double Flame Tongue on your Hot Spring Guardian.
I like
if you don't want to use the Hex. Yeah, it's very aggressive. It's like, well, he didn't kill the Mana Tide last turn, so how does he deal with a Mana Tide and 2 Flame Tongues next turn? He's only going into a 5-mana turn, so the best case scenario for Orange would be top decks one of his 2 Volcanic Potions, plays that with Blood Mage Thalnos, and just swings the game massively in his favor.
That is something to worry about.
Yeah.
Volcanic Potion could be a little scary, and Orange does run 2 of those. So...
Plus, you could discover it off Primordial Glyph if he doesn't draw it.
Sure.
So JJ goes with the safer line of just hexing it. Makes a lot of sense. Turn 5 would be the Volcanic Potion turn. It'd be a great turn to play around it. JJ, Orange picks up a Meteor, which the way things are positioned right now works out pretty well for Orange. Meteor on the Hot Spring, killing the Mana Tide with it. This turn, he's going to AI first, looking for Frostbolt from his deck. And if he doesn't get there, then he can Glyph looking for a Frostbolt.
Gotta stop this Mana Tide.
Forbidden Flame would have gotten there had he done that first. But he chose to AI first, looking for Frostbolt from his deck, making the Forbidden Flame not enough damage. Technically, the Arcane Missiles could clear the Mana Tide here. That's a 1 in 125 scenario. You don't really want to gamble on that.
So I guess you take the far left card. 2 mana copy something is actually pretty strong.
Okay. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, 2 mana 8/8 sometimes, right? Let's go.
Seems good.
Maybe he goes turn 6 Meteor, turn 7 Elise, copy it.
Yeah, he takes out the Forbidden Flame, though, going with the removal. It's, I guess, a higher value card. It just feels bad because it doesn't get the discount, and it's already a really inefficient removal.
Yeah. Feels really bad. And JJ picking up Calamos, the most powerful card in his deck. He's playing an elemental package to support that card because it is busted.
Yeah, that's the only like elemental card that is element support. Like that's it. There are no other. There's no anything.
Servant of Kalamos, no Tolver Stone Shaper.
Yeah.
Just that guy.
Yep. It's that good.
It is. It is. I think everyone who initially saw Kalamos and learned that you could discover, like, pick which one you wanted, was just like, yeah, this is just nuts. No secret about that. So, bit of an awkward turn here for JJ. He's got to think about meteor positioning a lot. He's got to think about how best to commit stuff to the board. I might put this far right. Yeah.
That Manatide's doing so much work.
Yeah. Manatide's really good against people who don't have a minion lead on board to contest the 0-3 body. Anyone who has to use a spell to kill a Manatide's falling at least a little bit behind in the process.
Yeah, because the Manatide draws a card, and then you spend a card to kill it. 2 for 1.
So, Meteor on the Hot Spring Guardian deals with the Manatide. Better late than never.
Yeah, I mean, I think you gotta do it. Other options include just, like, drawing and then using the Forbidden Flame.
Okay. It's kind of funny. The Forbidden Flame discount for 2, just not at all useful for Primordial Glyph.
Yeah.
Does nothing, right?
Just totally wasted.
Unless JJ slides a Lotheb in there or something. Just gets real sneaky. Interesting. So, Orange is thinking, JJ's hand is full already. He's just going to be playing 1 card a turn. I don't care about the card draw at this point. The damage is done by the Manatide.
Okay.
We'll see if he's right. I don't know. It seems like JJ can play some cards if he wants to.
JJ's damage available.
So JJ could avoid Jade Claws because it prevents him from Calamosing next turn with the Overload, but it kind of looks like he's not really going to want to Calamos anytime soon. It's not like he's going to need to AoE for 3 or heal or burn for 6. He's certainly not going to need to flood 1/1s, so setting up for Calamos on 8 may not actually be that important here. So what is a productive use of the turn? You need to get cards out of hand for Manatide. Flame Tongue Hero Power?
Seems really weak. I think you want a Jade Claws. Just start punching him with it.
Yeah. You want a Jade Claws and Flame Tongue.
Yeah, and Maelstrom Portal seems fine. He's gonna Bloodlust this turn. Get it out of the way before his board gets, cleaned up by something. There is no Flame Strike in the deck for Orange, but you can always discover it off Primordial Glyph or find
It's
other
the
ways.
2 Volcanic Potions that he's playing around by using Bloodlust now.
Yeah, exactly. Just says, you know what, it's enough damage. We have Calamos for 6, the Claws for 4, and maybe we'll Flame Tongue something.
Yeah, okay. I like it. It's not a very obvious play.
Definitely not. Hey, I'm on the field.
So if JJ is just smorking like that, it kind of seems like Orange may have been right to kill the Fire Elemental instead of Meteoring that one turn. The previous turn specifically.
Yeah. Well, now there's no Fire Elemental, so Meteor's gotten a lot better.
Yeah.
It's only a weak little fiery bet pushing damage. That's a good draw. But,
One off popping here. Because you can't get 4 damage out of each Flame Tongue.
Yeah, one off popping. Setting your opponent to 1 with a fiery bat in play is pretty good. They can
that's not bad
accidentally
at all.
kill themselves.
Yeah, can't Arcane Missiles or anything like that. Can't Volcanic Potion.
So I think you just do it.
Yeah, you play 2 Flame Tongues and a Jade Claws, and then spend the last 2 mana on...
Firefly.
Okay.
Yeah, so that you have the ability to Calamos next turn.
Yeah, because you don't have to fear Volcanic Potion at all.
And then, like, if your face gets frozen, you can still pop.
Yeah, that's perfect. Alright. Your power's a little bit worse, I think.
Yeah, Calamos is not going to be active next turn, but he's still probably going to be able to bob him.
So, I guess what this game came down to is Orange didn't have an answer to that Mana Tide. It kind of ran away with things. Orange just never found like the Volcanic Potion to deal with things. He plays 2 of them. Just bricked.
Almost has lethal. It's like 8 off.
Okay, that's almost. See, double Fireball's face, gets popped, plays Ice Block, and 6 mana of going face.
我想
So if you had like another Fireball, you'd be kind of close to lethal. But hard to have 3 of them here.
There's a glyph left.
I do like double Fireball face this turn. It feels like that's the line. Okay. So maybe he can try to get something that heals him. There's a Halazeal at 5 mana, but he doesn't have a 5 mana spell.
Okay. The Halazeal.
I'm just trying to figure out what the out is here off this Medivh.
Are there 5 mana spells in the game? For Mage?
Yeah. Ball of Stone.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's none in his deck, though.
Oh, yeah. No. You could get one off Elise.
Good.
I don't know. It's tough to imagine Orange winning this one. Things went bad. JJ's being careful to protect his Fiery Bat. He wants that Death Rattle in play so that Orange can't AoE the board without just dying.
There's like Mixtress of Mixtures, and like on 1 and Halazeal on 5. Other than that, he needs like an Ice Block.
The other thing on JJ's mind is he needs to have enough damage here is that Orange can't defensive Alexstrasza. Which he does.
Okay.
And Orange is just like, well, I guess I could Cabal Courier into some nonsense, or...
There's Greater Healing Potion, that's a card in the game.
Yeah, it's not very good here, honestly. Alright, Frostwall Primordial Glyph are cards that do things. Blubber Baron is not. You hate to see that. Alright, hit the Frost Nova, pull a Doomsayer off your Atiesh. No,
that kills you.
That kills you, the Fiery Bat.
Yep.
Oh, no. If you do that, you still have mana. You still have mana to ping the Fiery Bat and hope it doesn't go face. Oh, you didn't hit the Doomsayer, though.
No. And the Calamos is going to get him.
Yeah.
Off here.
Yeah, he has the Ice Block. Yeah, that's rough. And now JJ does a bunch of thinking to be 100% safe. Just never loses. But Orange doesn't want to concede here because he has Cabal Courier in hand and that can do some stuff.
There's always a chance. He's got Alex heal himself Frost Nova, man. That's why he doesn't concede.
Alright. Alright, that's really strong.
Yep. JJ needs to set up a board that... Well, he can't set up a board that beats that, but he should probably play...
No.
How does he stop this Alex? Because he could punch him in the face. I guess he doesn't need to stop it.
If you devolve the Alex into an 8-drop, that's very dangerous.
Yeah, 8 drops are better than an 8/8 often. Still no Volcanic Potion for Orange. He's got one more try at it.
That's actually such a sick setup, the Alex Frost Nova.
Yeah.
Man, if I'm JJ, I'm upset about this. So you don't have spell damage, so you can't Fire Rally Jade Lightning the 8/8.
Well, you just Kalimos him in the face, Jade Claws him in the face. Next turn you got Fire Elemental, Jade Lightning for lethal. He's out of healing, and this way all you need is one board space for the Fire Elemental, and you'll be able to lethal him.
Yeah. Cabal Courier could mess you up, but it seems like a good lethal setup.
Yeah. Orange is on like another ice block, and then he can go... He still doesn't have enough. He should have dunked double Fireball that one turn instead of messing around with Medivh. If he dunked double Fireball earlier instead of playing Medivh, all of the same things would have basically happened, because the Medivh minions did nothing. And then... I like this better. Yeah. Save Kalimos for the last, in case you need to do something else with it. I dig that.
Okay.
And then Super JJ would be 12 health lower right now. And then you would hit him with... Alex Pyro is still not enough, so you'd still need to find an ice block, but... if you found the ice block, then it would be good enough.
No, if he had dunked him for 12, it's lethal, right?
12
if he had double Fireball.
Oh yeah, 12 plus 18. You would have killed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just dunked him for 12 on 8 instead of playing Medivh, he won. I don't know. Something in my gut just told me.
I mean, he wouldn't have just won. JJ could have played more defensively.
Sure, JJ could have
healed
for 12. Yeah.
JJ.
JJ still would have won, but yeah. I think you have a better chance dunking him for 12 than playing Medivh.
Alright, you could Thought Steal a heal here.
Okay. It's going to need to be a really good heal.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, that's what we got, so we're going for it. But...
Jeez.
We got to heal.
You got to heal. It's a taunt heal. I don't think it's good enough.
Double heal, because it's a taunt.
Yeah.
But yeah, JJ just had that on lock the whole game. He had the heals, he had the damage.
The unanswered Mana Tide just kind of ran away with the game.
Yeah, I think that was it. It's just...
Like, the game plan was for Mage to outvalue, but you can't outvalue a Mana Tide drawing an extra card every turn. You have to kill it. And Orange just couldn't. No Volcanic Potion. That's the key card for the matchup.
Yeah.
If you really want AoE against Shaman.
He was like 20 cards deep, none of his double Volcanic Potions. He didn't even have Frostbolt until the very end there, so a lot of the key cards were just kind of missing for him. No Mana Worm on 1. It's not an orange-friendly draw that game for sure. And that Mana Tide really just punished it.
Yep.
It's a cool Shaman deck from JJ, though.
Yeah, for sure. I hadn't seen this elemental package very often of just Kalimos that you're building around. Just Kalimos plus good elemental cards.
Yeah, it seemed to work fine. He had plenty of value in his hand the whole game, but I mean, obviously the Mana Tide doesn't always draw that much, but...
Yeah, exactly. So JJ's Priest has to find a win. He's up 2-1 in the series, I believe.
Mm-hmm. And JJ's Priest is the sketchiest looking of all of his decks. It is... The curve ends at 5, and the win condition appears to be Elise Trailblazer and Lyra the Sunshard. And just... Miracle.
Can he just fatigue against Orange's Mage? Just heal through the damage and take into fatigue?
He's got 1 Binding Heal, but...
He's got 2 Priests of the Feast.
He does have 2 Priests of the Feast and 2 Shadow
But maybe
Visions.
that's not enough.
But I mean, like, the Mage isn't something you kind of just fatigue like that. Like,
right.
They play Medivh, they Pyroblast with Medivh and get 10 drops, like...
They courier into stuff,
yeah,
into stuff.
They got gas. They Alex you, they Elise Trailblazer. You know, they're not messing around. And he's even got Eater of Secrets in case the Priest steals his ice block, you know?
So it's going to be an interesting mulligan against Druid with Priest. Do you keep Potion because if it's going to do anything, it would be early on, or do you pitch it because it's kind of a bad card? Do you keep Shadowward Pain because it has good targets for the matchup, or do you pitch it looking for early proactive plays like Northshire Cleric?
I think you want Northshire Cleric, Powerward Shield, Radiant Elemental, you Wild Pyromancer, Circle, like just minions. And I think you keep Circle, though. I think Circle is one of the cards that can sometimes line up with the right stuff and just let you win the game.
Okay.
Apparently not. I don't know how to play this deck. Curves out at 5, but he gets the circle back, and he gets the
figured it out.
full Northshire Cleric power. This is why I was saying you keep circle. When you hit this combo, you win, man.
Yeah, so for those who aren't familiar with Priest, what he's going to want to do is get to where he's got like 3 or 4 mana or something, and then he goes Northshire Cleric, Wild Pyromancer, coin, proccing the Wild Pyromancer, damaging anything for 1, then circle, healing everything for 1, drawing cards off the Northshire Cleric, and then Pyro procs again, but, whatever.
Yeah, who cares? The damage is done, you draw your whole deck.
Yeah, you're happy.
You then make miracles happen.
So he's not going to play the Northshire Cleric here because he doesn't want to let it get Wrath, and then that would disrupt his whole combo. He's probably going to go turn 2 Radiant Elemental, turn 3 Glimmer Root, and then turn 4 maybe go for the Northshire Cleric. Oh.
I don't even think you play Radiant Elemental on turn 2. I think turn 3 you play Glimmer Root. I think that's the first minion you play.
Okay.
I think you just wait with Radiant
And then
Elemental.
turn 4 you play all of it.
Nah.
Maybe
like turn 6 or 7. Like, you're not really in that big of a rush unless Orange starts.
You are. You have to pressure J-Druid.
Do you? You have to get as much draw as possible. And the longer you wait, the more draw you get.
I mean, J-Druid will win the late game.
Yeah, but we're not talking like super late game that we're waiting till. Just enough till you get a decent chunk of cards.
You can't coin out Acolyte, right? The coin's too important for the Northshire Cleric Wild Pyromancer circle thing.
Yeah, I believe you pass.
I'd be really tempted to Radiant Elemental here. Just, like, as a tempo play, because I have so much card draw.
But it's so good if you save it. You need it later on to make Lyra go.
Ah, that's too deep from now. You just play for tempo. Look at this hand. You got all the cards.
It's a combo hand, not a tempo hand.
You need to tempo the Druid at some point, and you're gonna.
But it'll tempo him later too, though. It makes all your spells cheaper, and you're gonna play a lot of spells. But JJ agrees with you. He's tempoing her out.
Yeah, tell him, JJ. I don't know. It's close. I see your points.
Like it's a really good card for tempo late game.
Yeah. And as much as I like killing Radiant Elementals and preventing Cabal Talon Priest from getting value on curve, I'd probably just jam this Jade Blossom.
But it doesn't ramp into anything. I think you Wrath 100%.
Yeah?
Cabal Talon Priest is a big deal. They played 2 of them. Don't let that guy hit, and then you just ramp into your 6 afterwards. You run 0 5-drops in your deck except Harrison Jones. So, like, it's like pretty sloppy.
Yeah, just saying you Wrath on 3 and Jade Blossom on 4, curving into Green Elephant on 5.
Yeah, you don't run any 5-drops, so why risk Talon Priest?
Yeah, you just play off curve for the next couple turns, huh?
But he's going to go for it.
It makes a lot of sense when you explain it that way, Firebat. I like that. That's a clever line. It's not obvious to me that you want to play off card. Now, this Circle of Healing means JJ can literally draw way more cards than he wants. Because that Northshire Cleric Pyromancer coin combo, you're drawing 1 card for every minion in play, and then you could draw an extra card for every minion in play if you want to use both circles, but obviously you don't. One's enough. Thanks. So he'd love to hit Powered Shield off of this.
I think drawing another 4 is not bad.
You gotta look at hand size. We'll figure it out. First, you see what you draw.
Sure. I think you need another 4. You suck.
Okay. You go to 10 cards in hand, and if you hit like a Northshire Cleric, you can avoid overdraw.
Mm-hmm. Man, all of these cards in hand, and we do nothing still.
Yeah,
That's
like
what is going on here?
That's just normal, honestly.
Is he gonna play something, or is he gonna embrace the?
I might burn a card because I just hate proccing Pyromancer here. Like, it's really nuking my own board.
If you burn Lyra or Elise, then your deck has no win condition in a matchup where you need to kill them.
Oh, you have a win condition. It's just stuff. Look how much stuff you have. You just play it and hope for the best.
This is half the minions in his deck.
Yeah, it's a lot to have this early. It might work.
There's no way that's gonna work. One Primordial Drake will kill all of it.
Hey, you can't play a Primordial Drake for a while. You have time to play Talon Priest.
He's gonna do it in 2 turns.
That's a long time. Yeah, you might be right.
Like, the biggest minions are the 3/5. Aside
draw
from, I guess,
last.
Priest of the Feast, I guess.
He's more scared of the tempo of Radiant Elemental than the card advantage of Northshire Cleric, because his opponent already has a lot of cards. More worried about the tempo.
Mm-hmm.
So you can Talon Priest and put a Powered Shield on the Talon Priest.
I like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. You could also just play Alchemy.
I think you might want to save the Powered Shield if possible for Lyra, though.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking I'd save the Powered Shield for Radiant Elemental. I don't really care about drawing cards off Lyra. I think we'll be okay on cards. I'm more concerned about tempo.
Okay.
I think the Lyra is going to be just fine when we get there.
We got there.
Yeah. Look at this. Glimmerroot and Acolyte and Pain in hand. No time to play that card draw.
Yeah.
That's a good Shadowward Pain target. That's one of the reasons Shadowward Pain's so good in this matchup.
He
Kill
drew
it
2
3
circles, so...
Yeah. So... Shadowward Pain Talon Priest. Or... you could go Radiant Elemental, double Shadowward Pain. I don't like that as much.
I think it's probably just Shadowward Pain Talon Priest. Any Talon Priest or Talon Priest, but he's going Radiant Elemental. Double Shadowward Pain. He wants to get it established for Lyra later on. I mean, it kind of puts a little bit of pressure on Orange to try and kill that. Otherwise, JJ can maybe draw some cards.
Although Orange can kill it pretty efficiently here. It's got a decent turn.
But he wants to play Primordial Drake. And JJ knows that. It's the turn 8 for the Druid. Druid's had some dead cards in their hand the entire time. He knows Orange runs double Primordial Drake. And he knows Orange knows that it's good against Priest, so...
The Primordial Drake wasn't very good against the Shadowward Pain Talon Priest line either, though.
Yeah.
Alright. Car Creeper and kill that Radiant Elemental. He's staying consistent. He cares about tempo, not value. His opponent's already got plenty of value.
Yeah, he uses the swipe instead of the Wrath, so he can use Wrath later on for card draw.
Also, he could use Wrath on turn 10 with a Primordial Drake.
Mm-hmm.
You might curve Drake on 9 into Drake Wrath on 10.
Yeah.
Whereas Swipe does not combine nearly as well with the hand of Primordial Drakes.
Like Akanai Hero Power. Tempo.
Okay, I can see that being pretty good.
It's a little bad against Primordial Drake. That's one concern, right? But we don't have to trade into the guy with our 3/5. We just Akanai Hero Power it and pass. Yeah, Wrath.
So that's a Wrath. You gotta remember, you're not discovering a card, you're, guessing which card is in their deck. And it's not much of a guess, because this tournament you do have deck lists revealed. You know exactly 30 cards for every single deck your opponent's playing before you even ban.
This is a nice board state against Primordial Drake for sure.
Yeah. Boop. So Orange is going to save the Innervate Wrath, looking to draw a Gadget to combine with them. Gadget's an Auctioneer. JJ picks up Elise. So he's got both of his win conditions, the Lyra and the Elise.
Mm-hmm.
And he's even got shadow visions to try and discover the pack from Elise. But does he have time to do the things? That's the real issue. Tempo.
I mean, Orange's Jades are still teeny right now. Orange has not had a very fortunate draw yet. He hasn't hit the Nourish or the gadget that he needs to really get things going. So Super JJ still has plenty of time.
Okay. Any plays stand out here to you as being reasonable?
I wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, that wasn't on my mind either.
But it works pretty good. He figured out the line.
Good job, JJ. Nailed it.
I didn't see that at all.
No.
But I was thinking maybe we want to save that for the pack, stretch some value. But that was the highest tempo play possible. So good eye by JJ there, identifying that he had pretty good odds of hitting a binding heal. He has 1 Shadow Word Death, 2 Potion of Madnesses, 1 Power Word Shield, and 1 Shadow Visions remaining in the deck. So he hits it.
Orange has a clear here. If he Primordial Drake, Wrath, Innervate Hero Power, and that kills it all. And then, you know, he hates using the Wrath Innervate, so I want to save those for Gadget, but now he has Nourish for card draw. Saves the Innervate Hero Power. Okay. This might be a good turn to play Elise.
I don't see anything better to do. But
yeah. You trade that 3-1 in.
Yeah, so it doesn't get hero power.
Yeah.
Sets up the trade on the guy.
Develop something. I guess he goes Ooze over Acolyte because it's better tempo, and you don't need the card draw. You're going to get card draw from Lyra. Nourish, Innervate, Aya. It's a pretty good turn. So kind of rewarded for saving the Innervate last turn. Nice to see that. Angel not really doing anything with his hand. He could keep saving the Innervate, just play a Jade Spirit. I think a lot of times they go for Aya, though.
I mean, having the Innervate in case you draw gadgets, not bad. 2 gadgets in the deck.
Yeah. Yeah, do you really need the Death Rattle against Priest? It's not like he's going to AoE clear your board here.
Probably not going to happen, yeah. So I wouldn't hate just holding on to the Innervate, but... Plays around Potion of Madness against your opponent's potential Lyra / Potion of Madness stuff.
Oh yeah, Jade Spirit had a big problem with getting Potion of Madness that turn.
Mm-hmm. So I think that's why he sort of went for it at the end there.
So you could go Priest of the Feast, Wrath the Aya, Death the 5/5 that comes out.
Well, we gotta save some of these spells for Lyra.
Yeah, it doesn't save enough stuff.
I think it's something like a trade heal, Priest of the Feast, Acolyte of Pain sort of thing.
Okay. Save all the things for Aya.
Yeah, and the next turn you get the 10 mana play with it.
Sure.
Sometimes you top deck Radiant Elemental.
I think he played both already.
Okay.
He played 1 on 2, and I think he played 1 later as well, right?
Yeah. I thought it was the 1 on 2 that just stuck around, but you're probably right.
Did it stick around?
I don't know. Yeah. There was one there. Who knows if it was the same one or the other one. He's pushing face. He's going to try and kill him. Lyra has a decent chance of getting some burn spells with Holy Fire, Mind Blast, what have you.
Fangel Nourish leaves Orange with 3 mana to work with after. Seems pretty reasonable.
It doesn't seem bad, that's for sure.
Pick up a Wrath, maybe. I think he's played both Wraths. Nope, he did not.
We're just nailing these calls right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's What can I say? I've been casting for 7 hours, and it's 10 a.m. You do the math. I remember one Wrath was used. I just kind of was guessing the other one was used.
Well, I like trading Aya into the 5-5. I like Wrath in that 3-6. He's going to try and deny the draw, though. Makes sense. Okay.
Pretty good turn. Priest is supposed to be winning on tempo. What's happening here?
Not that.
Uh-oh. Yeah, what does he even do? Like, the Lyra, you don't want to Shadow or Death a 6-1 Aya, but... Boy. Orange is just stubbornly not playing into Potion of Madness, holding that Jade Spirit back.
Oh, yeah.
It's really working out great for him. This Priest of the Feast, value trade the Fandral, heal your release. Pass the turn. Just trying to set up for... It's going to be a good Lyra eventually. Can't play around it forever, can you, Orange?
Well...
You're going to play that Spirit.
I mean, it's the Lyra logic of it's going to be good eventually. If we already use both Radiant Elementals, we use both Pains, use both Shadow Visions, use both Powered Shields, you know? Use the Binding Heal. No, we discovered the Binding Heal off Shadow Visions. We use the Circles. Like... We used a lot of really, really good spells.
Yeah.
Drawing early with our Northshire Cleric.
I love the swipe from Orange.
I don't know. Combo decks are weird, man. If you draw too much too early, your entire deck does nothing. You gotta have enough combo to actually do something.
Oh, the Potion of Madness finally is a thing. Ooh, we found the turn.
There
you
you
play
go.
Lyra, yeah.
What do we got?
It's not going to be enough. You're going to get jaded.
Sweet.
Know that.
Hey, mind games. Well, those are just unfortunate draws. And he's dead. Hey, we got to play Lyra, though.
Nailed it. All right, so Orange ties up series 2-2. We're going to be going to Game 5.
Highest win rate deck in the tournament thus far, day one, Jade Druid.
Jade Druid.
It is
By a
only
mile.
lost to Jade Druid, and it's only done that once.
Which makes sense, because we've seen one aggro lineup, a billion slow lineups, and Jade Druid crushes slow decks.
It's so good in slow lineups.
Yeah.
Anti-aggro-ish Wild Pyromancer Miracle Priest is unable to pull off a miracle against Jade Druid. It looked like it might have happened in the earlier stages as JJ was able to do 0 mana draw 4 twice. Still not enough to get the job done. And now it's going to come down to the Gunther Mage from Orange, which is a Mana Worm Tempo Mage that transitions into a Value Mage with Medivh, Alexstrasza, and Pyroblast in the top end, up against JJ's Miracle Priest. Oh, that is the team captains. There's Kalento and Lovely Chook in the pictures.
Okay.
Yeah. That's just fancy Kalento picture.
Beautiful. So do you think Mage is going to out endgame the Priest?
I do believe Mage will out endgame the Priest. I think Mage has a stronger top end. I think Priest does not have enough damage, is frankly... I think by the time Priest assembles enough damage, he's going to get Alexstrasza and then killed. Like...
Oh yeah, Priest isn't going to win through like Smork or anything like that. It's going to have to like just crushing out value to win the game, right?
Yeah, he's going to have to like heal with Priest to the Feasts and everything, and like... I just can't see it. So, he's going to have to do some sort of... We'll see what game plan he takes. He's got 2 game plans. Game plan number A, or letter A. Yeah, letter A. is smork him down. So he's gonna have to just try and like, get a perfect curve like he had last time. Get 0 mana, draw 4s, play a bunch of stuff, and go face. And hit Lyra on curve and make stuff happen with it. Or game plan letter B is save Priest of the Feast and all the spells, and just constantly heal to full. And that means embracing Medivh head on, which means he needs to find acidic swamp ooze as fast as possible.
Okay.
And if he does that, there might be a chance if he has the ooze for the Medivh right when it comes down. But other than that, like if Medivh starts getting value, you're toast.
I should mention JJ does have an infinite heal combo in his deck. If you just play 2 Radiant Elementals and a Priest of the Feast, and then you just chain Shadow Visions into Shadow Visions into Shadow Visions for 0 mana, gaining 3 life each time off Priest of the Feast.
It's not bad, yeah.
Could happen. Then your opponent kills something and the combo goes away. And you deal 30 to you later. Yeah, turn 2, 2/5, that's a pretty good card. A lot of upside on it.
Yeah.
It even contests the Mana Worm here.
Almost.
Well, with the Pyromancer Shadow Visions.
So close.
Not anymore.
You can't stop Mana Worm, man. Card's insane.
Yeah, that card's nuts. Speaking of infinite combos, Orange kind of missed lethal there. If you just had Mana Worm on 1 into turn 2 Primordial Glyph into Primordial Glyph 30 times, that's lethal. Or only 29 times, I guess. 26 in a Frostbolt.
Figured out the puzzle.
Yeah. So Orange would like to play a spell this turn so his Mana Worm can trade.
Yeah, coin double 2-drop.
Sounds like a good plan.
Draw 2 secrets out of your deck, so you don't have to worry about drawing them later. So your draws are always impactful. His only secret is Ice Block.
So Pyromancer Potion of Madness. It's nice. Kill the stuff. Next turn you can play Elise.
I don't like it though because the Pyromancer just gets pinged, and it's part of your draw combo for later on in the game. But, yeah. I guess if your opponent's spending their whole turn pinging, then your 5/5 is going to be quite powerful.
Yeah.
This is pretty good if you're able to Shadow Visions the Ungoro pack, because you're taking the highest tempo route, and then Shadow Visions and Ungoro pack reload your hand after you've taken the highest tempo route. Really strong.
Taking the highest tempo route tends to be really strong, but especially when you can follow it up with reloading so you don't run out of plays.
Well, yeah, you only got a % chance to be able to follow it up with reload, though, because your Shadow Visions could totally just whiff.
Just gotta believe, man.
Yeah, he doesn't have that many spells, so he's got 2 circles, a Binding Heal, a Potion of Madness, 1 Power Word Shield, 2nd Shadow Visions, 2nd Pain.
He goes with Elise on curve instead of fireballing Elise. What do you think about that?
I think it plays really hard into this Power Word Shield.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
He's already seen one. I guess that's fair. Plays hard into death as well. So you get the death value trade.
I'm pretty happy to Shadow Word Pain and Mana Worm, I suppose. Ooh, wow.
I think Lyra's pretty good in Miracle Priest.
Yeah, I'd probably take one of those.
The whole deck might be built around it.
Just maybe.
Yeah, Orange a little bit punished for not doing enough with the Fireball there. He wants to save the burn, though, right? He wants to be able to Alex his opponent and kill him.
The thing about this line is Orange has 2 Volcanic Potions in his deck. He just never draws them.
Oh, yeah.
But JJ's line is pretty bad against that.
Mm-hmm. That is really funny.
Like, JJ could have healed his Elise up to 4 health instead of developing the Courier.
Mm-hmm.
Played into the Volcanic Potion and got rewarded. He took a risk and got rewarded for it.
Now he knows it's not there. He might even
or
assume
he's not even remembering it's a card.
Yeah.
One or the other.
I mean, Orange hasn't had it all set.
Ever.
Yeah.
I just never draws it.
JJ has disrespected Volcanic Potion, every game against this mage for the entire duration of the game.
Yeah. Orange is probably a little bit tilted by that.
I'm interested he doesn't go with Lyra here. I guess he wants to try and bait out removal first, but...
Yeah, the theory is the Lyra gets better later.
I mean, you got 2 of them, though.
Hey, look who showed up.
Right when it's not good anymore.
Yeah. Anything good?
Ooh.
Interesting. Take that anomalous?
Seems like a great way to kill everything.
Yeah, it can attack for 8. That's the thing that could happen.
I guess that's true. Yeah, I mean, JJ only runs 1 Shadow or Death.
And a couple ways to discover it. I like Alkanite Ping here.
I mean, he baited out the Fireball. This is what he's trying to set up for. Now he's get the Power Word Shield, right? Or this Ungro pack. Miracles are about to happen.
If you Alkanite Ping there, you have 9 mana for the Lyra, so you can get at least 2 Discovers off for like 2 Lyra triggers. It's a good Alkanite Ping turn. It sets up for a good turn.
It's definitely not bad.
Like, what's the rush to Lyra immediately?
You just saw the Fireball, man. It's going into your opponent's Medivh turn, so you delay the Medivh if they have it?
Well, you can delay the Alexstrasza if you wait a turn.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Goes with Anomalous over Medivh because he's thinking Shadow or Death could very easily kill this thing, speaking of the devil, and I would rather, have Anomalous kill off his Lyra than have Medivh and not be able to kill it off. It's a tough spot. Pack is super value, the Death is super important tempo. I think you have to take the Death since you already have a pack in hand.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure. Wow.
I did not see Binding Heal as the
Well, he does have Alkanai in hand. But yeah, I didn't expect it either. And he has Lyra in play is the other thing. So there's some interactions going on there. Man, this is a complicated turn. Pack overdraws him. He's not doing that.
You going with the pack. The one thing you said he wasn't going to do, and he did it.
Alright, well, I'll shut up now. Whatever. Sherazin.
Sherazin's pretty good. That went well.
Yeah. Burned 1 pack card.
Was able to hit a taunt though, so it worked out. What are the odds on hitting a taunt off pack that costs 4 or less mana? Probably not good.
Yeah. You want to think of all the taunts in the set?
I don't know what he was thinking there with that pack and why he chose the pack. Or this Flash Heal. I mean, the Flash Heal, I guess he wants to heal up after he gets Alexed, right? Yeah. He's got.
I figures he has to live a long time. It's going to need to involve beating that one, so makes some sense.
And he's already utilized a Priest of the Feast, so.
All right. So you could trade and pay your Anomalous. That's one way to clear things here. And then develop a 2/4. Delightful. I don't think you're jamming Medivh with your Anomalous still on board.
No, that sounds...
No.
That sounds bad.
I'm making it 2/4.
Oh, the ooze for the Medivh.
Yeah, that's sick draw for JJ. Things are starting to come together for him. He's got the heal to survive Alexstrasza, the ooze to deal with Medivh. And it looks like he's going to be able to fatigue Orange, maybe. Or kill him with Sherazin, that's also possible. Maybe go for this Blaze Caller while you have it.
Seems
pretty
good to me.
appealing. Yeah. Yeah, Blaze Call your 2/4, go.
And this ooze is gonna hurt.
Yeah. It really is.
You can get a
well, he can get a proc. Yeah. Pretty exciting. 2 drops can be pretty bad against the Potion of Madness in JJ's hand. Doesn't want the 2-drop. It's going for full value. Well, Mediator looks like the card you're looking for here. Nice big removal spell. Note that a discounted Meteor, that would make a 4-drop off Latiash. Any kind of discount works that way. Oop. And Orange shakes his head. He's like, yep, guess you had it. Hate to see that.
Now JJ just needs to accumulate heal and should be able to win the game from this position.
Yeah, he pretty much did accumulate heal.
He's only got 5 right now.
Well, there's also the Holy Fire.
Yeah, that's a card.
Even a Holy Nova, like, the Binding Heal and Holy Fire should make him live long enough to use the Holy Nova, so...
Not good Meteor positioning.
Nope. That could have been better.
Optimal.
Just pitches a dude into the fire. Not much of a reaction from JJ on that one.
Man, what if he gets the
Not a
nice
discover.
block? Oop.
Arcane Intellect.
Yep.
Good shares in, yeah. And do you want to draw? Are you concerned about fatigue?
You might be.
Like, I think the game plan is mostly to fatigue Orange.
With the shares in play, though?
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
You got another Unguru pack in there, too, right?
Yeah, Shares kills people. It's happened more than once or twice. Shares off of a pack, and then the pack gives you so many cheap things that you can proc the Shares. Sharizan is like a buff to Elise.
So what's the game plan for Orange here? What's going through his head? Because obviously JJ's got things under control here. He's just accumulating heal and putting up moderate pressure and trying to just be invulnerable. But how does Orange win the game?
Well, he's not going to, looking at JJ's hand. But from his perspective, he's thinking, all right, I need to stall a little bit, draw Alexstrasza, and then smork him down. But we can see JJ has the heal to cover that angle of attack. But this turn's probably Volcanic Potion and ping the Sharizan. You could ping the Glimmer Root under the assumption that Sharizan gets revived.
And then it gets healed, which is annoying.
Yeah. But I think you want to save the other burn spell to try and go face with those after you Alexstrasza JJ down. Is for tempo play instead.
Hey, he's got to win the board, right? That's how he wins. I mean,
oh really?
If he somehow wins the board,
he has 0 minions in hand, and JJ has a full hand.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say it was gonna be easy.
I think the Alexstrasza burn plan sounds more realistic. I'm not saying it's any good either. Things didn't go right for Orange this game.
Yeah. Cabal Courier, what could he discover?
Oh boy, that's a good idea.
Lord Jaraxxus?
Yeah, that's
we're on the Jaraxxus plan.
That's a good plan. I like that.
I mean, you gotta have a plan.
Sick plan. Eridar, Lord of the Burning Legion.
Basically, yeah, that's it. That's the whole plan. Discover cool shit off Cabal Courier.
Yeah, get a Kazakus, I don't know.
Yeah, make it happen.
I don't know how Kazakus ever wins you the game here, though.
I don't think burning him out's realistic. So I think you gotta...
Well, that's only because you can see JJ's hand.
Well...
You're gonna tell me what's realistic when you're talking about discovering Lord Jaraxxus off a card that's not even in your hand?
Hey, man. Well, there's a, there's an Alkani in play.
Yeah, can't heal himself. Should we go? Just Pyro Face, what up?
Can we ever get there?
Yeah, I like the AI first. All right, he drew the Alex, so we're on the plan. So how do you waste time here? Probably Volcanic Potion and ping the Radiant Elemental.
Are you sure?
Just take a little bit less damage.
Removing 2 doesn't seem worth it. I think you just want to wait, and then you can, like, if he extends more, use, like,
Well, you don't have time to wait. You're busy. Next turn you Alex face. The turn after that you Pyroblast face. And then you turn after that you hopefully kill him.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, sure. Set it up.
Let's go! Okay.
And he's going to be patient. He's going to set up the big board clear.
He's going to be like, this ping Alkanai, he'll never see the AoE clear coming. JJ's like, I see it coming 10 miles away. I'm not playing more stuff into this.
That is what happened, yeah. That was...
Yeah. Yeah.
Good eye, JJ.
I mean, what it does do for Orange is it gives him an extra draw towards more burn by waiting, but also gives JJ an extra draw towards more heal. Now, we know JJ doesn't need that, but Orange doesn't know that.
It makes it a little more awkward for JJ to clear the Alexstrasza as well, because he can't go, he can't circle a healing.
Okay.
And then trade in, you know.
And let's go.
Well, he has 6 power
You can draw
play.
first.
So we can heal the Alex and then trade everything in to kill it, and then heal himself for 10.
No, it's better to AI double Volcanic Potion setting up the Alexstrasza, right?
I think so as well. I was just saying from JJ's perspective, JJ's set up to be able to kill the Alex.
Okay. Okay.
Only 1 Volcanic Potion. There you go. More burn accumulated.
A lot of burn. From Orange's perspective, he's like, man, I'm really in this game. I could totally win.
He's only got 10, 11, 12 heal.
Yeah.
He's in it.
How much burn is that?
16, 19, 24.
Okay.
And there's some chunky heal on JJ's side, too.
And JJ's hand very awkward here. Old Alkanai ping face trick. Full hand can't proc shares in because his cards are too awkward and reactive.
That's more burn.
He's gonna have to suicide his Alkanai into that Alex in order to heal himself up. But that works fine with Holy Firing the Alexstrasza, right?
It does, yeah.
What doesn't work fine is the Binding Heal doesn't actually have a target.
Does it need one?
You have to target a minion, I believe.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
But like, this is enough to live through a turn, and you can figure the rest out later.
Sure. Orange now has... He says 24 burn, 27 burn, and JJ is at 27, 28, 29 life, so he's 2 out of range right now.
I like Pyroblast face and just be flexible for future turns.
I agree with you. I also don't mind Fireland's Portal and hope you get a minion that does anything.
You're thinking a Charger?
I'm thinking a Charger or something that he happens to be unable to remove.
Okay.
Because he has...
He goes for the portal line, but he uses the potion first, so he doesn't potion his own minion. That's pretty smart.
He's gonna need to find burn off the Ungaro pack.
You just start with Binding Heal. Oh, start with the... Oh, you don't have to start with Binding Heal, okay. You just can. Silence this guy, gets you a step closer to reviving Sherzin.
You can revive it this turn because of the circle. I mean, even just the death is fine.
I think killing Silence makes sense, right? It's not really a card that you want.
Yeah.
You want to find heal. That's an element.
I mean, I like Cycling Circle to try and find heal too.
Yep. Alright, well, Meteor's a full clear, but it's not really what he's looking for.
I mean, you gotta kill the Lyra. It's gonna generate more heal.
Okay.
And cause a lot of problems. You just get rid of that guy.
Then, do you ever Valet here? Try and get chip damage out of it?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Orange's got an empty board. They just got a bunch of Lyra spells in hand. You got a Vine Cleaver. That's damage.
Wow, that's a lot of damage.
That is 12 damage right there. And somehow the mage is just going the distance. I thought he was dead the whole game, but the priest just doesn't have a win condition. It can't kill anybody.
Yeah.
The mage is just generating garbage and getting there.
I mean, packs a lot of stuff. It's a 5-for-1. At least it's a 6-for-1, right? It's a 5/5 body and then 5 random cards.
Yeah.
That's tough to fatigue. Sherison's gonna do his best though. Mills a pack card here. Fightweed's cute.
Can get more Sherisons.
Arcanologist is vanilla, so is Woolly Mammoth. Talon Priest Biteweed.
Seems good to me.
It's taking that chip damage from the Mideast Valet. It's actually getting in there. Well, I'd be inclined to get Vine Cleaver going as soon as possible.
Yeah, I'm swinging that one right at his face. You got enough time.
Yeah, and then just Frostbolt face with that. Or are you looking to ping?
No, you don't have time to Frostbolt face because you could draw the second fillet, right? And then you need to squeeze that in with Fireball and Ice Block. So you just Frostbolt. And then worst case, you ping next turn. But you have upside this way, you know?
Man, that Vine Cleaver off the pack was so good.
Yeah, that's insane.
This is what I'm talking about when I say Gunther Mage finds, you know, ways to win.
Yep.
Stuff happens. Random stuff kills you.
Glyphs, packs, couriers. They get there. Medivh, Firelands Portal. RNG Mage.
Well, Holy Nova is pretty appealing.
Doesn't heal enough.
It's going to 14. He's dying to Pyroblast.
He's dead.
Wow.
There's no outs. It's all over, man.
There's nothing?
There's nothing.
That's crazy.
He's done.
Yeah, I'm thinking Orange is going to spot this one. Pyroblast face, Vine Cleaver face.
Even if he would live this turn, Orange got gas in the tank. He blocks and fireballs and pings. Another 7 on top of this, man.
Imagine playing Vine Cleaver and Freeze Mage. It's a hell of a card.
Oh my god. Any weapon. Yeah.
Any weapon.
Just, woo! Freeze their board, punch him in the face. They can't interact with it at all. Just silly burn. Just Arcanite Reaper in my Freeze Mage deck. Whew.
I'm not sure what the second one did, but...
Oh, the emote. Deathbite would be insane in Freeze Mage.
Yeah.
Just drawing off your acolytes, clearing the board, doing face damage things. Like,
And Orange takes it 3-2 over Super JJ. Super tense match. We had a lot of tough series today.
Yeah. A lot of tough series today, but congratulations to Orange taking it over Super JJ in the EU versus EU match for today. That priest deck, man.
Yeah, it's a weakness, right? It's like the priest deck's game plan is to fatigue people, and that's just really tough with how greedy people are building in this meta.
Yeah, it's just Priest deck's not going to serve JJ well throughout the rest of the tournament. That's going to be the deck to watch for him to see, if he can get wins with it. It just doesn't have good enough late game for how slow the tournament metagame for this event is.
Yeah, you saw him have some insane draws with it, right? Like, there was the game where he drew about 8 cards on turn 3 or 4 with North Shore Cleric, Wild Pyromancer, Coin, Circle of Healing, draw all the cards. He still wasn't able to find a win.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing it well, really well. Like, you saw that turn where he had, the Shadow Visions into the Binding Heal to clear the opponent's minions. Like, he definitely has a good grasp on the deck and was piloting it extremely well. It's just not a good deck for the metagame, and it cost him that, even though he piloted it like a god.
Yeah, JJ's not in tune with the Chinese metagame, I guess.
Which, who would be? Who would have thought the Chinese metagame is slower than the NA and EU metagame? It's just glacially slow.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah, that was pretty wild, man. But, all right, let's do a quick recap of everything that's happened today, because that was the last match. Today we had Zixo in the first round up against the returning champion of EU versus CN, the Ferrari winner himself, Lovely Chook, and Zixo took him down 3-0, represent EU. And then we had Jason Zhao versus Kalento, where Kalento's Taunt Warrior was targeted out, and Kalento goes down 3-1 for Jason Zhao. And then we had Stanu Dachi versus Hamster, a nail-biter of a crazy control series, ending in a 3-2 win for Stanu Dachi. And then we just had the final match, you guys all just saw there, of Orange versus Super JJ, where Orange had a narrow victory over Super JJ. And there you can see kind of the leaderboard up there of who's won and who's lost.
Cool.
From, I guess, the other groups. We had a few of the games played off stream today, and some of those results were broadcasted on stream. I guess this is the upcoming matches tomorrow. Super JJ and... Or is that what's...
Our first match tomorrow should be Omega Zero versus Super JJ, right?
Okay, yeah, that's what it says on the screen. Omega Zero versus Super JJ, then Pavel versus Hope. So we get to see some of the more aggressive players tomorrow. Today we had the heaviest control players just battling it out forever. But tomorrow we have a lot more Hunter players and a lot more aggressive decks. Miracle Rogue and such.
Cool. I mean, it says how stacked this event is that you see guys like Pavel, Stan Sifka, RDU playing off stream.
Yeah.
This is not an easy tournament to win at all. You got to really earn that Ferrari.
So, hope everybody enjoyed the show. We will be back tomorrow at 5:30 a.m. Eastern time, and whatever time in your time zone, right?
Hey, that's 2:30 a.m. for me. It's
2:30. There you go. Fantastic. So if you feel like waking up in the middle of the night or you just can't sleep, feel free to tune in to the EU vs. CN Day 2. We'll be bringing you the action right here. Thanks, everybody. Take care. Have a good day.